Harry Crow, a Harry Potter fanfiction, by Robert, Part 6. Chapter 56, Wedding and Holiday Sorted. Tonks was rather confused. Not a new feeling to be sure, but it was a stranger to her while on duty. Usually there were precedents, procedures, and her training to fall back upon, but nothing had really prepared her for this situation. She just watched as a wizard drank a potion that looked and smelled like 3-day-old vomit from someone who had just spent hours binging on haggis and neeps. Disgusting couldn't even begin to describe the concoction. Tonks was nearly vomiting herself just from watching him drink it. As she walked beside him through the school grounds, it began to dawn on the Auror just what was confusing her about this situation. It was the way he dealt with this whole procedure with a quiet sort of dignity. Certainly not the reaction she'd been expecting. "I think it's strange the way you seem so accepting of this. Drinking that revolting potion and then being escorted off the school premises like some sort of criminal. Being called strange by a woman whose hair has been 3 different colors since we met earlier tonight is what seems weird to me. I think I'm insulted." The smile he gave her might have been strained, but it was there all the same, making the situation seem even stranger to Tonks. "I guess I'm just amazed at how accepting you are of all this. I don't think I would be." This earned a chuckle from Remus, confusing Tonks even more. "Just what part of this do you find funny?" "Oh, I was just thinking back to the last beautiful witch who asked me that same question. She couldn't understand it either. This is who I am though. The wolf only has control 1 night a month." Her confusion just reached another level. "Was this beautiful witch your girlfriend, or are you just trying your chat-up lines on me?" I have to say, being chatted up by a werewolf under the moonlight was not what I had in mind when I crawled out of bed this morning. This actually got a laugh out of the marauder. "You're more like Sirius than you know." The answer to both your questions, though, would be no. The witch in question was the best female friend I ever had. I certainly loved her, but she was way out of my league for there to be any relationship other than friendship. She was actually way out of James' league too, but he changed enough to catch Lily's attention. When I look at Harry, I might see James, but his words and actions are pure Lily, until he goes all goblin on us and charges a bloody basilisk with that sword. Just at that, a massive black dog came charging across the grass toward them. "Took you long enough." The dog then transformed and Sirius was wearing a wide smile. "Well, Mooney, when you're saying goodnight to your fiancé, it's just not something that can be rushed." "Hey, Tonks, I can take Remus from here if you want." "What, and have a werewolf and a Grim running around Hogwarts?" "Not on my watch. I'll escort you both through the wards and into the safe location. That's my job here." "Hey Mooney, what have you been telling my cousin here?" "It's as if she doesn't trust me." "Oh, she didn't need any help from me with that one. Tonks here is smart enough to figure it out for herself." "Beautiful and smart? Are you sure you're not trying to chat me up, Professor Lupin?" "Not tonight, or Tonks. Certainly not tonight." This left Sirius looking at them both with some bemusement. "Okay, you two, what did I miss?" This scheme had seemed fine when Gilderoy had talked it over with himself. It was now blindingly obvious there was something he'd forgotten to take into his calculations. It was bloody pitch dark out here. He wasn't afraid of the dark per se. It was more about the cover it provided for anything to sneak up on him unawares. Lockhart had no idea how true that would soon prove to be. He was originally going to attempt this from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There was no way, though, he would be going anywhere near that dangerous place in the dark. The locked front gates of Hogwarts was about as near as he could get, and, having first made sure Hagrid had spent the evening in the 3 broomsticks, Gilderoy proceeded to put his simple plan into operation. Emptying out the sack of entrails and blood from the butchers right at the front gate, Gilderoy then cast a sonorous on himself. Hoo-ha-hoo-hoo. The howl reverberated around the castle and its grounds, just as Gilderoy had hoped. When they then found the blood and guts in the morning, the werewolf would be kicked out and they would be coming crawling back to him, begging Gilderoy Lockhart to return to Hogwarts. He decided to give it one more howl before beating a hasty retreat, just in case a real werewolf decided to make an appearance. What the fuck was that? The bright flash had illuminated every detail of just what he was doing. Then Gilderoy found himself being asked questions by a witch wearing a strange hat. Normally having his picture taken and being interviewed by the press were amongst 2 of his favorite things. Not tonight, though. Rita had also cast the sonorous on herself. She wanted as many people as possible to know exactly what was happening here. Gilderoy Lockhart, can you explain why you are standing there with your hands covered in blood while howling like a wolf? The photographer's flash went off again as his camera caught the panicked look in Lockhart's eyes. A panicking Lockhart was only ever going to react one way, by drawing his wand and casting the only spell he was proficient in, also forgetting he still had the sonorous cast on himself. Everyone within a quarter-mile radius heard him scream, "Obliviate," while his wand was pointing at Rita Skeeter. Rita, though, had been studying her victim for a while and knew his modus operandi inside out. She should, since Lockhart talked about it to himself. With only his portraits for company, Gilderoy would chat away to himself all day long, allowing Rita to discover most of his secrets and be here tonight. Disillusioned in the dark, they had followed and waited on Lockhart putting his scheme into operation before she and the photographer revealed themselves. Knowing her latest victim's modus operandi also meant Rita had talked with her powerful friend on just how to protect her memories. The warm fur hat she was wearing was nothing more than camouflage for the goblin-wrought and charmed protective steel helmet that was under it. That protection very effectively kicked in and blasted Lockhart's spell straight back at him, with the photographer's flash indicating that he'd at least caught part of that action. The photographer's latest picture would actually show Lockhart's curse rebounding and knocking him flying into the entrails he'd spread along the grass. Being a careful man, the photographer took another picture of Lockhart lying there amongst the blood and guts, just in case. Tonks arrived a few moments later and confirmed this evening was just getting stranger. A clearly dazed Gilderoy Lockhart was sitting in a pile of blood and guts, smiling as if he hadn't a care in the world. "Oh, hello, you're pretty. What's your name?" "What's my name?" This drew a groan from the oar. "Bloody hell. Must be my night for getting propositioned. Can anyone tell me what the hell happened here?" The front page of the Prophet informed the entire country just what was going on there. The picture really was worth 1,000 words. Lockhart was sitting in a gory mess of his own making while smiling like a loon. Tonks had her wand covering him while Rita Skeeter could be seen writing notes. Rita explained that she had been researching material for a book on Lockhart, pointing out that these investigations were uncovering truths that showed a much darker side behind the award-winning toothy smile. When her research uncovered his plot to discredit someone who was quickly becoming one of Hogwarts' favorite professors, Rita had felt compelled to act even though her research was far from over. While she hinted that doing her public duty might cost her in book sales, she never mentioned the large payment from the Prophet for this story nor the free advertising for her yet-to-be-written book this article just provided. What Rita did clearly state, though, was her thanks to goblin craftsmanship and ingenuity that protected her memories from Lockhart's attack. An attack that was also clearly displayed in a smaller photograph. Her research had led to the knowledge that the memory charm was really the only spell Lockhart was proficient casting, so she had obviously taken precautions to protect herself. His own spell rebounding saw the once famous wizard now unable to remember his own name, leaving Rita very thankful for her borrowed protection. How a person can accomplish everything that Lockhart claimed to have done in his books while really only being able to cast one spell would be revealed in her forthcoming novel, a true biography of a wizard who had conned all of them. The mood inside Hogwarts was that of jubilation and relief. They were ecstatic that Lockhart wouldn't be returning, ever. There was also a fair mixture of relief in there as well, relief that there hadn't really been a werewolf roaming the grounds last night. Harry's comment to the Ravenclaws that Tonks securely locked Professor Lupin off the Hogwarts grounds and that Lord Black had spent the entire night watching over his best friend was soon spread around the castle. Rita was correct in that Remus was becoming popular as a very good teacher of his subject. Whether that popularity could have survived Lockhart's attempt to discredit the werewolf is thankfully something they would now never have to find out. That Lockhart was now in St. Mungo's still not knowing his own name was considered poetic justice by most who had ever sat through one of his classes. Roger's comment that perhaps they could post all those questionnaires about Lockhart they were forced to complete back in September to St. Mungo's, to see if it would jog his memory, raised a few laughs. Padma, though, had to have the last word. Since Rita Skeeter is hinting that most of what he wrote was actually done by someone else, those questionnaires didn't really apply to Lockhart anyway. Bill had worked the four of them hard this morning without receiving one complaint. They appeared to be so glad to see him back in the castle that they just got on with the lesson and did their best. At the end of the class, all four also took time to talk to him about the Marauders and what they had planned for this week. As usual, Bill made a few suggestions that Hermione carefully noted in the ledger they used for club business. As they were getting ready to leave, Harry then totally surprised their tutor. "Assistant Ambassador Weasley, your brother Ronald wanted to thank my father for pushing yours away from that killing curse. Could you pass that message on to my father for me, please?" This so dumbfounded Bill, he really had to ask for confirmation. "Ron actually said that?" "Oh yes, just after he apologized to me for acting without thinking again. He really seemed to mean it this time too. Well, see you tomorrow." The four walked away, leaving a completely flummoxed Weasley behind. As they headed off to their dorms for a much-needed shower, Neville nodded his agreement of the way Harry had handled that situation. "It's a Weasley family matter, Harry. You provided the information without expressing your opinion. It's now up to them what they do with Ron. Had you asked if he could stay in Hogwarts, with your father saving Mr. Weasley, they would have felt obliged to say yes." This drew a humph noise from Hermione. "I just don't get all this life debt malarkey. How far do you take it? You and Harry have now both stopped Voldemort. Does that mean the wizards and witches of Britain owe you both life debts?" Padma just couldn't resist. "No, it means they're owed Orders of Merlin, first class. Just as well us girls already have our dates snagged for the next Merlin ball. These two would be fighting the girls off with beater bats." Neville was gaining the confidence to tease right back. "I won't be going to any balls without my beautiful betrothed on my arm. See, Hermione, get them young enough and any wizard can be trained." Padma was now squealing with laughter as Neville began to chase her along the corridor, leaving Harry and Hermione in their wake. "Neville's right, Harry, you did the best you could. In all honesty, you did more than he deserves. Let the Weasleys deal with their own problems. We usually generate enough of our own to be getting by with." Harry slipped his arm around her waist and offered a gentle kiss. "I certainly can't argue with that, nor the fact we both need a shower." It was Hermione's turn to chase Harry along the corridor, not for saying she needed a shower but rather for ruining a lovely moment. Ronald Weasley was enjoying a lovely moment, or rather a lovely dinner. What made it especially lovely was that he never expected to be eating it, not in Hogwarts anyway. He was sure Bill was going to smack him one earlier as he verbally tore strips off his youngest brother, just as he was certain that he would be heading home to the Burrow today. Turns out Ron was wrong on both counts. Bill, though, had left him in no doubt whatsoever that he was now standing on the very edge of being withdrawn from Hogwarts. For Ron to remain in the castle would take a marked improvement in behavior, study habits, and academic achievement. He had of course agreed to everything, but Ron had his own plans that being homeschooled would destroy. If he wished to meet his own goals, then his behavior simply had to improve. There was no other option. He would have to try and control his temper, certainly not an easy task. His study habits too would have to be worked on. He needed to be here for 7 years, and the only way to do that was to pass some OWLs. Other than making it to 7th year, Ron had absolutely no interest in academic achievement. His intention was to take the easiest subjects he could and scrape passes with as little effort as possible. Ron's master plan for Hogwarts would kick into gear next year, but only if he was still here. He was honest enough to know he would never make prefect, and certainly not head boy, but that left one very important position open to him, Quidditch captain. He would try for the team next year, though didn't expect to be picked. It was more to declare his interest. He hoped to be playing in 4th year, but certainly expected to be on the team by his 5th. By 7th year, McGonagall would simply have to give him the badge. There were no other options available to the head of Gryffindor. Neville would probably be prefect, but he didn't even watch the Quidditch matches. Dean was still hung up on some muggle game, while Seamus was already more interested in booze than brooms. As for the girls, Parvati and Lavender would be more concerned about breaking a nail than catching the quaffle. No, Ron was certain the Quidditch captaincy would eventually be his. All he had to do was stay in Hogwarts until his older competition left. With that captaincy would come scouts, and Ronald Weasley's path to fame and fortune would be right there waiting for him. A decent playing career would open the door to his real goal, a coaching job. Yes, Ron had his future all planned, but first he needed to keep his head down and ensure he stayed at Hogwarts. It was great to get away from Hogwarts for the weekend and see their extended family again, Grimald was taking on the mantle of a second home for some of them now. Moa and Lucas were delighted to be back in London and included in that family, with the villa hugging the children two at a time and finding it hard to believe how much she'd missed everyone. "I'm surprised you were all allowed to leave Hogwarts for the weekend." She currently had her arm around Hannah, and that's where her answer came from. "After last year, they'll probably make it a school rule that Harry has to be out the castle every Valentine's Day." McGonagall couldn't wait to accept our permission parchment. This drew some laughter, but Hermione wasn't even smiling. Someone trying to poison your boyfriend with chocolates full of love potions is no laughing matter. The people who ate them certainly didn't find it funny. Thankfully, Amelia got the law changed, and the new wards at Hogwarts would filter out any parcels that contained poisons. This was something Susan agreed passionately with. "It wasn't funny at all. Girls and boys fighting over the same person isn't my idea of a prank." The story was soon explained to those who hadn't heard it before. Luna was particularly puzzled. "Why would you eat something if you didn't know who sent you it?" She found an arm snaking around her shoulders as Harry gave her a comforting squeeze. "That's exactly what I said and did, Luna. Something everyone here needs to take to heart." They all moved to put their stuff away in the rooms they had stayed in over the Christmas holidays before gathering for their family meeting. There was a lot to discuss. Emma and Dan had brought the large book of Potter properties to help plan their summer. Some that didn't quite make it last year would certainly be getting considered for these holidays. Harry already knew Rome was out. Sirius had asked to borrow it so he could take Henrika there on honeymoon. It was Sirius who got the ball rolling, as all the adults had their diaries out. The Ravenclaws were working off a holiday planner that Hermione had already prepared. "The Express dumps this lot back in London on the 19th of June. My fiancé and I are looking to hold our wedding on the 26th of that month." Sirius was being deliberately formal, trying to contain his excitement at the surprise he now had for his future wife. "The wedding will be in Luleå, and of course everyone here is invited." Henrika was staring dumbly at her parents for confirmation. Their wide smiles had her heart doing backflips that her future husband would be so considerate and thoughtful. That was until her father spoke. "Sirius has been back and forth to Sweden, making sure all the arrangements are in place. He's even rented out half a dozen holiday homes so everyone will have somewhere to stay while they attend. Your mom's not been able to talk about anything else, so of course half the country now knows about your wedding. By the 26th, the entire region of Scandinavia will know every detail." Henrika missed her mother playfully having a swipe at her father. She was too busy rewarding her fiancé. Since Sirius was now otherwise engaged, this left Barchoke to fill in the blanks. "Lord Black has those properties rented for the week before and after the wedding, with Gringotts supplying the portkeys to take us there and back. You may only be able to stay for the weekend, but it was easier to book the block of homes for the 2 weeks. This was met with nods of appreciation from all the adults. Whether they arrived on Friday evening before leaving on Sunday would depend on what other holidays they planned here. Harry had been thinking about that and offered his suggestion on the matter. "I think the way we did it last year was brilliant, 1 week busy and then 1 week relaxing. What I would like to say, though, is that we should keep those relaxing weeks to just us. Luna, your dad is counted as one of us too, and like his daughter is welcome anytime." Hermione didn't know someone could blush and smile at the same time, but Luna managed it. She then expanded on Harry's suggestion. "We've all got friends that could be included in some of our holiday. It's just we want to keep the quiet times to just us." This was where Dan felt he had to say something. "I agree with that idea, but we may have to limit the numbers, depending on the amount of adults available. Emma and I accompanied these 4 to Florida last year and had a great time. I really don't think we could keep an eye on 8 of you. Never mind anyone extra you might want to add." This again made sense to those sitting around the room, though Hannah, Susan and Parvati all clearly wanted to visit this other world their friends had told them about. Since it will obviously be after the wedding, Moa and I would be more than happy to help out any way we can. Spending time with people you like while seeing different parts of the world is not exactly a hardship for us. Put both of us down for whenever we're needed. This was a very popular announcement, though Harry then gently explained the situation to the Hobsons. "It's not a case of need. Lucas, you and Moa are invited to anything and everything that we decide over this weekend. That goes for Luna's dad and of course Alice and Frank. We're just hoping that work schedules can be arranged so that we can all take part in pretty much everything we decide. Hermione's grin was goblin-worthy as she revealed one of their hopes. Can you imagine certain Slytherins coping with Florida? Padma and Neville were holding on to each other while laughing at that image. The rest weren't sure just what Florida entailed, so didn't want to say too much. Parvati, though, had a question for them. Who do you mean when you say, certain Slytherins? We were thinking of Pansy and Draco. Blaise would be your call. We would never make you choose between him or Lavender. We just thought she would appreciate something like sightseeing and shopping in Paris more. Hermione's answer just kicked the excitement in the room up another level as she enlarged, then stuck her holiday chart to the wall so everyone could see it. It now had the wedding date confirmed and the blocks either side of it color-coded for Lulia. The ministry ball and a certain joint birthday party had already been fixtures on her chart before today. With the wedding now confirmed, Hermione ran her wand over the chart and highlighted 2 3-week blocks, one in July and the other in August. We hope to spend the week before the ball and the one before returning to Hogwarts in Kingussie, leaving us these 2 blocks to plan for holidays. Ideally, we would like to return to Florida for the first week again, and the island after the ball was just wonderful. If we can all agree on what to do for the other weeks, then everyone will be able to schedule their summer. Augusta had really enjoyed her summer last year, with this one already certain to be better. She was first to put her options to the group. Like last year, I would be delighted to accompany everyone on the quieter weeks. Florida might sound fun to our younger members here, but to me it just sounds exhausting. This drew some laughter and Neville sprung to his grand's defense, citing she wasn't that old. I also have another reason. We won't be visiting your mum and dad tomorrow, Neville. They'll be visiting us. The healers want to see how they are after getting out for a few hours, so they're coming here tomorrow afternoon. They should make the ball and may even come on holiday with us. Not Florida, mind you. Neville was out of his chair and hugging his grandmother. Padma had also followed her betrothed to do the same. There was hardly a dry eye in the house, though Hermione did try to get everyone's attention back. She knew Neville would need a moment to get himself together after that. Okay, so we have Lucas and Moa for all 6 weeks. Augusta for the quiet weeks, and Father, will you be the same? Just the thought of spending time with his children, and people he had genuinely grown to like, had Barchoke quickly agreeing he would be there for the quiet weeks too. As names began appearing on Hermione's chart, she turned her attention to her mum and dad. We can't really take the whole summer off, but if we make Sweden a weekend, then your mother and I should be able to swing both 3-week blocks. Moa was quick to offer reassurances the children would be fine and well looked after in Lulia, no matter how many decided to stay, or for how long. The Patils were the next names to appear on the sheet of parchment. They too were having to make the wedding a weekend jaunt, though would then accompany their children for the first block of the holidays. They would also be going to the island. No one who'd visited there last year wanted to miss that. Serious announcement that Lord and Lady Black would be delighted to join the party for the last block had Henrika rolling her eyes while the rest chuckled at her antics. Remus was still in Hogwarts, so his participation would be discussed when they returned, but Amelia also put her name forward for the last 3 weeks too. Hannah rather shyly asked if her parents could be included in Florida to provide an extra set of adults. She couldn't contain her wide smile when their names quickly appeared on the parchment for that week. One glance at Hermione's chart was enough to see that the adult supervision would be more than enough to cover all the friends spending their holidays together. A few nods and the parents had all agreed to that, creating a real mood of celebration. Then Emma placed the book on the table as Padma emitted a squeal more reminiscent of her twin sister. This saw some glances being sent in her direction, but she was unrepentant. Once you all see what's in that book, you'll be squealing too. As they began to search for another 4 destinations to fill the holiday chart, Padma was proven right on more than one occasion. And not all of those squeals came from a Hogwarts student. Padma enjoyed spending some time alone with her sister. They were both in their room at Grimmauld. What was Father desperate to speak to you about? Oh, can't you guess? He's had a few more betrothal offers for me and wanted to know what I thought. Seeing that Parvati didn't seem too excited by that prospect, Padma wondered what the problem was. Her inquiries just received a set of shrugged shoulders. This time last year I would have been talking your ears off about this, and been so excited I wouldn't be able to sit down. I think that diary changed all our lives. Betrothals now don't seem the be-all and end-all I thought they were. Sorry, sis. I wasn't including you and Neville in that. We can all see how happy you are. I guessed you didn't mean us, Pav, but I thought this was what you wanted? I know father wouldn't betroth you to someone unsuitable. Mother would never let him. Sitting with her head down, Parvati knew she owed her twin an explanation. It was my desperation to find someone for myself that saw me trapped by that bloody diary. It also showed me how immature I was being. Being possessed by a dark lord is a sure way to make you grow up. Padma now had her arm around her twin as Parvati told the only person she could really talk to about what was on her mind. I now have a famous sister, who has an even more famous betrothed with best friends people are already trying to get close to. She held her hand up to stop Padma interrupting. I'm not complaining, sis, just pointing out a fact. I also have thousands of galleons in Gringotts, again thanks to you and your friends. Parvati Patil is now very desirable, and that's my problem. I want someone to like me for me. What about Blaze? Oh, we get on fine, and at least he was interested in me before all of this. If he comes to Florida, that will give mother and father a chance to see for themselves what he's like. After the ball, father might approach the Zabinis about a contract between us. With an order of Merlin, first class, in the family, the Patils now have options that weren't open to them before. Parvati's smile robbed those words of any jealousy or hurt. Both sisters were well aware what would have happened if Padma hadn't come down to the chamber. And what do you think about being betrothed to Blaze? This rather caught Parvati on the hop and made her think about the possibility of that happening. Blaze is really nice and treats me well. With Neville and Harry watching his every move, I can understand that. With you and Hermione snagging your two guys, I would place Blaze right at the top of everyone else. That was why I asked him out in the first place. I know I'm the Gryffindor, but I don't think I would be brave enough to do what you and Neville did. My insides were churning waiting on the result of your bonding, so I don't know how you felt. I was terrified. I think Neville was too. When I felt the bond forming, I've never been happier in my life. Getting betrothed was never top of my to-do list. Getting betrothed to Neville was simply amazing. Take your time with Blaze. I'll even speak with father and get him to hold off with the betrothal offer until you feel ready, if you want. I'm sure we could get Harry to invite him for another week too, if you're serious about Blaze. This got a smile from her twin. That actually sounds good, but can we wait until after Florida? Spending a week in his company should give us both a better idea of where we're going. I also want to see how Blaze reacts amongst everyone else. I like our extended family, and any boyfriend is going to have to fit in. Veela, muggles, goblins, and a werewolf added to us being from India might be too much for a Slytherin pureblood to accept. This had Padma chuckling. We are a rather weird lot, aren't we? I wouldn't change it though. Harry and Hermione were currently talking with a couple of those muggles and a goblin. They were desperate to find out about their house in Kingusi, but were surprised when Emma was the one doing the talking. She even had some obligatory photographs. The house is badly in need of renovation, but the countryside around it is simply stunning. It reminded me of some Victorian landed gentry who would use it as a hunting lodge for their guests. There were certainly enough stuffed animal heads hanging from the walls to support that idea. While noticing the visible shudders this produced in Harry and father, Hermione still had another question she wanted answered first. Mum, you've seen our house? Barchoke immediately took on the role of mediator. My daughter, you have stayed in our dwelling at Gringotts. I believe the word you used to describe it was Spartan. We wanted to make the house into a home ready for the summer. While we goblins can easily handle all the structural repairs the building required, to do any decoration I needed help. It was certainly a help to get all the carcasses out of the building. We goblins only mount the heads of thieves and criminals as a warning to others, not animals we have killed. Dobby took the mounted heads and sold them. Turns out they were all antique. It gave you two quite a budget for redecorating, though probably not that much where Harry's concerned. Dan's levity lifted the mood once more as both Harry and Hermione hung excitedly on his every word. There's 12 bedrooms, a number of reception rooms, and a lovely big dining room. Plenty of room for the people who are here this weekend to stay, but not really suitable for a massive party. Barchoke, your mum and I intended to take you both there on Sunday for a look, before you head back to Hogwarts." Harry was looking at the photographs while Dan spoke. Their new home would certainly be more than suitable for him and Hermione. After a quick apology to her mum, Hermione was also devouring the photographs with her eyes. The building had a kind of gray, rugged exterior. Then again, it needed to have to survive life in the Scottish Highlands. Her eyes were drawn to all the fireplaces, almost one in every room, imagining spending her evenings sitting in front of a roaring one with a good book. Is there a public room that could be turned into a library? Emma had samples of materials, color charts, and even pictures of the style of furniture that might turn this wonderful house into a home. Her daughter's question, though, just started her laughing while thinking of the old axiom: the more things change, the more they stay the same. "Oh, I think you should be able to fit one in." Now, about color schemes, I thought that something like this would work well. At this point, Dan and Barchoke withdrew, wondering if the now totally absorbed trio even noticed they'd gone. The healers didn't want Frank and Alice's first time out of Gringotts to be Longbottom Manor, fearing too many memories might actually hinder what they were trying to achieve here. Getting out of their room and meeting people was just wonderful for the couple, that they got to see their son and his betrothed with all their friends already made their visit a success. Behind their smiles, both Dan and Emma thought Frank resembled someone recovering from a stroke. They decided to pass on all the information they could find on that subject to the healers looking after the couple. It might be nothing, but they couldn't ignore something that was so obvious to them. Neville was simply ecstatic. For the first time in his life, he was seeing his parents outside of a hospital room. That Padma and all his friends were there too just added to his emotions. Hearing of their plans for the summer, Sirius and Henrika found themselves being congratulated on their upcoming marriage. Alice was being carried along with the excitement and enthusiasm in the room, but she had to protect her husband and not commit themselves before they were ready. She would hate to say yes and then have to disappoint Neville. The ball and then a birthday party the following night might be too much excitement too soon for us, but this island sounds like something we could look forward to. Neville would have been happy with a lot less than that, so there were no complaints from him. Nothing was going to put a dent in his good mood today. Rather than crowd the recovering couple, everyone then withdrew to leave the Longbottoms having tea with the Patils as the two sets of parents began to get to know one another. Harry found himself being wrapped in a tearful Emma's arms after they left the two families to their tea. "Harry, every time I see Frank and Alice, I can't tell you how proud I am that you made it happen. There are just no words. Neville would have done the exact same for me if the positions were reversed. I'm also getting to go on holiday with my godmother and godfather. How special is that? What do you make of that, Luna? It looks like I don't count anymore." Everyone could see Hermione was joking, but the witch in question certainly offered no complaints or resistance when her bonded took her in his arms and showed everyone just how much Hermione meant to Harry. Neville may be the happiest person on the planet at the moment, but Harry wasn't far behind his friend. Peter was studying copies of the Prophet. He'd lifted out the rubbish on a very rare spying mission to Diagon Alley. They were painting a picture of the British Magical Society he didn't like. The Ministry had finally gotten its act together, and their alliance with the goblins was set to change their world beyond recognition. Peter certainly wasn't the most powerful Gryffindor of his year group, nor the smartest. Then again, he was up against Remus, James, and Sirius. Peter was certainly clever enough to see what the Ministry was up to here, and, while he hated what it would force him to do, he thought it was pure genius on their part. The Dark Lord had coined the term blood traitor to tarnish those families who had the correct bloodline but didn't agree with his philosophy. The Ministry had just gone one step further. Their use of these new goblin wards to stop marked Death Eaters entering the Ministry building was brave, bold, and brilliantly executed. By targeting individuals instead of families, they had avoided a pure-blood backlash. Giving those same individuals the chance to take truth serum and say they were forced to accept the dark mark under the Imperius left them with nowhere else to go. It was either leave the Ministry or a one-way trip to Azkaban. The Ministry had just created a whole different class of sub-citizen, and the wizarding public backed them all the way. These Death Eaters had made their choice and were now no longer welcome in their society. Peter could only see these wards spreading and wondered how long it would be before the first business or shop had them installed. It was also entirely plausible that Gringotts would erect the same wards at the bank that protect the Ministry, denying those carrying the mark access to their gold too. Peter read the issue where just about every reporter the prophet had was at the ministry, waiting to see what the first day of the new wards would bring. The prophet was proclaiming a stunning victory for the ministry since there was not one incident. Everyone marked had stayed away. The prophet had no option but to proclaim this, since nothing happened and they had no story otherwise. It was time for Peter to leave Britain and he had his escape route all planned. The Channel Tunnel wouldn't officially open for another year. The tunnels themselves were complete though. There would certainly be precautions in place to stop rats infesting the tunnels, but then again, he was no ordinary rat. His main worry was currently that these goblin wards would be erected across the entrance. With the ministry appearing to be on top of things, Peter thought it would only be a matter of time before someone decided to do it. He would need to leave and find his master. Only at his side would Peter be safe. The ministry wanted him, and so did the Death Eaters. He was the one who led their master to his destruction, so he would find no succor amongst his former colleagues. That the public now knew his master wasn't dead meant the ministry would be seriously looking for him. Peter would have to get to the Dark Lord first, otherwise someone very dear to him would perish himself. Chapter 57, 2 New Friends. Hermione had been wished a happy Valentine's Day from Harry, so was unconcerned when neither a card, flowers, or gift appeared at breakfast. She had arranged with Irjit to deliver her own card to Harry, which earned her a thank-you kiss from her mate. Both Patil twins received cards. Parvati was delighted after getting one from Blaze. Luna was left blushing as she received a friend's one from Colin, with both Hufflepuff witches also getting cards from their year mates, Justin and Zach. After breakfast, there were 5 people heading off to King Yusi with the intention of looking over Harry and Hermione's new home. The 3 adults expected to be spending some time there too in the coming months, something Emma was really looking forward to. Telling everyone they would see them back in Hogwarts for dinner, the excited couple set off with their parents for Scotland. The portkey landed all 5 in front of quite an imposing building, set squarely in a scene that wouldn't look out of place on a tin of Scottish shortbread. The goblin masons were world-class, and the outside of the building already looked clean and crisp, with the coat of arms above the door being replaced by the relief of a wing-spread crow clutching a sword in its talons. Hermione was busy taking everything in when she suddenly found herself being scooped up bridal style into her mate's strong arms. "Harry, what are you doing? Put me down. After making the gaffe of not asking your father's permission for your hand, I got a hold of a book on Muggle customs. It said I'm supposed to carry you over the threshold of our new home. This is our new home." Hermione then wrapped her arms around her mate's neck and rested her head on Harry's shoulder, ignoring the sniggering that was coming from her mum and dad. Barchoke opened the door and allowed his son to carry Hermione across the threshold, into a short entrance hall that was festooned with flowers. "Happy Valentine's Day, Hermione. These are for you." Emma was standing behind them slack-jawed, and not at them now kissing. "Harry, these are beautiful. Daniel Granger, you have a lot to live up to." This led to a whine that was almost comical. "Harry, you're making me look bad here." Harry gently lowered Hermione to her feet before sheepishly turning to face them. Sorry Dan, you're about to really hate me." "Mum, these are for you." Harry had a bouquet of pink roses in his hand and suddenly thought he'd made a terrible mistake. Emma burst into tears before practically smothering him in her arms. It wasn't until he spotted the wide smile on Hermione's face that Harry started to relax from the knowledge he hadn't just made an almighty blunder. That changed again when he felt Dan's hand settle on his shoulder. No words were exchanged though. A reassuring squeeze and a smile was more than enough to tell Harry that Dan was really pleased. Hermione grabbed his hand and dragged him deeper into their home, only to find Betsy and a squad of Potter elves waiting on them in the main reception hall. "Welcome home, mistress. We's all waiting on your orders to fix house." Emma was standing there clutching her precious roses with her jaw once more hanging slack. "I imagined your father and I spending weekends here with paintbrushes in our hands. Now I find out you have an army of magical helpers. You are all welcome to come here anytime you want. Hermione and I are in Hogwarts for most of the year anyway. Dobby should be able to pop you up here in a jiffy." Hermione was nodding in agreement at Harry's open invitation. She certainly wanted her mum involved in turning this building into a home. What she knew about home decorating and interior design could be written on the back of a postage stamp, and Harry was even worse. The goblins seemed to think that stone was the very height of chic, so they really needed her mother on board for this. "Mom, the elves may do the work, but they will need someone to tell them how they want it to be done. Let's get those color charts and material samples out and we can see what should go where. What about furniture too? If you and Dad can shop for us, the elves will soon bring it from Crawley to here." This certainly rekindled Emma's enthusiasm. She would help decide how each room would look and feel, with the elves expertly carrying out all the work. It didn't get much better than that. Harry then offered his contribution to the decor of their home. "As long as all the marks where the animal heads once hung get covered up, you ladies can do whatever you like. Father will arrange for you to have funds for anything you think we need. Hermione, after we've seen all the house, could we go for a run and see some of the grounds? Once we decide what room is going to become the library, we can then look outside. This is just fabulous. Harry, our own home. Not yet 14 and she's ready to move out. It's nothing like that, Dad. You, Mum and Father will certainly always have rooms anywhere we live, and it's not like we'll be staying here without you until after we're married. You can all stay at our house this summer, instead of us staying at yours." Harry had an idea and just threw it out there. "We could easily have a shooting range outside, Dan. We never did get around to seeing just what your guns can do." That certainly perked up Dan and Barchoke's interest. "We could set up a clay pigeon shoot. You would like that much better than firing at paper targets." When Dan explained exactly what a clay pigeon was, and what was involved in shooting them, there was never any doubt this was going to happen. Both goblins present were really keen to see this idea become a reality, and Harry even took the idea one step further. "That sounds like a fantastic speed and accuracy drill, firing at flying clay discs. We could even use wands or guns at the targets. We need to let Assistant Ambassador Weasley see that once we have it up and running. Will these guns be safe for all of us to use?" "A gun is merely a tool, Harry. It's how you use that tool that counts. You taught Hermione how to use her sword, and you both take precautions when you use them. You also treat your blades with respect. Give that same level of respect to whatever gun you use and it will be fine." Barchoke wanted to know more about these guns while Hermione and Emma dragged Harry away to see the rest of the house. Hermione and Harry had learned so many different Scottish words that existed purely for this country's poor weather and how it made you feel. Dreech, drooket, chittered, smur, snaw and snell were all words both had become accustomed to, as well as becoming accustomed to the conditions those words described. On a day like today, though, both felt Scotland was simply one of the most beautiful countries in the world. That they now owned this tiny little corner of it just made that feeling all the sweeter. The air was crisp, clear and so fresh you could taste it every time you drew breath. This was also one of those exceedingly rare February days where there was not a cloud in the sky. With barely a hint of wind either, it was still cold but refreshingly so. She had also ensured Harry had received proper running clothes as a part of his Christmas. She loved seeing him in his tunic, but it wasn't really practical for those dry but icy cold days at Hogwarts where they would brave a few laps around the Black Lake. Jogging bottoms and a fleece top now protected them on those mornings when the mercury didn't sneak up past freezing. As they approached a rocky little valley where even the local heather struggled to gain a foothold, Harry's eyes were sparkling with more than the cold. This would be a perfect location for a small settlement. Goblins will tunnel into rock, using the spoil to build the outside part of their home. There must be room for about a dozen dwellings here, and that hillside is granite, simply the best building material. Hermione was caught up in the enthusiasm Harry was displaying. She was pretty enthusiastic about their new home herself. "I would love to be able to go running around our home and meet goblins living here. How soon do you think that will happen?" "Oh, certainly not before the ministerial ceremony. We may have already been granted this land and house, but I have no intention of pushing it. There could be the first signs of work beginning before we head back to Hogwarts in September. Certainly before we return home for Christmas." This saw Hermione leap into his arms, and Harry had to spin around with his mate so they didn't topple over. "Sorry, Harry. Just you saying return home for Christmas did something to my insides. I just had to jump on you." Their lips met as they shared their most passionate kiss to date, standing in their own glen and just a few miles or so from their new home. Both were now breathless, and not from the running. We'd better head for home. Betsy will give me hell if I make her mistress late for lunch. Harry Crow, you mention anything about needing a shower and you better start practicing kissing Irjit, because that's the only female that will be kissing you for at least 6 months. This had both of them laughing as they swung around to complete the homeward section of the loop route they had mapped out to enable them to see as much as they could of their new home. Their arrival back in Hogwarts was only about 20 minutes later than the rest of the group who'd spent the weekend at Grimmauld. All had shared a great few days, and it was now time to pass the joy around. Hermione and Padma started handing out invitations to Florida to their 6 Ravenclaw yearmates. This rapidly resulted in them facing a barrage of questions from half a dozen excited friends. Harry nodded to Parvati and they made their way to the Slytherin table together. She had an invitation for Blaise while Harry handed envelopes to Draco and Pansy. Harry just had to chuckle at the reaction he received from the couple. Don't panic, you two. It's not a Valentine's card. Draco looked really worried there for a moment. Parvati was also having to deal with a wide-eyed Blaise. His envelope did contain a Valentine's card, with an invitation to Florida tucked inside. You'll get to meet my parents as they'll be there too, along with Hermione's, Hannah's, and the Hobsons. We're not sure if Professor Lupin will be able to make it or not. All the adults are choosing between what weeks they can holiday with us over the summer. Her potential boyfriend wasn't sure if he heard Parvati correctly. Do you mean this is only part of your holiday? Well, we're all going to Sweden for Sirius and Professor Hobson's wedding, with heading to Florida the following weekend. Southern Italy and Paris follow Florida before we're back in Britain for the Ministry Ball. As there are 6 award winners, we'll have more tables this year, so I'll be able to take a date. Quick as a flash, Blaise was in there. Parvati, I would love to accompany you to the Ministry Ball, and any other time you need a date. A wide smile and a nod of her head gave Blaise his answer. As a happy Parvati now headed back to Gryffindor territory, Blaise knew he would have to write home about this holiday, and some other things. Clutching her invitation in trembling hands, Pansy was frightened to release her grip in case it disappeared. She was still nosy enough, though, to ask a question. Are the Hobsons going to Florida, Professor Hobson's mother and father that we met at Christmas? Yes, we're going to be spending the entire summer with them. You'll be getting invited to the wedding in Sweden too. That's still being organized, so those invitations are still some weeks away. A shocked Draco managed to mumble his thanks to Harry before he headed back to the Ravenclaw table. With the covetous glances being sent their way, he was beginning to think Pansy had the right idea of holding on to hers tightly. Luna almost started a riot when she handed out invitations to Ginny and Colin. Ginny was just so excited to be going anywhere, but Muggle-born Colin knew exactly what a trip to Florida meant. Luna confirming that they would be visiting some other world had the young wizard hyper. Dean Thomas mentioning that his family were saving up to visit the Florida theme parks and hoped to go next summer just added to the excitement. Parvati then sat beside Lavender and began to wonder if she'd made a mistake. It was too late to change her mind now, though. Lav, I've got something here for you too, but it's not Florida. I thought you'd enjoy something that's a bit more us. How does a week sightseeing and shopping in Paris with the gang sound? Parvati now had some appreciation of just how annoying someone emitting a high-pitched squeal close to your eardrum could be as Lavender pounced on her, before sitting back and looking serious. We need to study your issues of Vogue. We'll be able to see the real clothes that have been in that magazine actually in the shops. Lavender, you already know every issue from cover to cover. But that was before I knew we were going to Paris. We still have the April and May editions to look forward to. The Hufflepuff table had its share of excitement too, with Justin and Zach receiving invitations. Muggle-born Justin had actually visited before. His tall tales had his housemates wondering whether to believe him. Susan and Hannah, though, were able to confirm some of what Justin said, thanks to Emma's ever-present camera and all the photos she took from last year. As the excitement spread through the hall, Remus was sitting with Henrika at the staff table. The werewolf, though, had a different calendar that ruled his life. The family had of course known this when they made their plans. He would be available for the wedding, ball, trip to the island in Florida too if he wanted. That actually sounds like a lot of fun. Tell Hermione to put my name down for all of that. How did you know it was Hermione that arranged the schedule? Henrika, we both teach the girl. It was always going to be Hermione or Emma doing the organizing, and my money would certainly be on Hermione. At that, they noticed the girl in question was looking toward them. Henrika, giving Hermione a double thumbs up, saw the parchment brought out and Remus's name added. Both professors struggled to contain their laughter at the super-efficient Miss Granger. Harry had a few more invitations to pass out but needed to see a certain someone first. It was a few days later that a strange-looking bird delivered a letter to Luna while they were at breakfast. "It's from my dad." Luna's explanation was totally unnecessary, nor did she have to say this was good news. None of her friends had ever seen the little blonde so happy. "He's going to be in Sweden and meet us there for the wedding. Dad's also interested in joining us over part of the holidays. He doesn't say which, but I'll find that out later." Hermione had her arm around the girl she was beginning to think of as a younger sister. "That's great news, Luna. We get home on the Saturday, stay with Mum and Dad, and then head for Sweden on Monday morning. I'll write and let him know. I don't think Lucas or Moa would mind if he was a day or so early." Luna was about to ask the bird if it would wait and take a letter back for her when a certain regal snowy owl had other thoughts on the matter. The strange feathered creature knew its place and had no intention of getting into a disagreement with a hacked-off bird of prey. It would seem Harry, Hermione, and Moonlight weren't the only ones in the process of adopting Luna into their family. Irgit was making it clear she would carry any mail for the young witch. Hermione already had parchment, ink, and a quill out for Luna to write her reply. They were all really keen to meet the man who Luna clearly adored. Ragnarok walked with Barchoke over the land in Kingusi, now owned by a goblin. Both were impressed with the site Harry had indicated might be suitable for dwellings. "Your son has surpassed all expectations we had for him. He's also surpassed anything the nation could have asked of him. Like the Ministries' Death Eaters, his successes have also swept all the nation's doubters aside. I feel we too should be rewarding him, though I am seeking your advice on the matter first." This was certainly a welcome change of attitude from the director, but Barchoke was unsure how Harry would react to more honors. His son had now established himself as a centurion, even amongst his goblin peers. Barchoke knew this was not the time to change that status, but waited until the director spoke before saying any more. "My intentions would be to elevate his two friends to the same status as his mate, friends of the nation. They fought side by side with a centurion and were in the same extreme danger throughout the entire incident. I want to show we're proud of that without in any way overshadowing the ministry's own plans. You know, all the parents and politicians involved. What do you think?" I know that would be something Harry would like very much. The families involved would be happy with that decision too. When, where, and how were you thinking of doing this? All of those would need to be considered before we could hope to predict how the ministry might respond. I was thinking as soon as possible, which would limit the location to Hogwarts, and we'd want to keep the formalities to a minimum. Barchoke again thought that was a brilliant suggestion. More importantly, a suggestion he could sell to the people involved. The last thing they wanted here was to be accused of trying to steal the ministry's thunder. An invitation for the minister to attend might help with that too. Let him see how low-key the awards were. I think this is something I should take to Arthur Weasley. Talking to Augusta might prepare Hogwarts for this happening too. Ragnarok was happy with that, just as he was delighted with the proposed site of what would be the first goblin dwellings outside Gringotts in centuries. This project is one of the most important we've ever undertaken. I want this entire glen warded with our strongest protections within hours of the ministry ceremony. We can have everything in place just waiting on that happening. I want your family to wake up the next morning in the most heavily warded location in Britain. Knowing his family would be the focus of any Death Eater or disgruntled goblin backlash, Barchoke really couldn't be happier with the director's approach to this matter. He still intended to see the house warded too. When it came down to the safety of his family, Barchoke took no chances at all. As was becoming their new norm, the four hung back after their lesson to talk with Bill. After the questions about the Marauders class, Harry again had a surprise for their tutor. "We're looking to add a touch of adventure to our holidays this summer and plan to spend a week in Cairo. We wondered if you would like to join us." After hearing what was involved, Bill quickly agreed, and couldn't wait to start phase 2 of the plan. They headed off to lunch and Bill made straight for the crops of red hair at the Gryffindor table. The entire family now knew about Ginny's plans for the summer and Bill confirming that their parents were delighted for her. And of course she could go. saw the littlest Weasley almost flying without a broom. Bill had more news for his siblings, though, and his attention moved to Percy. How would you like the chance to visit Egypt this summer? You would have the opportunity to do some studying, see things very few wizards have, and also take time out to have some fun. I take it this has something to do with Centurion Crow? Why me? Every so often, the goblins will spot someone in Hogwarts they think could work for them. That's what happened to me, and I've never regretted my decision. I understand you had your heart set on the Ministry, but I just want you to know there are other options out there. I'll be in Cairo too, and Barchoke is using that fact to get us access to places very few have ever seen. Bill was interrupted by a squeal that had Percy on his feet and his hand reaching for his wand. Seeing Penny with her arms around two of her young Ravenclaws stayed his hand. Whatever was happening, she was clearly very happy about it. His eldest brother's droll voice drew him back to their previous conversation. Oh, did I forget to mention that Penny was being invited too? They really think very highly of her, her Ravenclaws and the goblins, that is. This week in Egypt will give you both a chance to look over the situation. You can bet the goblins will be doing the same to you. A week's holiday with my girlfriend. Seeing wonders with a possible job offer when we leave Hogwarts. Did I also forget to mention Madame Bones will be there too? Impressing her could see offers coming from the Ministry as well, especially if you two get the head badges you deserve next term. Before I say yes, you need to tell me the catch. There has to be a catch here? Well, of course there is. We have to put up with the twin menace of Fred and George for the week. There was a loud thunk as Fred's head hit the table because George excitedly lunged across both his twin and the Gryffindor table, desperate to confirm what he'd just heard. We're really invited? They want us to come too? We never get invited. Ever. Fred's head might currently being squashed into the table by his twin, but it was another brother who held his total attention. Fred's eyes were silently begging Bill not to say this was a prank. They want to spend some time with their 4 training partners, and thought this was the best week to do that. Fred's head was then yanked off the table as both twins shouted at once. We're going to Egypt. Like at least half of the Gryffindor table, Ron had been listening intently. He was just about to shout about him being the only member of the Weasley family currently inside Hogwarts who wasn't invited on holiday when he bit his tongue. Stopping for that moment let him see that Crow was never going to invite him anywhere. He'd tried to attack most of them at one point or another. He also decided to look on the bright side. A week at the Burrow without the twins would be as good as a holiday. Roger and Cedric were also delighted to be invited. Both would be writing home today for permission to go. Neither expected that to be a problem, not with Madame Bones, the new Lord and Lady Black and their private defense tutor going too. Professor McGonagall standing at lunch was such an unusual occurrence the hall was soon quiet. Her announcement certainly perked their interest. Tonight at dinner we'll see Hogwarts welcome some special guests, and we will be holding a feast in honor of that. I expect everyone to be here and dressed in school uniform by the start of dinner. Please ensure that any student not currently in the Great Hall hears of this information. As the 4 headed off for their lesson with Sirius, Hermione was denouncing the latest rumor sweeping the castle as drivel. Can you honestly see McGonagall holding a feast just because Sir Nicholas is getting made an honorary member of the Headless Hunt? Do you know what type of food they serve at ghost parties? Even Ronald Weasley wouldn't eat it. It can't be that bad. Harry. They deliberately let food rot until it positively reeks in the hope of getting some sensation when they pass through it. This drew a disgusted expression from Padma. Hermione, too much knowledge can be a dangerous thing. I could quite happily have gone my entire life and not known that fact. Just thinking about it nearly has my lunch passing right through me. And I give out too much information? I could certainly have done without that mental image, Miss Patil. Harry had another question though, so interrupted the girls. Just how rotting are we talking here? I'm still not sure Ronald would be able to resist. Can't you just see him holding his nose while shoveling the food into his mouth? That was too much for Neville. Oh yuck. I declare Harry the winner of this grossing me out contest. And can we please change the bloody subject? Sure, honey, whatever you want. We know you've got to share a dorm with him. Padma then played her ace. Imagine waking up to that in the morning. That tipped the scales for Hermione. Okay, we have a new winner. Sorry, Harry, but I can't think of anything grosser than that image, so Padma is still the reigning champion. He accepted his defeat with good grace. Her title is safe, Hermione. I can't think of anything grosser either. They arrived at the 7th floor to find an excited Sirius waiting on them. That Henrika and Remus were there too put all thoughts of tonight out of their heads. They were far more interested in what was about to happen. Sirius could hardly wait to tell them. I know all 4 of you are becoming frustrated at the lack of results in your search for an animagus form. Even though I warned you it would take time. There is a potion you can take though that will help you with this process. The Marauders didn't have access to this potion because it's incredibly difficult to brew, but we all know a goblin that would have no trouble completing it. The 4 would also have no trouble accepting something Master Pitsley had brewed. Hermione though felt as if they were cheating. Do you mean we drink this potion and that's it? We're all animagi? No, the potion only shows that you have a form, and what that form is. You still have to do all the hard work required to master the transformation. Think of it like an enticement. It will not only show you what's possible, but let you see your form too. That way, if it's a flobberworm, you can decide whether it's worth all the work or not. They all knew Sirius wasn't really joking with that last part. Who would want to spend months working hard to discover what their form was, only for it to be useless? Why would anyone want to be a flobberworm? Harry didn't really know what to ask Hogwarts for, but she provided a room anyway. It was large and dome-shaped with a high ceiling. 3 sofas surrounded a thick mat on the floor. They naturally headed for the sofas as Sirius explained the process. This is just a glimpse you'll get today and will keep your own mind. We won't have to deal with feral lions or anything like that running about the room. You'll only transform for a minute or so. Try and make the most of it no matter what you get. There was no surprise that Harry went first. Sitting on the mat with everyone watching him closely, he drank the clear liquid that tasted faintly of peppermint. Harry was beginning to think Sirius had pulled a prank on them when his body suddenly felt as if a dragon had just sat on him. They watched intently as Harry transformed into some kind of bird. It was slightly bigger than the common blackbird but appeared really ungainly on the ground. It was Hermione who recognized the high piercing chirp, and also what the problem was. She gently lifted the bird up before it appeared to flop out of her hand. What was ungainly on the ground was sheer poetry in motion in the air. Harry was zooming about the room quicker than the latest nimbus, and certainly living up to his form's name. I recognized that chirp before his form. You just never see them on the ground because they don't ever land. Harry's a swift. They all watched as Harry twisted and turned around the room in a display of aerial acrobatics no broom could ever match. They then noticed another transformation as the mostly black bird became golden. Harry then wobbled in the air before diving toward Hermione. She held her arms out wide to give him something to land on, but he shot right to her chest, clutching on to her robes with his short legs until the transformation reversed, and her arms wrapped around a golden centurion. During the resulting kiss, Harry's armor faded as he returned completely to normal. Their foreheads were now resting on each other as Harry spoke to the room. That was amazing. The flying wasn't too bad either. This had both Marauders roaring with laughter while Padma and Neville plied him with question after question. Hermione though had one that stumped everyone except Harry. You told us that mass plays a role in transfiguration. How can you then change into a much smaller creature? They all sat back down as Harry attempted his explanation. A normal swift will have a brain about the size of a hazelnut, certainly smaller than a walnut, yet I retained all my memories and my thoughts were just as they are now. I couldn't speak because the animal can't, but my chirping alerted you to my problem. Swifts just aren't equipped to speak or launch themselves from the floor. Even my armor worked, though it slowed me down. What I'm trying to say is the swift is still me. This received total agreement from his godfather. While transformed, I'm still Sirius Black, though with a little bit of Padfoot in there too. You wouldn't get that today because the potion masks those animal instincts. This had Remus roaring with laughter. I had forgotten about that. When Sirius first managed the transformation, he hadn't gained total control over those instincts. We used to throw sticks, and he couldn't help but fetch them. This had all of them laughing but earned Sirius a kiss from his fiancée. Nice to know you can be trained. While this was fun, it hadn't really answered her question. not something Miss Granger was about to put up with. Harry already knew the signs and got back on track. We already know each person has to have a magical form or they can't become an animagus, and that's the vital difference. You see, it isn't really transfiguration. You can't consciously decide I'll be a lion today and a bear tomorrow. It has to come from within. Your own magic will allow you to transform into your specific magical animal. If you have one, there is no other way to become an animagus. They didn't look convinced, so Harry tried a different tack. We've all seen goblins and elves performing transfigurations. Have you ever seen a goblin or elf animagus? The answer would be no, because it's impossible. Even goblin masters of the subject can't do it. Only a witch or a wizard can perform the feat, just as only a Vila can undergo their transformation. Henrika has a choice of when to transform, but that form is already predetermined. Again, not transfiguration. She is a Vila and her form is part of her. His godfather was again nodding in agreement. I can't argue with any of that. I suppose it's just another way of looking at the subject. It's easy to see, though, why an animagus transformation would be considered transfiguration. The Ravenclaw in Padma totally lost out this time as the excited witch just had to butt in. I don't care what it's called. I just want to try it. With that, the discussion was well and truly over, as they clearly had their next volunteer for the potion. The excitement of their lesson saw their session overrunning, leaving them rushing to make the recently announced feast on time. Harry was thinking how right the Weasley twins were when they christened them the Order of the Avies, since all four of them had bird forms. His thoughts were disrupted when he noticed his centurion dress tunic had been laid out on the bed, with no time available to investigate this unusual phenomenon. That's what he would be wearing. Meeting Hermione and Padma in the common room, it was clear both were wearing new robes. Let me guess. The robes were lying on your beds just waiting on you? So you've no idea what's going on either? Sorry, Hermione. All I know is that we're going to be late if we don't get a move on. They weren't surprised when they met Neville in a new set of robes too. Is anyone else thinking that today's lesson was planned to keep us late, and not asking any questions about this feast? This earned Padma a kiss on the cheek from her betrothed. You could only be an owl, but we really need to fly or we'll be late. Oh yes, my big strong hawk. Let's swoop down there. Hermione was now groaning. Are we finished with the bird puns? It's already getting old. Harry tugged her along on his arm. Well, I'm hovering here trying to find a pun that will work for a kestrel. Since I'm struggling, I would say we were finished. Oh dear, that goblin sense of humor just doesn't get any better. I suppose I should join in and say we need to get down there swiftly, but my heart really isn't in it. This had Harry roaring with laughter that stopped when they entered the Great Hall. While Harry's eyes were instantly drawn to his father, he couldn't miss the presence of the director, Minister of Magic, members of their family, along with about 50 goblin warriors and some centurions standing around the perimeter of the hall. McGonagall stood and beckoned them forward. As the guests of honor have finally arrived, we can now begin this evening's festivities. Her broad smile informed the quartet they weren't in any trouble. I'll now hand over to Director Ragnarok to handle the formal part of the proceedings. As they reached the front of the hall, Harry gave the centurion's salute before kneeling. Well met, Director. I am rather surprised to see you at Hogwarts, though. The other three knelt and offered the goblin greeting too, before Ragnarok replied in English. Please rise. We hope to keep this as informal as possible. As the quartet got back on their feet, Ragnarok addressed the hall. Barely months ago, a titanic struggle took place underneath this very castle. These four were involved in a battle that demanded every ounce of their courage and recently acquired skills. They fought side by side, caring not who was which, wizard or goblin. Centurion Crow needed every one of his friends' help to overcome their foes, something I would like to recognize here. Harry relaxed for the first time, understanding what the director was about to do and that the warriors were here merely as witnesses. His hand found Hermione's and squeezed it reassuringly before the director continued. Mr. Neville Longbottom and Miss Padma Patil, betrothed to the House of Longbottom, Gringotts would like to bestow Friend of our Nation status on you both. At that, Barchoke and Master Pitsley came forward. Both had a scabbard containing a sword in their hands. As they fitted the blades to their new owners, whispered instructions were passed. As both goblins retreated, Neville drew his sword and the words choked in his throat for a moment as his eyes focused on the word Longbottom, engraved the entire length of the magnificent goblin blade. I thank the nation and hope to prove myself worthy of this honor. Padma had noticed their families present and proudly drew her sword. She too hesitated though when she saw her blade also carried the name Longbottom. A tingle passed right through her body at the thought of one day being Neville's wife. She also gave her response in Goblin. A delighted director nodded his acceptance as the four made their way back and the feast began. Padma headed over to Gryffindor with Neville and sat beside Parvati. The sisters sitting together at either table had become such a normal occurrence that not one eyebrow was raised. Cornelius was quite impressed with the simplicity of the ceremony, yet the emotional response from all four was hard to miss. Even the couple not receiving an award were clearly delighted for their friends. He said as much to his opposite number from the nation. Ragnar couldn't be happier with how this evening had played out. The compliment from the minister just added to that. Thank you, minister. We goblins are a simple people who value honor, courage, and honesty. How could we not wish to honor those young people? They stand for everything that's good in both our worlds, a fact emphasized by your government's own upcoming recognition of their achievements. Approval of his plans from another national leader was a new but very pleasant experience for Cornelius. He also got a chance to experience for himself how the extended family operated. As the feast ended, all converged in a large group and congratulations were passed from every one of them. Cornelius had made a career out of studying people, but even watching closely, he couldn't decipher any hierarchy amongst the group, apart from their children being at the center of everything. It may be a very strange mixture, but it certainly worked for them. Making something similar work for the whole of the British Isles, though, was a daunting challenge. He would ask Arthur tomorrow about the possibility of inviting the director to their awards ball in the summer. Both Grangers had visited Hogwarts before, but this time it was full of bustling students, every one of whom appeared to know their children. All of the first years were easily identifiable by their Crow's Marauders badges that they all proudly wore on their robes. Emma thought they must have met all of them now as they came over to congratulate Neville and Padma. There was no question that Harry and Hermione were delighted for their friends, though Emma had a question she just had to quietly ask. Harry, why is Hermione's the only sword without a name on it? She's blood-bound to you, same as another couple we know. It's really simple. What name would they put on her sword? Emma was about to answer when it hit. There was still a decision to be made in a few years' time. She put her arms around both of her children and couldn't help the smile that was on her lips. One day she would be a grandmother. Whether those children were called Crow or Potter would matter not a jot to Emma Granger. She would simply love them with everything that she had. Chapter 58 Creatures. Tonks wasn't sure what it was about Remus Lupin, but every month saw her arriving at Hogwarts just that little bit earlier and had her leaving later too. Using the excuse of passing on information about classes might fool Remus for a while yet, but she wasn't kidding herself. She'd never met anyone quite like him. He was smart, witty, and his self-deprecating sense of humor never failed to make her smile. It was such a refreshing change from some of the boastful macho arseholes in the aura department who were always trying to impress her, even more so now since the chamber incident. That Tonks was continually seeing Remus at his worst just intrigued the female aura all the more. What would he be like when he wasn't just about to transform into a dark creature? She did have a plan to see him outside Hogwarts, and not at this particular point in the lunar calendar either. It was time to let him know of these plans. I understand we'll be seeing more of each other over the holidays. Sirius has roped all of the Tonks family into going to Florida with the gang. She was sure that news had raised a small smile, but his answer gave nothing away. With all the friends they've invited along, a few more adults will certainly be welcome. With Susan there too, Amelia will be delighted that an Order of Merlin holding Auror will be accompanying the group. Both had been so engrossed in their conversation, Padfoot was able to sneak right up to them before transforming. You'll both be together in Sweden too, especially since you're our best man and bridesmaid. Too loud what's? Had Sirius backpedaling. Sorry, Tonks. I thought Henrika had asked you. She wants to see me after I lock you two up for the night. You've just left her, though. Didn't she tell you that? The marauder sported a wide grin as he answered. We didn't have much time for talking. Remus interrupted serious boasting. And just when were you going to ask me? This dented serious smile. I didn't think I needed to ask you. Who else was going to be my best man? Oh, I thought you were going to ask Harry. Don't be stupid. Why would I choose a handsome goblin to stand beside me when I can have you there to make the groom look good? Tonks was affronted and was just getting ready to rip Sirius a new one when Remus burst into laughter. He's frightened Henrika will finally come to her senses and ditch the old mutt. Too true. I'm not taking any chances. That woman is the best thing that ever happened to me, and I can't wait to get a ring on her finger. Tonks now recognized this form of gallows humor for what it was, this pair's way of dealing with a situation that must be horrendous for both of them. Sirius was going to have to be a helpless witness while his best friend suffered the pain and indignity of becoming a werewolf, and their banter probably developed over years of facing this together. As they made their way through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow, Tonks was pleased that she'd just been presented with yet another opportunity to get to know the enigma that was Remus Lupin better. Since the best man and bridesmaid were required to dance with each other too, it wasn't going to be a hard decision for her when Henrika asked the question. Peter emerged from the tunnel and stood on French soil. It actually felt really good to escape from Britain. Peter was smart enough to know, though, that it was only the country he'd escaped from. His troubles would follow him around the globe. With the resources Potter and Black had at their disposal, he would soon be a dead wizard, unless he could once more gain the protection of his master. Discovering where the Dark Lord was hiding would be an impossible task, except that this Death Eater had help not available to anyone else. That fateful night his master had been banished, Peter had been the first person to race into the partially destroyed house in Godric's Hollow. Finding young Harry still alive was an even greater shock than discovering his master was no more. His master's wand was lying there, though, and Peter had grabbed the precious item before barely making it back out the house undiscovered as a distraught Hagrid arrived. He removed that wand from his tattered robe and laid it flat on the palm of his hand. Point me. The wand spun a couple of times while seeking its master before settling down on a bearing that was roughly east. Peter lined himself up with a landmark on the same bearing before the wand was once more safely stowed away. He would certainly make better time as Peter, but Wormtail would be the safer option until he reached some less populated areas. With no idea of the distance he would have to travel before he reached his master, the rat put its best paw forward to continue his quest. Even finding his master and helping him return to life was fraught with danger. The wand he had safely tucked away on his person had killed its fair share of Death Eaters too. The difference was that, if Peter did nothing, he would eventually be captured, and only one fate awaited him then. He might still die at the Dark Lord's side, or even by his master's own wand, the difference being he would have a chance to live first. When Peter looked at the problem like that, his decision was not a hard one. We have some hard decisions to make. Padma was lying flat on her back, struggling for her next breath and knackered from their sword practice. She was receiving messages of pain from places in her body she didn't even know had muscles, and silently swearing to curse her betrothed for suggesting they should really learn how to use their new swords. Since Neville was currently faring little better, it was left to Harry to ask what those decisions were. We all have to decide on our course electives for next year, and also what to do about the Marauders. That last one certainly got the other three's attention, so Hermione focused on that first. We set up the Marauders because Hogwarts had another crap defense teacher. Now we've got Professor Lupin. What do we do come September? I don't think there is any way we can fit 2 classes a week into our schedules, nor take 2 years' worth of students at the same time, especially since they will be at different levels. The groan came from Padma as she now saw the problem. The new first years. I don't want to abandon the current Marauders. That's just not an option, but how can we tell the new first year they're not welcome? Harry then added to their potential problem. Don't forget, the new first years will have another 2 Potter Scholarship students amongst them. How could I say no to someone I'm effectively sponsoring? Neville was also lying on the floor knackered. His eyes may be shut, but he was listening to every word spoken. What if we kept working with our Marauders and the 4 guys took their own class of the new first years come September? That idea found favor with all of them, but Hermione then took Neville's solution one stage further. If we're saying this club should now run with every new intake of students, we need to make plans. How about getting some of our friends involved now, working alongside us and the guys so they could be ready to take their own class of first years later? This was an idea that Harry really liked. Here was a legacy they could be proud to leave Hogwarts with. I think we need to approach Augusta and McGonagall with this, get it formalized. By the time we're ready to leave Hogwarts, there could be a Marauders Club running almost every night of the week. If that means we won't be able to get this room to practice fencing, then it gets my vote. Oh, and no, I am never getting up in the middle of the bloody night to exercise or wave a sword at someone. Patil, I've seen you when you get up in the morning. I wouldn't trust you anywhere near a sharp object. Does Neville know how grumpy you are? Neville, honey. Remind me when I'm not half dead that I owe Granger an arse kicking. Yes, dear. Can you help me up first, or will we just sleep here? Neville Longbottom. The first night we spend together will not be on a cold stone floor with both of us too knackered to do anything. It had better be a damned sight more romantic than this. Hermione bent down to help her best friend to her feet. It's really only this bad for the first couple of weeks. And then the pain goes away? Oh no, your body just gets used to it. Granger, what kind of a friend are you? You don't even have the decency to lie to me. Harry was also helping a groaning Neville to his feet. I haven't felt this bad since Professor Weasley's very first lesson. I seem to remember the second one was just as bad. You use different muscles for fencing, Neville. Just be thankful we're using swords and not battle axes. The training for that is brutal. Padma was now on her feet and attempting to glower. See, Hermione, that's how you do it. Tell us how lucky we are and that the situation could be much worse. Oh, I was going to tell you that Betsy gives wonderful massages, but if you'd rather. Padma spun round and kissed Neville. Good night, see you in the morning. Come on, Hermione. Let's go. Hermione found herself being dragged out of there by a stiff-gaited Padma, leaving two laughing boyfriends behind. Sorry, Neville. I know nothing about massages, and the goblin cure can be as bad as the pain of sore muscles. I'm almost afraid to ask what it is. Oh, nothing sinister. Just lying in a bath of ice water. After 10 minutes, you don't feel a thing. Neville could quite believe that. I think I'll stick to hot baths, and one of them sounds great just about now. After dropping Neville off at Gryffindor, Harry entered Ravenclaw to find Hermione waiting on him. Padma's getting a massage just now. It will put her to sleep and she'll feel much better in the morning. Sounds like you're speaking from experience there. I didn't even know elves could do that. Neither did I until Betsy offered. When I was back in Crawley at the end of last summer, I was really physically pushing myself hard. I was in severe pain one night, missing you like crazy and lying in bed crying. Betsy helped my aching muscles and told me what you had been up to all day. She really got me through a tough time. I just can't understand why anyone would mistreat an elf. They're so loyal and trusting. They're certainly part of our family. Mum and Dad adore Dobby, and he just loves working for them. I just wish there was some way to ensure all elves were treated as they should be. Harry leaned forward and kissed his bonded gently on the lips. When you get so passionate about something your eyes actually sparkle. It's so beautiful I just had to kiss you. This led to her cheeks blushing and those same eyes avoiding his. Sorry, Hermione. I didn't mean to embarrass you. You didn't, Harry. It was just my mind rushing off in another direction. With Harry remaining silent, Hermione was left to explain her remark. Every time you do or say something like that, it does funny things to my insides. I never expected to be kissing anyone at Hogwarts, and then I met you. You are mine and I am yours. I am also the happiest witch in the world. I just keep wishing we were a bit older, so we could practice some of the things running through my mind. Her head was down and that blush grew deeper still as Harry wrapped Hermione in his arms. You are mine and I am yours. That means we'll eventually get to do whatever is running through that wonderful mind of yours. Add in what's running through my head, and it will take us years to do it all. I'm looking forward to spending those years with you. Hermione's head had shot up and she was now looking him in the eye, searching for any sign he was just saying these things to make her feel better. I'm sitting here with a beautiful girl in my arms. A girl who is my mate and wife-to-be. Do you think you're the only one with thoughts like that? I think it's our hormones, Hermione. I stop them from getting away from me by knowing that you are mine, and the day we both want will come soon enough. This will shortly be our second summer together, and I don't intend to spend one day of it away from you. He didn't get to say any more. Harry was too busy with Hermione kissing him. They eventually parted, and a rather breathless Hermione attempted to look on the bright side. 3 more summers after this one, and we'll never have to say goodnight at the stairs again. You're getting the hang of this, Hermione. That sounds so much better than 4 and a bit years. Another year she'd have to wait, another year because they wanted to see safety protocols introduced to cut down on the injuries and eliminate any possibility of fatalities. Dolores didn't want to see less fatalities. She wanted more. The Triwizard Tournament would show Hogwarts for the farce it had become, while at the same time raising her own profile to a point where she couldn't be ignored. Coming straight after the Quidditch World Cup, the name Dolores Umbridge would then be on everyone's lips. She'd see to that. The biggest surprise for Dolores was finding such an ally at Drumstrang. She would certainly be secretly rooting for their champion to win the tournament. That way she could be assured they would be a pureblood. That so many purebloods were literally forced out the Ministry sickened Dolores, especially since she never got a promotion out of all the sudden and unexpected vacancies. She knew one day Dolores Umbridge would be back on top, and then it would be time to pay back all those who had wronged her. The scar on the back of her hand was all the reminder she needed of who sat on the very top of that list. They were sorting through the list in Augusta's office. Unlike last year, the selection committee had no reason to exclude the person who ran Hogwarts from the meeting. So, we're agreed? Pauline Knott and Natalie MacDonald will be the Potter Scholarship students for next year. Sirius and Amelia both nodded their agreement to Minerva. Natalie was a Muggle-born while Pauline was a pureblood. Apart from one of them not being a wizard, they really couldn't have picked 2 more balanced or deserving cases. Having watched the success of the inaugural Potter Scholarships, this year's were allocated more along the lines of which students would benefit most from joining this rather exclusive family and gaining that personal as well as financial support. Natalie's parents were somewhat older than was considered the norm to have a first child, her mother being in her mid-40s before conceiving their miracle baby. With her father going to be 60 on his next birthday, the couple were understandably very protective of their only child. Discovering that Potter support system would be in place for Natalie might be the only reason the MacDonalds would allow their daughter to attend Hogwarts, and might also be the only reason they could afford it. For Pauline Knott, this scholarship would completely remove any taint that lingered from her father's deeds. That was worth more than gold to the remaining Knott family. Now that all 3 were happy with their decision, Augusta revealed the real reason she was so keen to have this meeting in her office. I've finally decided that Muggle studies simply can't continue being taught the way it is. Just by spending time with Dan and Emma, I can tell the entire course is a load of tosh. It hasn't been updated in at least 50 years and leaves Hogwarts looking stupid to anyone with even a modicum of Muggle background. This is simply unacceptable to me. She was finding no disagreements from her audience, though all 3 wondered where Augusta was going with this. I have checked abroad and discovered that each country sets its own Muggle studies curriculum. Apparently Muggles aren't the same the world over, and there are tremendous differences in these curriculums. This leaves us with a massive problem, more than one actually. If we were to bring a Muggle into the castle to teach the course, we are all aware that they would either be ignored or simply disbelieved by the very people who would benefit most from this course. What we need is someone of impeachable breeding yet with enough understanding of Muggles and their world to pass on that knowledge to our students. Now, if this person then had a wife who was already a professor here, Sirius couldn't contain his laughter, thinking he'd just been pranked by a master. It was only as his laughter wound down that he realized everyone else in the room was taking this suggestion seriously. I think that's a wonderful idea, Augusta. Susan raves about the difference Henrika's made to the history course. With her and Remus in the castle, Sirius would have plenty of support on the best methods to get his points across. His former head of house agreed with Amelia. Having Lord Black teaching Muggle studies would certainly remove the stigma that's attached to the subject by the pureblood children, and we all know Sirius has more experience of that world than any of us. Before Sirius could raise any objections, Augusta revealed this was certainly something she'd put a lot of thought into. Emma and Dan have been looking over the former course and its objectives. After they stopped laughing, both started forming new ones for us. They've also had the advantage of having Harry, Padma, and my Neville staying in their home, giving them a fair idea just how clueless we are in relation to their world. They would be delighted to work with you on this and are certainly a resource you should use. Both you and Henrika, being Hogwarts professors, would see you living and working together in the castle, and also allow you to see Harry and Hermione every day. Augusta handed him some printed sheets with the Grangers' proposed course objectives. Sirius surprised himself by understanding all of it. When he then started thinking about the best way that could be taught to the students, Sirius knew what his answer would be. Her last point too really resonated with the Marauder. Sirius was being offered an opportunity to spend every day with those he loved and perhaps begin the journey to make the black name stand for something good and worthwhile. He had no intention of making it easy for them, though. There was always budgets to consider, and the longer he held out, the more course materials he would be able to wring from Augusta and Minerva. As the conversation progressed, Augusta's apprehension began to dissipate. She was sure she had her new professor of Muggle studies. As the conversation with Whitefang progressed, Barchok's apprehension just grew and grew. I can't really put my finger on it, but I just know they're up to something. One day that spoilt whelp, Dragon Breath, was walking around as if a dragon had chewed his nuts off. Next you'd have thought he just inherited a mountain of gold. He's more focused on his training too. That's totally against everything the Arse has done before. Barchok knew Bloodfang was far too wily an operator to give anything away. His son, though, was a whole different matter. The animosity between Dragontooth and Harry had been present right from their first meeting, with Harry coming off second best in the early exchanges. It was only after Harry started to dominate their clashes that the real trouble started. Always said you killed the wrong brother. Bloodfang is the real brains of that family, which is why it want him who issued the challenge. His son, though, takes after his stupid and impulsive dead uncle, without inheriting his uncle's skill with a blade. Without his father's gold and influence behind him, little Dragon Breath would be using his fancy blades to peel vegetables. Making soup is about all the gobshite is good for. Do you mean as a cook or as an ingredient? Whitefang's laughter rang out at that before the old goblin became serious again. Those two are bad to the bone, and would ruin any cauldron of soup. Trouble is coming, though. Just make sure it doesn't catch you unawares. I can see you or Harry having to kill them both. That would be a day to sell tickets for the pit. We'll take precautions, my friend. And here's a little something for your troubles. A bag of gold coins left Barchok's hand and disappeared into the old goblin's tunic. I know you'll listen out for any more information on this. I would certainly appreciate hearing it. Both parties understood that appreciation would come in the form of a bag that jingled, but Whitefang surprised the ambassador by stopping at the door. That's a son to be proud of you've got there. You and him are doing wonderful things for the nation, so you don't even need to ask. Besides, I hate that bastard Bloodfang's guts. As he left, Barchok then focused on the immediate problem, locating the threat. Harry was safe in Hogwarts for another few weeks, but there were two people currently in their medical facility that would be a juicy target for those barbarians. He would arrange a guard and speak to the healers about the possibility of moving them. Emma had turned King Yusi into a fine home for their children, so perhaps that could be a possibility. He would need to contact Augusta for her opinion. Augusta was currently speaking to the second years just before their history class ended. We are going to try something this year that hasn't been done before. Since I know some of you will be struggling with which electives to choose, I had hoped to arrange an evening where the professors could put on a bit of a display to promote their subject, and perhaps help you reach your decisions. As she'd expected, this was met with a wave of enthusiasm, though Augusta was surprised to see Harry's hand immediately go up to ask a question. Is this a voluntary event, Madame Longbottom? I hadn't intended to make attendance compulsory, Centurion. I was hoping you could configure the room of requirements so we could hold it there. This received a shake of the head from Harry. Sorry, madam. I have already chosen my electives and will not be attending. Having kept the fact that Sirius was going to be the new Muggle Studies professor a secret, this was going to be their big reveal. She was really keen for Harry to be there. His non-attendance would certainly put a damper on the evening and probably encourage others not to go. You really should attend, Centurion. I guarantee there will be a surprise or two, and I don't want to be forced to make it compulsory. This didn't sit well with Harry. Should you make this event compulsory, I still wouldn't attend and certainly contest any punishment handed out because of that. Hermione could tell from the way Harry was sitting that this couldn't end well. Augusta too wasn't used to being told no. Hermione just didn't understand what Harry's problem was here. Neither could Augusta, nor could she let a student challenge her authority, even if it was a student she knew well. I'll give you a moment to explain that answer, Centurion Crow. Then you and I will be heading for my office. Harry never backed down an inch. When you say these professors are putting on a bit of a display of their subjects, Madam Longbottom, what exactly do you mean? Does the care of magical creatures professor perhaps have my father there to tell us how we should look after him, feed and water twice a day while keeping his cage clean? What about Professor Lupin or Professor Hobson? Will they be modeling for the creatures professor? Perhaps a house elf, centaur, merperson in a tank even? You will perhaps understand why the very mention of that subject disgusts me, and since Hermione is far better at teaching me about muggles than anyone you could possibly find, I will not be attending this display evening. As I said, I have chosen my electives. The bell for end of class rang throughout the stunned room, allowing Harry to pack his stuff and leave without another word being spoken. He didn't get far though before his arm was grabbed, and he had a face full of an exceedingly angry Neville. Who the hell do you think you are? Talking to my gran like that? You crossed the line, Crow. I was not aware I insulted your grandmother. It was certainly not my intention. She asked me for something, I said no. She asked for my reasons. I gave them. I don't give a shit about that. It was the disrespect in your entire manner that I'm talking about. You just trod all over her as if she meant nothing. She means bloody everything to me. I wasn't talking to your gran. I was talking to the Hogwarts High Inquisitor. Yeah, and not wasn't trying to kill your father, just the Goblin Ambassador. Would that have made you feel any better if they'd succeeded? At that both girls interceded, physically pushing themselves between the two and forcing them further apart. Hermione managed to get a shocked Harry turned and heading in the direction of a certain alcove she knew of. They were bigger this year, but she solved the problem by plunking Harry down and sitting on his lap. At this moment in time, the only thing Hermione was certain of was their talk this year wouldn't be interrupted by their two best friends bringing them some dinner. Harry, you are mine, and I am yours. Why are you saying that now? I just want you to understand that, no matter what we say here, that's not going to change. People argue, Harry. It's not the end of the world. We need to talk about this and be totally honest with each other. You are mine, and I am so bloody lucky. That Harry ended his proclamation with a light kiss to her lips was Hermione's first indicator that things might not be as bad as she thought they were. First, I agree with everything you said in there about the Ministry class as creatures. This drew a smile from Harry, but Hermione was far from finished. Can I ask you if you think Augusta or Neville agree with your opinion too? I thought they did. Of course they do, Harry. We've both seen Augusta sitting chatting to Father late into the night. They certainly consider each other as friends. We both know Remus and Henrika fit squarely into that category too, for all members of the extended family. Stopping and taking a calming breath, Hermione then continued with trying to explain exactly what he'd done. I know the creature situation disgusts you, and I share that disgust, but you just dealt with Augusta as if she was Dumbledore. You stomped all over her. She already shares your views, but had probably never thought of the situation from that angle before. All you needed to do was gently point that out to her. And that's why Neville was mad? Neville was way beyond mad, Harry. He was bloody livid. Anyone else would have received a punch in the mouth before they could leave the class. I never intended any insult to his gran and clearly said so. Why did he then need to bring Father almost being assassinated into it? That was just his temper talking. We both know how he feels about Father. Yet he doesn't know how I feel about his gran? Hermione left that for a moment before asking the question that was the crux of the matter. Are you prepared to apologize to Neville, even though you think you did nothing wrong? Is their friendship not worth that? We both know Padma is involved in this as much as I am. A goblin should always do the honorable thing, Hermione. He paused and Hermione could see there was more to be said. She sat quietly on his knee and waited on her mate, putting his thoughts into words. I'm frightened. I'm beginning to forget just who I am. Hermione. There's a war going on inside me that's every bit as crucial as the one outside Hogwarts. I'm going to have to make decisions here, and now that will affect us in the years to come. Now that she'd got him started speaking about this, Hermione had no intention of letting him stop. She did have to correct his misconception, though. We're going to have to make decisions, Harry. Now spill it. They were still sitting there chatting when Penny and Percy found them hours later. There's only 15 minutes to curfew. Are you two okay? Percy sent Neville to bed, and I made sure Padma got to her dorm. When I didn't find either of you there, we came looking. This saw a groan coming from Harry. Does the entire castle know what happened? It was actually Hermione who provided the answer. Harry, our entire year group watched it happen. You two weren't exactly quiet. You know how this place works. It would have been all over Hogwarts within minutes. This had the agreement of the Gryffindor prefect, though Percy had noted an anomaly he thought was worth mentioning. Normally people's responses go along house lines. Not this time, though. I think everyone is so shocked that you and Neville were actually fighting. We weren't fighting, Percy. We just had a disagreement. The prefect in Percy didn't seem impressed with that. You weren't fighting because your girlfriends got between you, and that's the only reason you're not in trouble. That will change if you don't both head to your dorm right now. Deciding that was a good idea, Harry and Hermione headed off to Ravenclaw Tower hand in hand. Augustus cradled his precious stone disc in his hand, allowing the blood seeping from his damaged fingers to coat his ticket out of Azkaban. Rookwood was delighted with how things were going. He was actually ahead of the schedule he set himself, and that was before he redesigned the runes to protect two people. The delicate work he was doing for this stage meant that he had to carve during the day. There was no way to work by sense of touch now. While this was risky, it also held the advantage of allowing him to lie here and dream of what this treasure he held in his hand could possibly bring to him. The Death Eater had been putting everything he'd heard spoken about in the wing together to formulate a plan, and not just those relatively recent comments either. Even with this protective disc and a straw wand, Rookwood understood the odds of him escaping the prison. Getting off the island and reaching the mainland were still heavily stacked against him. Knowing that fact, Rookwood was willing to attempt something so audacious that he might find himself dead before he set foot outside the high-security wing. If it worked, though, Augustus could find himself achieving everything he'd ever wanted. That he would have Potter to thank for this was something Rookwood hoped he got the chance to do. Thank the little shit personally and painfully. With all these pleasant thoughts running through his mind, Augustus Rookwood was certainly the only person in the high-security wing who was smiling. It was hard to believe Harry and Hermione were smiling as their swords flashed and clanged at speed. Sirius certainly struggled to believe what he was seeing this morning. He at least had the sense not to disrupt their concentration and waited for a break to announce his presence. Merlin, when did you two get so quick? Sirius, what brings you to Hogwarts on a Thursday morning? Is everything all right? Harry, I was just going to ask you that. I got a flu call from Henrika to say that you and Neville had a big fight, and that I should get my arse to Hogwarts. Then I find you two fencing like a couple of maniacs in the courtyard. What's going on? Oh, this is so getting old. We never had a fight. Padma and Hermione were there. Do you think they would let us do something stupid like that? We had an argument over the way I spoke to Augusta. I intend to sort it at breakfast. That news took away most of the worries Sirius had. Glad to hear it. Now what's this I hear you're not taking the subject your godfather is going to be teaching? You are both looking at Hogwarts' new Muggle Studies professor. After receiving their genuine and heartfelt congratulations, Sirius though he had the entire situation under control. So, can I assume I'll see you both in my class? The serious expression that came over both of them warned Sirius there was more going on here than he thought. I'm sorry, Sirius, my answer is still no. I'm also intending to drop a few subjects next year too. I feel I'm losing my way in Hogwarts and treating my time in the castle as a bit of a holiday. That attack on Father shows the Death Eaters haven't gone away, and Voldemort is still out there too. I need to train more to meet that threat, and sitting in Muggle Studies with you isn't going to do that for me. Hermione and I intend to set our own timetable to prepare for this threat. We can't really live our lives in peace until this threat is dealt with. Turning his attention to Hermione, Sirius asked if she agreed with this new regime Harry wanted to instigate. Harry actually wanted to deal with the entire situation by himself. We were up most of the night while I convinced him that simply was not an option. An invisibility cloak can certainly come in handy. Compromises were made, and now both of us are getting what we want out of this. Professor Weasley thinks our magic is reaching the point where we can start to learn some of the more destructive curses. We intend to do that come September, but not just at the weekend anymore. We're only taking 2 electives while dropping herbology and astronomy. Since Harry has no intention of sitting his OWLs anyway, there really is no point in continuing with these subjects. They won't help us fight who we need to. This puzzled Sirius, as he knew how seriously these two took their education. They weren't placed in Ravenclaw by accident. If you don't sit your OWLs, what are you going to do about any WTS? We don't intend to sit them. We actually don't intend to be here past 5th year now. Harry's glib answer had Sirius once more turning his attention to Hermione. And you're okay with this? What will you do? This was met with a wide smile that confused the hell out of Sirius until Hermione explained the reasoning behind it. My brilliant bonded mate pointed out something to me that he'd sneakily researched. The Muggle legal age to get married in Scotland is 16. Do you know we actually live in Scotland now? I plan to marry the Baron of Kingusi the summer he turns 16. Any further planning past that will depend on the situation with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. A horrible thought just struck Sirius. Ah shit, I guess I get to be the one that passes this piece of news on to Dan and Emma. That these two planned to marry a year earlier wouldn't create too many waves, especially since it was legal to do so. What would spawn the hurricane, though, was the thought of their son and daughter training to fight Death Eaters and Voldemort. As the implications of this sank into Sirius, Harry's arm slipped around Hermione. Told you he was the best godfather in the world. The best godfather in the world had kept them late, delving deeper into their plans, so everyone was already sitting at breakfast when they arrived in the Great Hall. Padma was unsurprisingly at the Gryffindor table keeping company with Neville and Parvati. The atmosphere was so thick with apprehension and expectation that you could have cut it with a knife. All eyes were on the couple as Harry escorted Hermione to a seat beside Luna before heading alone to the staff table. Madam Longbottom, if I offended you in any way yesterday, I offer an unreserved apology. My intention was merely to inform, never to insult. Harry then shifted his attention and offered a respectful bow. Professor Kettleburn, I meant no slight on you or your abilities as a professor either. You merely teach the course that is dictated to you. That I have issues with the material you are obliged to teach should not reflect negatively on you, your subject, nor Hogwarts. Harry received a nod of acceptance from the professor before Augusta stood. For myself, no apology is necessary, Centurion. I am well aware no insult was intended. Instead, I would like to offer an apology of my own. You are attending Hogwarts as a goblin, something that was forgotten yesterday, and your reaction could and should have been anticipated. With a rueful smile, Harry answered Augusta. No apology needed, madam. Forgetting I'm a goblin is an easy mistake to make. He didn't add it was one he almost made himself. That would be discussed when only family were present. Harry returned to sit beside Hermione and Luna, while everyone around them ignored the elephant in the room. The confrontation that was still to come. They were making their way to herbology when Neville approached. Harry, Don't worry about it, Neville. I hear the word creature, and the red mist descends. I shouldn't have. You didn't do anything, Harry. It was. Padma had seen and heard enough. She was delighted these two were able to get over this. Both had a stubborn streak a mile wide and, as she'd suspected and hoped, Hermione had clearly been working on her mate as much as she'd been doing with Neville. Okay, you two, enough. Do you intend to keep that up all day? Pack it in and let's not keep Professor Sprout waiting. Hermione, did you guys miss dinner last night? Oh, Hogwarts looks after her champion. We had something brought up to us in Harry's room. We spent half the night talking and we'll need to tell you about it. It's the half of the night you spent when you weren't talking I want to hear about. Now, Padma, that would really be telling. Parvati kept her voice low so only her sister could hear. Did she just say they spent the night together? Padma just couldn't resist teasing her sister. The fact that it was true just made it all the sweeter. It wouldn't be the first time, Pav, or even the second. Chapter 59 Calm Before the Storm. Even though it wasn't her money she was spending, Emma had balked at the prices being charged for quality period furniture, especially with the amount that would be needed to fill the house in King Yusi. That all changed when she made a startling discovery. She could buy pieces that were badly in need of repair for a fraction of the cost, and the elves would soon have them looking as good as the day they were made. She and Dan had then spent some wonderful weekends roaming through flea markets and antique fairs with a hired van in their search for broken and worn furniture. The sellers were always happy to manhandle whatever junk they bought into the van, thinking they had found a right couple of mugs here. The elves would then take each piece directly from the van to King Yusi, and those same sellers would have been kicking themselves if they ever laid eyes on the finished piece again. The Patils, Longbottoms, Grangers, Sirius, Barchoke, and Amelia were currently occupying sofas and winged-back chairs that had been bought in this manner. The elves had even recovered them all in the same antique fabric so the entire collection matched. The room may have been decorated to offer an air of tranquility and peacefulness, but that design was about to undergo a severe test. Augusta got the ball rolling. We all know why we're here. We have 4 of our children wanting to tailor their Hogwarts curriculum to that of a more defense-orientated nature. This had Alice asking a question she really needed to know the answer to. Is this because Frank and I had to leave Gringotts? We don't want them altering their schooling because of us. That can't be the case, Alice. They don't even know about you living here. We wanted to keep that as a surprise for when they come home at summer. Barchoke glanced around the room to see if anyone else had let something slip. There were no takers. It was time to perform his godfatherly duties and support the couples. I spoke to Harry and Hermione at length about this. Those two really have put a lot of thought into their plans for the future. Harry originally plotted this course solely for himself. Hermione, as you might imagine, was having none of that. I certainly wasn't surprised when Neville and Padma signed up for this too. Those 4 watch each other's backs, and neither couple would want to be left behind. Dan interrupted Sirius before he could say any more. I thought Hermione was attending Hogwarts to receive an education, not training for combat so she can fight a war. I also distinctly remember being told that goblin females can never become warriors or fight in battles. Why are Hermione and Padma different? I give everyone in this room my personal guarantee that, should it come to a pitched battle, neither of those girls will be anywhere near it. Barchoke spoke with such authority that they all looked to him hoping he would explain his statement. If it comes to a battle, every blade Gringotts can muster will stand beside all the wands Amelia has available, and we will slaughter our enemies. The problem is, though, that the Death Eaters know this. They won't fight a pitched battle with the outcome of foregone conclusion. They will pick what they consider weak targets before attacking from ambush, and that is why our children train. They need the skills to escape from any attack or hold their attackers at bay until help arrives. The gathered family found Amelia agreeing with every word Barchoke just said. Most Death Eaters are cowards, hiding behind masks and attacking in packs. They almost won the last time because people stood back and let them literally get away with murder. That won't happen again. I'm pretty sure these 4 have no intention of going looking for trouble. They just want the ability to deal with any that comes their way. The head of the DMLE aimed her next comment specifically at the parents of the girls. Dealing with Death Eaters is the job of my department, not your daughters or sons. We simply can't ignore, though, that forces out with the control of anyone in this room have made those same 4 students targets for these animals. We will do our very best to keep them free from harm, but we need to be honest here and say we can't protect them for every minute of every day. I see this as nothing more than them training to cope with any situations that slip past all our protections. The ambassador and the Auror had turned the situation on its head, but Dan still wasn't convinced about their children dropping subjects and then leaving Hogwarts at 16. What about their education? How will this affect them in later life? Dan, you and Emma aren't looking at the whole picture here. Our daughter will leave Hogwarts with 7 OWLs, and I'm willing to bet anyone in this room she will score outstandings for all of them. No one was prepared to bet against the goblin at the best of times, and certainly not on the quality of Hermione's grades. All 3 will also certainly be capable of passing their NEWTS in potions and defense. Throw in their orders of Merlin, first class, and any doors they want will be open to them. They're finishing Hogwarts, but that doesn't mean they will be finishing their education. There would be a long line of tutors queuing to teach those for any subject they wanted. Again, Amelia added her backing to the Goblin ambassador. Those potential results alone would see Hermione qualify for most jobs in the Ministry. An Order of Merlin and being married to Harry would tick any boxes her qualifications missed. I think they're actually being fairly sensible about this, getting a wide educational base while training to protect themselves. I also think the news that they'll be leaving Hogwarts after OWLS shouldn't pass outside the family. We're not even sure yet if that part will include Neville and Padma. Sirius then attempted to play mediator. The way Harry and Hermione were speaking about this, ending their education, was certainly not on the cards. I heard Hermione mention to Harry that there are university courses in diplomacy, something he seemed really interested in. If that's the case, then we'll be relying on the only two people we know who've actually attended university to steer the family in the right direction. This left Dan gobsmacked, while Emma wanted to make sure there was no magical/muggle misunderstanding going on here. Is that even possible? Transferring from one system into another? It was a now smiling Amelia who fielded that question. It's not well publicized, but the occasional Muggle-born student will transfer back into the system they left at 11. The Ministry can issue Muggle Education Award certificates to match their achievements after sitting our exams. It's really then up to the individual to study the Muggle material they are sure to have missed while at Hogwarts. She had been worried how they would deal with the backlash that was certain to come if Harry left Hogwarts after 5th year. Here, though, was a scenario that would negate that problem nicely. I have to say, Harry leaving Hogwarts in order to study for the position of ambassador will not raise any eyebrows in our community. That type of education is not really available anywhere except as a junior in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Something I can't see Harry accepting. This drew a laugh from Barchoke. A centurion working as an office junior in the Ministry sounds like an exceedingly bad joke. Dan burst out laughing and couldn't stop for a minute or two. He needed to wipe his eyes and drink some tea to get himself back under control. Sorry folks, I just needed to let that come out. I was suddenly worried about Hermione's university fund until I remembered I was citing in what is to all effects and purposes her house, and she received a fortune from the sale of that basilisk. The whole situation just freaked me out for a moment there. If you'll excuse me, I need to go and shoot something to calm down. A kiss for his wife, and Dan left the room with everyone now staring at him. A cry of "Pull!" was soon followed by a pair of shotgun blasts. Dan was immensely pleased to see he had again hit both discs that sailed out from the bushes. This was such a wonderful setup, but he could never bring any of his friends from the gun club here. How would he explain his gun handler to them? Dobby was at his side, ready to take his shotgun and hand Dan its partner that was already loaded and ready to fire. Who would have believed that elves would love the sound a shotgun made, and all politely refused to wear ear defenders, claiming they were unnecessary. They were always more than willing to operate the clay pigeon thrower, but Dobby had gained prestige amongst his fellow elves from being the only elf trained to handle and load the shotguns. Pull! Blast! Blast! It was such an easy rhythm to slip into that Dobby had to inform his master they had an audience before handing over the loaded shotgun. Instead of snapping it shut, Dan removed the cartridges before turning to see who his guests were. It turned out Emma was having great difficulty explaining what clay pigeon shooting was to a room full of purebloods and simply brought them all out to see for themselves. Barchoke had heard the explanation from Dan before, but it in no way did justice to what was happening here. He was desperate to discover what one of those weapons would do to an enemy, yet wouldn't ask that question while there were ladies present. He would get his answer from Dan later. Dan was secretly pleased he'd clearly impressed his audience with his skill. He was also glad to be unaware there were people watching him while he was actually shooting. That looks fantastic. You have got to let me have a go at that. Amelia couldn't let that pass unchallenged. Sirius Black with a gun in his hands. Time to run for cover. Oh, there are strict safety protocols that need to be learned before anyone gets their hands on a shotgun. Pranks and tomfoolery aren't allowed anywhere near a shooting site. I'm hoping we can fit some time in over the summer where I can teach our crew the basics. Smita was flabbergasted at what Dan was suggesting, though for another reason than magicals using guns. Can witches learn this as well? Absolutely. Emma has tried shooting a few times. I would be delighted to teach anyone who wants to learn the basics and get you started. Could a goblin learn this? Barchoke's request had Dan smiling. You mean a goblin who isn't Harry? I don't see why not. There should be a model of shotgun we can adapt to suit your trigger finger being longer. This had Amelia joking with the goblin. Should the Ministry be worried that Gringotts will soon be issuing their warriors with these weapons? I think the minister would lose some sleep if that were the case. I see a sport here requiring skill, accuracy and timing where magical, muggle and goblin, be they male or female, can compete equally. I know my son. He will love this and I want to be able to shoot with him. Master Dan, Dobby will order more cartridges. The little guy couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of even more shooting. Won't you need more of those discs too? Or do you think we're all going to miss? No, sir, Lord Black. Elves copy them and is now making discs from rocks. We have many, many rocks here. Dobby thinks it will be lots of years before we need to buy more discs. The little elf picked up a rock and soon had it transfigured into an orange disc. Another elf then popped beside him and took the disc to the pile they had stored beside the thrower. Dan may not be able to bring any of his club here, but it was now looking like he was going to have a club of his own. Being outside and shooting had also given him an opportunity to clear his thoughts about their children. There was no question that Harry would never place Hermione in danger unless lives were literally at stake, allowing Dan to look on their extra training as self-defense lessons. The prospect of them one day attending university pleased him more than he could express. Here was concrete proof they weren't losing their daughter to a world that contained so many wondrous things. Hermione was sitting on the Hogwarts Express and wondering if their previous year at school could have gotten any stranger. Draco and Pansy leaving their compartment and saying they would see them at the wedding was just one of the changes her mind was having to deal with. Theo not dropping by to thank Harry for making his sister a Potter Scholarship student was another. Then there was Blaise sitting with his arm around Parvati. He had used Harry's example from last year and asked her to be his girlfriend at the twins' birthday party. Parvati had of course said yes. Crow's Marauders had been ecstatic upon learning the club would continue next year, and a constant stream of them had popped their heads into their compartment to wish the group a happy holiday. McGonagall may have given them all her patented "your house is your family" spiel last September, but the Marauders looked on their club members more as their Hogwarts family. Whatever house they were in was immaterial. It showed when Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup and Ravenclaw the House Cup. Cheering came from all four tables. Fred and George also stopped by to ensure for at least the 100th time that they were indeed invited to Egypt and, no, it wasn't a prank. They would actually be in Egypt when the results of their potions OWLS arrived, but neither seemed too worried about that. The four boys were all delighted at the thought of running their own Marauders Club with the new first years. They also had a copy of all Hermione's lesson plans and notes from this year's club to work with. All that remained to be done was to sit down at the start of the new term and study timetables to see what nights suited which club best. They also had to sit down with their parents and sell the idea of their change of curriculum, and leaving Hogwarts early, all four were relieved that Sirius had done the groundwork for them first. Harry, discovering that he could study history and politics at university, completely sold him on the idea. She herself was leaning more towards law, with their two best friends deciding to keep all their options open. Both couples completely agreed with the suggestion Sirius return to Hogwarts with that they tell no one outside the family of their plans at the moment. This would certainly affect the layout of their library in King Yusi though, with a lot of space now being required for Muggle books too. Their summer plans were also having an effect on the train. There were 11 students outside the family traveling to Florida with them, Lavender spending the week in France and another 6 joining the group in Egypt. The excitement was palpable as the express sped to London. They would be seeing a lot of their friends over the summer, but at the moment, everyone just wanted to get home. Wormtail was also traveling on a train, but not in a comfortable compartment. The rat was hiding under a freight container as Central Europe sped past. While somewhat cramped and drafty, it certainly beat walking a few hundred miles. When the train stopped, he would crawl out and transform back to Peter before checking his master's wand for direction. So far the train was progressing in roughly the direction he needed to go. Since it was now looking like he would have to cross the Alps, his directions of travel would be determined mostly by the terrain anyway. A train going in roughly the direction he needed to was far preferable to attempting to traverse mountains on foot. Unlike the occupants of the Hogwarts Express, Peter wasn't expecting hugs and kisses when he reached his final destination. At the moment, Hermione wasn't able to hug anyone in greeting. At this very moment, Hermione was in floods of tears. She also had both her parents very worried by their daughter's reaction. "Don't you like it? We could not change a thing." "Mom, I absolutely love it. You've done a wonderful job." "You too, Dad. Nice to know I at least merited a mention." Dan's "I'm in the huff" act didn't really work because of the large smile the dentist was now wearing. Harry came up behind Hermione before slipping his arms around his still stunned and tearful mate. "I don't remember you having this reaction to any of our other houses." She leaned back into him before answering. "This one is ours, though. This one is home." Emma couldn't wait any longer and dragged both of them away to see the rest of the house. Dinner that night was a real family affair with only Amelia, Susan, and Hannah missing. Both girls, though, would be joining them on Monday as they headed for Sweden. Neville was overjoyed to see his parents, and both looking so well. Not having laid eyes them since February, there was a marked improvement in their health since then, with both now feeling confident they would be able to make the island holiday with the rest of the family. Harry was a bit worried his father hadn't told him about the suspected threat from inside Gringotts before now, though fully accepted the reason that he couldn't really do anything about it while at Hogwarts. He certainly didn't intend to have a repeat of what happened over care of magical creatures. Goblins spoke their minds, yet Harry was finding he still hadn't grasped all the social niceties required for not upsetting non-goblin people, something he had no intention of doing that day in history class either. Thanks to Hermione and Padma, he and Neville had quickly sorted the matter between them, and both were embarrassed at how swiftly that news of their tiff had raced through the castle. He would talk to his father alone later, and hopefully discover what was really going on that would make him take such cautionary action. On the Hogwarts upside, though, the electives evening went ahead without Harry's presence, and with only Ronald Weasley choosing to take the care of magical creatures class. This caused Harry further embarrassment over the amount of influence he clearly held amongst his fellow students. This was especially pertinent when Hermione confidently predicted that, since his views on the matter were now well known throughout the castle, not one of Crow's marauders would choose the subject when their turn came at the end of the next term. With only one student in 2 years electing to take care of magical creatures, the Ministry would either have to change the course syllabus or Hogwarts would be forced to drop it. Since the school stopped offering divination for the new term, Harry didn't think Hogwarts could really afford to lose another elective subject. Talk, of course, kept returning to next weekend's wedding. With the bride and groom to be present, that was always going to be the case. Sirius and Henrika were also spending the weekend in Kingusi before accompanying the gang to Sweden on Monday. Alice and Frank wanted their public return to Magical Society to be the awards ball, so were giving the wedding a reluctant miss. Neville and Padma were also going to miss the first week in Sweden too, wanting to spend the time with Frank and Alice before arriving in Luleå on Friday with most of the adults. Luna's thoughts were also on her family, or rather her dad. Monday was so close yet also seemed so far away to the young witch. She hadn't seen him since leaving for Hogwarts last September, but the tone of his letters had begun to become slightly upbeat as she allowed more of her real feelings to seep into her letters to him. It had been hard writing about how wonderful her Christmas had been, but her father's reply clearly indicated that was exactly what he'd hoped to hear. After that, Luna couldn't stop writing, and Irjit was kept busy delivering letters between them both. She wouldn't really need to introduce her friends to her father. He would be able to recognize them purely by the amount Luna had written about each of them. Remus was also in a reflective mood, thinking it wasn't so long ago his only companionship was the flock of sheep he was shepherding. Now he was having dinner in this beautiful house with friends and people who considered him family for company. The reflective mood was induced by watching his best friend, a best friend he'd once thought guilty of betrayal. A decade in Azkaban had certainly changed Sirius, but in some ways for the better. He could imagine a pre-prison Sirius attracting the attention of a witch like Henrika, but doubted if he would have been able to hold on to her far less proposed marriage. This much more mature version, though, not only accomplished that but appeared to be looking forward to everything that entailed, including one day becoming a father. This line of thought focused his mind back onto his own problem, though he was still no nearer a solution. Remus was neither stupid or naive. He could plainly see Tonks was interested in him. He just couldn't for the life of him work out why. She was young, beautiful, talented, now independently wealthy, and soon to be presented with their nation's top award for bravery. Why she seemed interested in a broken-down old werewolf who needed help to land his first real job since leaving Hogwarts was a mystery to him. Remus wasn't really interested in a casual relationship, especially since Sirius was her head of house. He didn't think there was a hope in hell of anything more, but would happily settle for having the beautiful young Auror as a friend. He would just have to wait and see what the future brought. Tonks had made all the running so far, and Remus was prepared to wait and see where that running led to. Hermione was in shorts and sports bra while Harry wore his tunic as they raced around their property. Both agreed that what they thought was beautiful in mid-February was simply breathtaking in late June. As they ran along the glen, she wanted to know if Harry had discussed the Gringotts situation with his father. His answer was a growl. That whole family are rotten to the core. That little shit dragon breath is their last hope for greatness. So much so that when I started getting the better of him at about age 6, my father had to enter the pit and fight a duel to protect me. Sometimes I wish I hadn't dropped my sword that day he tried to hurt you. Surely you don't mean that, Harry? They ran for a minute or so before Harry answered his mate. The changes inside Gringotts are every bit as dramatic as those in the magical community, with reactions about the same too. Some have welcomed those changes with open arms. Most will sit back and wait to see what happens before committing themselves, but a few will plot to reverse these changes, and hopefully leave themselves in charge when the current system collapses. Dragonbreath and his family fall firmly into the last category. It took another moment for Hermione to reply. We've seen the changes in Hogwarts, changes I never thought would be possible 2 years ago. Couldn't Dragonbreath, or whatever his name is, change too? The little shit's name is Dragontooth. I call him that because I know it annoys him, and no, he won't change. People like Draco changed because it was to their advantage. Both of us would change whatever we needed to in order to stay together. Fudge has played his hand brilliantly and shot up in the estimation of the nation. Persecuting the Death Eaters without damaging their family's name. Standing, wealth, or other members probably avoided another war. Dragontooth's family would rather see the nation fighting wizards than living amongst them. Something that attacking Frank and Alice inside Gringotts would probably accomplish. Hermione could sense Harry wasn't telling her everything and wasn't about to stand for that. Spill it, Crow. You know you can't keep secrets from me. It scares me sometimes how well you know me. And never mind trying to change the subject. Okay, it's father. That shoulder injury healed about as well as could be expected and doesn't really bother him day to day. It does bother him with a blade in his hand. He's lost about 10% mobility in his sword arm. Not enough to trouble him unless he was fighting for his life in the pit. That 10% could see him killed, so I'm declaring myself family champion. Anyone attempting to challenge father in the pit will instead find themselves facing me. Hermione stopped running and Harry was expecting some harsh words. Instead, she leaned in and tenderly kissed him. Like you said, Harry, I know you so well. Certainly well enough to know you could never have reached any other decision. You nearly killed yourself attacking that basilisk to protect me. Of course you're going to protect your father any way you can. Do you think it will come to that? Whitefang provided the initial warning, but things have quietened since father moved Frank and Alice to Kingusi. The truth is we just don't know, and that's what has us worried. With no more needing said, they continued their run. Kingusi was almost 500 miles from Gringotts, and their time was occupied for the next month at least, most of which would see father accompanying them. For a goblin to move directly against Barchoke inside Gringotts would be suicidal, both politically and literally, since the director had reintroduced father's guards. While taking precautions, they couldn't let this implied threat rule their lives. They would deal with any problems if and when they arose. Living what was considered normally for them would see the extended family attempting clay pigeon shooting today, something all the adults seemed excited about. Excited didn't even begin to describe Luna as they prepared to head for Sweden. The group had barely recovered from the Portkey arrival when she screamed, "Dad!" at the top of her voice while springing at the man who was clearly her father. Zeno Lovegood appeared gaunt, almost frail, with his long blonde hair hanging down past the shoulders of the startling scarlet and lime-green striped robes he was wearing. Then again, most people would appear gaunt when standing next to Lucas Hobson. Henrika was quickly emulating Luna by being wrapped in her parents' arms, while Sirius and Remus got the rest of their group organized and pointed in the direction of where they would be staying. He'd rented 6 houses for a fortnight, though most wouldn't be needed until Friday. Moa and Lucas were soon dispensing hugs to everyone and welcoming them to Luleå while promising the youngsters they would enjoy their stay. Moa needed to discuss the wedding arrangements with Henrika and Sirius, so Lucas took everyone else for a look around town. Remus went along too, and it would be a while before either Lovegood would be parted from each other. After spending the afternoon together, all those visiting could see why Zeno could be considered a little strange or even a touch eccentric. He appeared to have a completely different way of looking at the world around them. Being Luna's father, though, gained him instant acceptance within the family group. It was blindingly obvious both father and daughter doted on each other. They were all very fond of Luna, and her father did tell some wonderful and certainly colorful stories. Whether there was any truth in those stories was not for them to judge. Sirius decided this was the best thing he'd ever done as he stood with Remus by his side, awaiting the arrival of his bride-to-be. When Henrika appeared, every male in the little church agreed wholeheartedly with Sirius Black. Any bride who's walking down the aisle can be certain every pair of eyes in the building are focused on her. Henrika Hobson, soon to be Black, took that experience to a whole new level. She had promised her groom he would like her dress, and Henrika hadn't exaggerated. Sirius couldn't take his eyes off his bride. The dress was white, but that was Henrika's only flirt with wedding tradition. This was no sweeping gown, but rather a dress that scalloped and heavily embroidered hem stopped above her knee. With a scooped front, low back that was covered by her cascading blonde hair and 3/4 lace sleeves, Henrika had taken the concept of the little black dress and adapted it for her wedding. The black family tiara was the only jewelry she wore. Henrika simply didn't need any more. Everyone agreed the adaptation was a resounding success, especially her bridesmaid. Tonks wore a similar style dress except for the color. It was a deep shade of violet that the Auror had changed her hair to match. She had no worries about outshining the bride. That was simply never going to happen. But Tonks could only hope the best man noticed her. Sirius couldn't remember a word of the wedding ceremony. Only Remus putting the rings in his hand alerted him he had some work to do. When the minister uttered the line, "You may now kiss the bride," Sirius needed no prompting. With the cheers of their family and friends ringing in their ears, Sirius shared their first kiss as a married couple with his wife. It wasn't until their first dance Tonks received confirmation that Remus had indeed noticed her. "You really are quite beautiful. Is this the real you?" "More or less. My natural hair is black and my original nose slightly longer. This is my own body, though. I am glad you seem to like it. This same body requires a date for the awards ball. How would you feel about helping a lady out?" She waited nervously on his answer, watching the conflict play behind his eyes and hoping Remus would reach the decision she wanted. "I've already been invited to attend by Sirius. Somehow, though, I get the impression your invitation is slightly different. What do you think the reaction would be if a beautiful young Auror turned up to collect her Order of Merlin, first class, with a werewolf on her arm? Sending out a message like that could see you lose your job. My job prohibits me from associating with known criminals. Am I going to have to arrest you anytime soon? I think I would only be in trouble if you could read my mind. I'm not quite sure if everything I'm currently thinking about you is strictly legal. I have to ask, though, why me? Remus, you're a smart, decent guy who can always make me smile. Have you any idea how scarce guys like you are? I'm not talking about your furry little problem, just as you're not interested in who I can change into. We both know those traits are part of who we are, but neither of us let that define who we are. I am just as interested in the real you as you seem to be in the real me. Well, if the real Auror Tonks requires a date for the ball arranged in her honor, Professor Lupin would be only too happy to oblige the beautiful young lady and accompany her to that special evening. Remus was delighted to see he'd made her smile again. When he looked into those gorgeous eyes, he thought that making Tonks smile was certainly a job he would be a bloody fool not to apply for. The missing marauder was currently about 2,500 miles from his former friends. The eyes he was staring into, though, were 1,000,000 miles away from those currently being enjoyed by Remus and Sirius. For a start, this pair were glowing red and staring at him from the eyes of a humongous snake. His mind was also wandering too, but it wasn't wandering alone. He felt his master's presence as his journey to Albania played back for the Dark Lord to view. Peter could feel his master's anger growing with each new revelation, but seeing the Malfoy trial in the Prophet ended the communication between master and servant. It ended because Peter lost conscious. The only way Peter could describe the agony was to say that it felt as if the Dark Lord just stuck his wand into his victim's ear before then casting his most powerful cruciatus curse. Peter had never felt pain like that in his life before, and would be exceedingly happy never to have a repeat performance. His body was still trembling as he slowly regained his senses that were telling him there was a massive snake just waiting to have him for supper. It was almost as if he was feeling his master's voice inside his head. Peter certainly couldn't understand what the reptile was hissing at him. RobSt, Wormtail, we have much to do. There are certain people that need to be rewarded while others have outlived their usufulness. Something I intend to remedy at the earliest opportunity. You are now on the reward lease SST. Fail me again and you can join the other. Those SSE on that lease SST are already dead. They just don't know it yet. Maniacal laughter now filled his head. Peter just wasn't sure if any of it was coming from him or whether it was all Lord Voldemort. Draco was lying in a strange bed, struggling with himself not to break into maniacal laughter at the day he'd just had. He was worried that if he started, it would be impossible to stop. Thinking that talking to his roommate might help, Draco gave it a try. Blaze, are you still awake? No, Draco. Fell right off to sleep the moment my head hit the pillow. My brain feels as if we're still on one of those coaster things. It's whizzing around at speed and I'm sure it turned upside down at least once. I know exactly what you mean. The world we thought we knew just got turned upside down today. Draco, I thought sitting with the girls at the pool yesterday was the greatest day of my life. Today just blasted that to smithereens. We took a boat ride through a jungle, saw pirates, and were shooting down a water slide while sitting inside a log. How are you supposed to deal with all that? I used to think having a good time was attending parties and looking down your nose at those lower in class than us. I actually used to practice my "you're unworthy" sneer in the mirror. The Muggles have built a whole magical kingdom to do nothing but have fun in, and they really know how to have fun. Draco, I'm beginning to wonder what else we've been told that isn't true. Did you see Hermione in that bikini thing yesterday? Merlin, she's a Muggle born yet smarter and more powerful than both of us. She's also gorgeous. An Order of Merlin, first class, holder and blood bonded to Harry. How the hell does that fit with anything we've been taught as purebloods? I would be very careful saying that out loud, Blaze. You wouldn't want to upset your girlfriend, and certainly not her sister or any of the others. Oh, I'm happy with Parvati. That's not what I meant. We're both purebloods, yet I can honestly say Hermione is way out of our league, even though she's a Muggle born. I can see that, yet it goes directly against everything we've both been taught. Something obviously isn't right, but how can we not believe what we're both seeing with our own eyes? I think we'll both need our eyes tested after tomorrow. Do you really believe Muggles can fire themselves into space using rockets? Shit, Draco. I'm barely coping with what we saw today. I don't think I can cope with tomorrow. Tomorrow, the ball was tomorrow and Augustus was ready. He'd been ready for a couple of weeks. He'd spent those weeks refining his plan until he couldn't make the slightest improvement to it. It now all came down to tomorrow. It really could only end one of two ways. Tomorrow would either be the greatest day in Augustus Rookwood's life or his last. His distilled and refined plan now saw him and Bella standing at their master's side, the Dark Lord's two most trusted advisors and enforcers. While he would be the brains of the duo, there was no doubting who held the power. Bellatrix was the most powerful which Augustus had ever laid eyes on. She was also as beautiful as she was crazy, which added another level of danger to tomorrow. No matter how well he planned and schemed, Augustus was faced with only one utter certainty. He had no idea how Bella would react when he approached her with this scheme tomorrow. The best he could calculate, the odds were 50-50, meaning there was as much chance of Bella killing him as there was the Dementors, guards, or that swim. When his sensible side objected to him taking such a risk, it was swiftly clobbered into submission by the image of Bella standing at his side. Now there was a reason worth living or dying for. Chapter 60, Birthday Ball Breakout. Bill went upstairs to check on his sister, just to see if she really was all right about tonight. He found her lying on her bed and happily reading a book that appeared to be Muggle in origin. Her room was also decorated with pictures and souvenirs that she'd clearly accumulated over the summer. Bill was just thinking how much healthier this was for Ginny than her obsession over those stupid boy who lived works of fiction when he was snapped out of his musings by a loud wolf whistle. Looking hot there. Bill, are you sure you don't have a date for tonight? And have her sitting at the same table as Mum? This had Ginny giggling with laughter. Mum would be planning the wedding before the first dance was over. Smart move, Bill. So why aren't you downstairs getting ready to leave? I wanted to check my favorite sister wasn't too upset about missing the ball this year. Looks like I could have saved myself a trip. Oh, I knew I wouldn't be able to attend a couple of weeks ago. All the places were sorted when we were in Florida. I am a bit disappointed, but you really should have been there last year. I also have an invite to a birthday party in Kinusi tomorrow, and then another Merlin ball to look forward to at the end of September. That really was the best party I'd ever been to, until Ron tried to spoil it by shouting at Parvati for dating a Slytherin. I have a lot of friends in Slytherin, so I don't know what his problem is. Bill's heart was fit to burst with pride at how well Ginny had turned her situation around. When did you get so smart? I hang about with smart people, Bill. Harry and the gang are pretty easygoing until it comes to the subject of bigotry. They just won't stand for it. The more I think about it, the more I see they're right to be like that. There's no house or blood bias in Crow's Marauders. That would be an insult to the person the club is named after. Ron doesn't give you any hassle about your Slytherin friends, does he? Oh, he hit the roof when he found out I was going on holiday with some of them. Then Fred and George hit him with a load of pranks, and suddenly Ron didn't really care who I was going on holiday with. Those two have gotten really good. Even Mum couldn't change Ron back from the things they did to him. She had to threaten both of them with not going to Egypt to get the twins to reverse it. Bill knew Master Pitsley expected the twins to ace their potions OWL. A year early too. He had a feeling both their parents were going to get a shock from the twins' new attitude. They still played pranks but had gotten a lot more methodical about it. With a hug from his sister, he headed off to accompany their parents to tonight's awards ball. As the guests of honor were waiting to be called into the ballroom, Molly was busy trying to thank everyone for taking Ginny to Florida, while at the same time asking if they were sure about taking the twins to Egypt. She was describing in great detail what Fred and George had done to Ron at the beginning of the summer. Not knowing this just endeared the twins more to the group. The Patil sisters in particular had great trouble containing their laughter. Molly wasn't laughing when she spotted Draco Malfoy in the company. Only Bill's firm hand on her arm prevented a rant. She was quickly led over to a corner where her eldest son had a quiet but firm word with her. Lucius Malfoy set the basilisk loose in Hogwarts. Not his son. He's in Azkaban paying for that crime. Draco being in this company tells the country that the innocent shouldn't suffer along with the guilty. 3 of the girls here were attacked by the basilisk and Parvati was possessed by that diary. If they can accept Draco being here, then you have no right to say anything about it. There are others who might, and then you'll see how this family operates. They're very like us. Mum, what do we do if someone attacks a Weasley? This left Molly floundering for words. Not something she was used to. She also had to defer to Bill's knowledge of these people. He was the expert here. Arthur had no opportunity to invite Ginny this year. They received 2 invitations with Bill's coming to him as an assistant ambassador. She would try to keep her mouth shut while her eyes and ears remained wide open. This extended family were having such an effect on the Weasleys that Molly really couldn't afford to insult any of them with a tirade. Apart from holidays and education, Ambassador Barchoke had saved Arthur's life and then warded the borough. That cut them an immeasurable amount of slack as far as Molly was concerned. The group had 3 tables tonight, purely because they would have needed a Hogwarts-sized one to accommodate all of them. The tables for 10 were alongside each other, so, while they had to occupy specific seats for the meal, the seating would become fluid once the dancing started. Neville and Padma led the group into the ballroom tonight, and again, the Goblin Tailors had done them proud. This year, though, both were friends of the nation and wore their blades with pride. The biggest shock of the night was reserved for the couple who followed them into the ballroom. Frank and Alice were now officially retired from the Auror Corps, but both were still entitled to wear their dress uniforms to formal functions, and functions didn't come any more formal than this. An impressive number of awards were pinned to the breast of their robes, having been added to by Amelia recently, who presented the couple with the award for Aurors injured in the line of duty. It was Amelia, seated at the ministry table, who broke the stunned silence by standing and beginning the applause that quickly became thunderous. The Longbottoms were one of the oldest pureblood families in Britain, and seeing these two almost back from the dead was certainly something worth applauding. Smita and Ramrao followed the Longbottoms. The couple had again chosen traditional Indian dress, which certainly added color to the group. Parvati and Blaze were both in clothes designed and produced by the Goblins, with a similarly dressed Luna walking beside Augusta in her traditional British robes to complete the first of their tables. The new Lady Black was on her husband's arm as she led the members of their table into the ballroom. They were followed by their table's other award winner, Tonks, on the arm of Remus. The Hobson and Tonks parents preceded Draco and Pansy to fill the Black family table. There were more than a few eyebrows raised at the final couple, although the vast majority of those eyebrows' owners agreed with their inclusion. Crow was on record saying only the guilty should be punished. Here was a perfect example of what he preached being put into practice. If this group could accept the son of Lucius Malfoy into their company, then there was hope for their society yet. Harry and Hermione led the procession toward their table, with Dan and Emma following on behind. The Goblin Ambassador and his assistant came next, with Arthur and Molly taking up position behind them. Susan and Hannah completed their table, the restriction on numbers meaning neither which could invite a date. Both thought this was a small price to pay to be here tonight. When everyone was settled, Minister Fudge rose and made his way toward the small, and as yet unoccupied, bandstand. He stood there for a moment, just looking over the people who had crammed in here to witness tonight's award ceremony. Last summer, we decided to break with tradition and, as well as making this event less formal, we held the speeches at the beginning of the evening. Since we find ourselves in a similar situation tonight, it appears as if we've started a whole new tradition. His eyes found Harry's for the next part of his carefully prepared speech. I stood on this very spot last year, extolling the virtues of a family who fought against the darkness that threatened our country in times past. It would seem some here actually listened to what I said and drew inspiration from my words of wisdom. Either that or they just followed Harry. The minister, making a joke at his own expense, earned a laugh and was a good start to the evening. The 6 people we're all here to honor tonight stood together against opponents so dark and deadly. Their courage defies description. As if having to defeat the biggest basilisk in recorded history wasn't enough of a feat, they also stopped the return of the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Voldemort. Using that name drew some screams from the audience, and not all of them from witches. I think you would have to agree, these awards are certainly merited. Please show your appreciation as they come up onto the stage to collect their Orders of Merlin, first class. Amelia then approached the stage carrying a silver tray containing their medals as the minister read the Roll of Honor. Neville Longbottom, Padma Patil, Hermione Granger, Lady Henrika Black, and Auror Tonks. Again, everyone was up on their feet applauding like crazy. There was also hardly a dry eye at the 3 guests of honor tables. They had of course discussed the subject of speeches beforehand, and Neville found himself elected to give one for the entire group, simply by the process of elimination. They all had an input into the words that would be said tonight. They would simply have more impact being delivered by the eldest son of an old and respected pureblood family. Neville hated that reasoning mainly because he knew they were right. It should be the words that were important, more than the blood status of the person who said them. He knew they would have less impact though coming from a Swedish villa, a British muggle-born, or an Indian witch. Tonks was a ministry employee and couldn't really court controversy with her job as an Auror, so Neville was left to be it. He looked down to his beaming parents and proud grandmother, and Neville Longbottom stood tall. We worked and survived that day as a team, and it was a team decision that I would speak for all of us tonight. The 4 ladies teamed up on me and decided I was doing it. After remembering that those same 4 ladies were all Orders of Merlin, first class holders, I did the only thing I could and agreed with them. This again drew a fair amount of laughter from the crowd, adding to Neville's confidence. Harry said it first back in Hogwarts, we 4 friends are all so different that our friendship should never work. It does though, not in spite of those differences but because we embrace those differences. We embrace them so much. Harry and I will now one day marry our best friends. This drew more laughter, cheers, and a few good-natured jeers. The 7 of us who set off for the chamber were all different, and without those differences I seriously doubt if any of us would have survived. I say 7 because the Lady Ravenclaw accompanied us too, and also played a vital role. We have 2 very good friends with us tonight who would have died in a Hogwarts corridor without the protection the ghosts deliberately provided for them. There were more than a few in the ballroom whose color drained to a ghostly tincture with that thought. Neville felt a hand rest on his shoulder and offer a squeeze of support. He turned his head to see Amelia acknowledging what he said was so terrifyingly true. Without Lady Black being able to blind the basilisk, we would have been defeated before we even started. Without Tonks and the Lady Ravenclaw keeping watch on the spirit of Tom Riddle, we wouldn't have been able to concentrate fully on dealing with the basilisk. Without Harry and Hermione's goblin blades, we wouldn't have been able to eventually bring the beast down. Yet without Padma and my wands pulling the basilisk away from them, they wouldn't have been able to escape those deadly jaws for long. I think Hermione's father said it best. If we hadn't all gone down there, we wouldn't have all come back up alive. It took all of our differences working together to achieve a result I still find unbelievable. Neville had the entire hall hanging on his every word, but it was to his parents he looked now. I've stood here tonight and spoke to you about what can be achieved when we embrace our differences and work together. I'm looking at another wonderful example right in front of me now. By utilizing the wide range of knowledge amongst my friends' parents, my own parents were able to walk in here on my 13th birthday and see their son be one of a group who received this award. I hope you'll forgive me when I say that means much more to me than the actual award itself. That the entire ballroom was up on its feet and applauding was a fair indication they not only forgave but understood as well. Cornelius watched Neville step back amongst his fellow award winners to many hugs and congratulations. The minister let the applause die down before stepping forward himself. I agree wholeheartedly with everything that courageous young wizard just said, and would also like to welcome Frank and Alice Longbottom back amongst us once more. We give thanks to our goblin friends for making this possible, and for inviting healers from St. Mungo's to their medical facility inside Gringotts so this remarkable accomplishment may benefit even more people. That last part had been known by only a select few. It was certainly news that was welcome here tonight. Now, as the Lady Ravenclaw can't leave Hogwarts Castle, that leaves us with one other member of the team who risked their lives that day to thank Harry Crow. While the Ministry was well aware it was granting land and a title to a goblin, Cornelius didn't want to rub tonight's guests' noses in it by announcing Centurion Crow. Harry had readily agreed to this compromise. It was a small price to pay for what the nation was receiving. Since most of you would have been here last year, you will of course be aware that this young man is already an Order of Merlin, first-class recipient, an award he proudly has pinned on his jacket tonight. As the acknowledged leader of the group of rescuers, and the most severely injured after the basilisk targeted his blood-bonded mate, we at the Ministry wanted to show our appreciation for his bravery in a different manner. Please will you welcome on stage, Harry Crow, Baron of Kingusi. Harry rose to great applause and made his way on stage where the Minister of Magic presented him with that oh-so-precious scroll of parchment. There would be goblin builders in Kingusi before they returned to Hogwarts in September. Being conscious of not wanting to upstage Neville's speech, Harry kept it short and simple. That he allowed everyone to see how heartfelt his words were just increased the power behind those words. I think I said last year that family was everything to me. Thanks to that spirit of cooperation Neville mentioned a moment ago, I have my godfather and godmother here tonight. That members of my family are already considering Kingusi as home might give you some idea of what this award means to me, and for that I simply can't thank you enough. This drew loud applause, but Harry had something else he wanted to say. My father taught me to do what is right, rather than what is easy, something he lived up to by risking his own life while saving a young witch and her daughter inside this very building. I would like to dedicate this award to him, because he's my hero. Harry had added that last bit in himself, only talking with Hermione about its inclusion. It was hard to tell how the ballroom received it. The 3 tables at the front and those on stage were generating enough noise to compensate for any lack of applause from elsewhere. They then had to pose for the obligatory photographs before the minister made sure to shake everyone's hand as they made their way back off the stage. The 6 received heroes' welcomes as they returned to their tables and family. Barchoke broke with tradition by embracing both his daughter and son. You all keep talking about bringing down barriers. I thought it was time this one fell too, but only on special occasions. Hermione had to wipe the tears from her eyes from witnessing this, knowing how much this gesture meant to both of them. As they settled down for dinner, Molly attempted to make a joke. No vials of fake blood this year, Harry? Mrs. Weasley, down in the chamber we all saw enough of the real thing to last us a lifetime. On a bleak isle in the middle of the North Sea, blood was also on the mind of Augustus Rookwood. It was time to see if those months and months of effort, pain and sacrifice were actually going to be worth it. Having finished his protection medallion earlier than anticipated, he then made a few minor modifications. His last incisor had been sacrificed to bore a hole in the medallion, with more of his long hair being pulled out and threaded through it to allow his precious protection to be worn around his neck. Blood had also been added to this woven hair necklace. Any smidgen of extra protection was very welcome. It was now time to see if it and his straw wand worked as well as he hoped. A simple Alohomora was greeted with a click, allowing the Death Eater to inch open the door and peer along the gloomy corridor. Dementors prefer the dark, and the Ministry weren't about to spend a canute on their prisoner's comfort. Only eyes that had long become accustomed to the darkness allowed him to see anything at all. He clutched the medallion to his chest as a Dementor approached, hoping he would at least have time to force the door shut if the creature reacted to his presence. With Augustus' heart beating loud enough for the Dementor to hear it thump, the dark creature glided serenely past, completely uninterested in him. After discovering that both his creations were a success, it was time to put the rest of his scheme into operation. He wasn't 100% sure where Bellatrix's cell exactly was, but found it easily enough, on the same side as his and only 3 along. He looked through the small barred opening on her door, the faint moonlight filtering through the recessed and heavily barred cell window, allowing Augustus the chance to gaze upon his first woman in a decade. Bellatrix! She sat up on her mattress instantly. A voice coming from where no voice should be certainly grabbed her attention. She may be considered crazy, but no one ever called her stupid. Bella may have been startled, yet her voice never rose above the whisper her unexpected visitor had used. "Rookwood? What the fuck are you doing out there?" He then said the words guaranteed to get her full attention and support. "I intend to escape and help our master return. I need your help, though." That was all Bella needed to hear. She was now at the small barred opening with her face pressed against the bars. "Anything, Rookwood. You know I'll do anything. I think our master made Horcruxes. I also think he gave one to you for safekeeping. If you tell me where it is, I'll give you an oath I'll use it to bring our master back." Even with their faces now mere inches apart, her groan of disappointment was barely audible. Bella's distress, though, was clearly there for Augustus to see. "I can't. It's in our vault at Gringotts, and only a Lestrange can enter." While he'd been expecting no other answer, he managed to look as disappointed as she was. His entire scheme relied on Bella reaching her own conclusions to take this forward. The route he hoped to guide her on needed to seem like Bella's own idea. "You got out your cell? Can't you get me out too? 2 of us would have a much better chance of getting out of this fucking dump together. I can get you out of your cell, I can't get you past the Dementors. They only leave me alone because of this. It took months to make and required blood bonding to me. I couldn't make another one even if I wanted to. I don't have enough teeth left, and the time needed would mean the sea would be far too cold for us to survive in the water." Bella was staring at the medallion like a starving child would look through a baker's shop window. Here was something far more precious than any order of Merlin. "I'm more than ready to bleed to get out of here. What if I chewed a couple of my fingers off? You could sit in your cell and rub them into the stone. Would that work quickly enough?" "I honestly don't know, but my best guess would be no. The medallion is blood-bound to me and might not accept another." His pause had Bella instantly coming back at him, just as he planned. "What? You've thought of something, haven't you?" "I had an idea. It's a crazy one, though." "You want crazy, then you came to the right fucking place. I can certainly do crazy, so tell me." This was the part that could blow upon his face, but Augustus plowed ahead. "The stone is blood-bound to me. It will also offer the same protection to anyone blood-bonded to me." Augustus just left that hanging. It wasn't hanging there for long before Bella snatched at the bait. "What have I got to do? We cut the palm of our hands, say a few words, and then consummate the bond. You mean I get fucked too? Bella's hand was instantly through the bars. Augustus had also sharpened one edge of the medallion for this very purpose. He cut both their palms before clasping her dainty hand in his calloused shovel of a mitt. I am yours, and you are mine. Bella repeated the words, and a glow appeared around their joined hands. They glowed past their wrists, surprising Augustus. He assumed that their joint desire to get out of here and join their master would at least be enough to heal their hands. He didn't expect any more than that. Bella's healed hand was withdrawn back into her cell, and this was now the moment of truth for Augustus. The runes on the medallion were made to protect two people, providing one of them was him. His greatest wish was to have sex with a willing woman that didn't have to be potioned or under the influence of the Imperius. For that woman to be Bellatrix Lestrange, he was willing to risk his very life. He also knew he was certainly taking his life into his hands entering that door. It could be so worth it, though. He entered her cell to find Bella had discarded her threadbare robe and was lying on her straw mattress. There was no underwear anywhere in sight. Ah, is my little baby shy? Come and let Bella look after you. Don't you dawdle now, we have things to do and other places to be. Augustus needed no further invitation. If Tonks is free tomorrow night, I have an invitation to a joint birthday party and no date. Tonks was loving the banter she shared with Remus. Their week in Florida had allowed their relationship to develop to the point where they were both very comfortable joking with each other. Neither was prepared just yet to put a label on exactly what their relationship was, but both were happy where they were at the moment. Since I've already been invited by the young ladies organizing the event, it shouldn't be too much of an imposition to turn upon the arm of Professor Lupin. You're actually a very good dancer. This put a smile on his face as a long-forgotten memory was dragged to the surface. Harry's grandmother said all young wizards needed to know how to dance. She taught me, James and Sirius. You were really close, weren't you? We were like brothers, like family. That's why both Sirius and I understand Harry's drive for family. I thought I lost all of mine on the one night. Everything keeps returning to that one night, and no one knows what really happened. Remus then surprised the hell out of the Orr. Harry does, he remembers word for word what happened that night. Sirius told me one evening a bottle of fire whiskey took a hammering. Said it was the most heartbreaking thing he'd ever heard. 2 grown men sat and cried that evening. We both blamed it on the fire whiskey, and we were both lying. Tonks just held him closer as they danced, thinking she had a good man here. To an outsider watching these 2 convicts rut like animals amongst the squalor of Bella's cell, they would rightly be disgusted. The couple, though, were both benefiting from their fornication, so weren't exactly courting public opinion on their sexual activities. As Augustus was experiencing a wonderful afterglow, Bella was cooing softly in his ear and running her hand lovingly through his now sparse hair. Oh, that's my big strong wizard. Bella will look after you. Now you've given me one wand. It's time to hand over the other. This shocked Augustus, but Bella just continued with her soothing ministrations. As we are now blood bonded, that wand should recognize me too. You, my clever man, are the brains here, but when it comes to wands, I think you'll agree I'm the expert. In all his calculations, here was one Augustus had not thought of. Oh, my poor baby. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Bella will take good care of both your wands. I've just had the best sex for over a decade. I would hate to have to kill the person who just gave me that pleasure. Augustus suddenly felt the sharpened edge of his medallion caressing his throat. He immediately agreed with his new mate. This shockingly earned him a kiss. No woman had ever willingly kissed him before. I knew you were a clever one. Now let's get on with what has to be done. Watching as she pulled what passed for a robe over her head, he offered a warning. I don't know how much magic that wand can take. He was again cut off by a kiss on his ravaged mouth. You do very good work. This wand is better than you think it is, so just trust me. Watching as this, which seemed to change character from moment to moment, was both terrifying and electrifying at the same time. Seeing Bella with a wand in her hand was just downright scary, though. They held onto the braided hair necklace that was attached to the medallion and crept out into the corridor. Bella headed straight for a specific cell, and Augustus had no option but to follow. Roddy, you there, my baby? Where the fuck else would I be, you crazy bitch? How did you get out of your cell? As Rodolphus pressed his face into the bars in order to see what was happening, Bella's new wand cast a low-powered cutting curse at his neck. While the curse may have been low-powered, it was cast from mere inches away and with a surgeon's precision. Rodolphus Lestrange found his jugular sliced open and, despite clutching his throat with both hands, his lifeblood was spurting between his fingers and splattering all over his cell. Consider this the end of our marriage, you lousy bastard. You'll never cheat on me again with that Ponzi brother of yours. I want your last dying thoughts to be that I've found a better man to replace you, and your precious brother is next on my list. Bella moved to the next cell, almost daring Augustus to say something. He wisely didn't. She opened the cell door to find Rabastan curled in the furthest away corner, crying while physically shaking with fear. You're not worth a curse, you piece of shit. Rabastan's shuddering was now more in relief, after hearing those words and watching the crazy bitch leave. That was until he noticed she'd left the cell door wide open. The death that then came calling was tall, dark, but in no way could a Dementor be considered handsome. Fucking arranged marriage to hide the fact they'd been screwing each other since they were both at Hogwarts. Then people have the nerve to blame me for not providing an heir. I wanted to torture both those bastards to death years ago, but our master had some use for them. Too fucking bad. I will gladly suffer our master's displeasure for killing both those pieces of shit after we bring him back. I have one other marriage needing ended before we leave this fucking dump for good. Hearing the cell door opening was a shock that woke the sleeping wizard. That shock was nothing though in comparison to the terrifying nightmare of recognizing the person who just entered his cell. Hello, Lucius. Surprised to see me? I told you I would make you pay for destroying one of our master's most precious possessions. I'm here to make my sister a widow too. He found himself being dragged off his mattress by the hair, and his last conscious thought was, where the hell did Bella get her hands on a wand? As Malfoy blood pumped from his jugular to form a pool on the cell floor, Bella dipped her fingers in the warm liquid and began to write a message on the wall. Augustus had just watched his new mate kill her husband and both her brothers-in-law, all in the space of a few minutes. He didn't think this which could possibly turn him on any more than he was now. As there were now 3 of them, though one occupant was dead, crammed into this tiny cell, and he had to stay close to his mate because of the medallion. When Bella bent down for more blood, she couldn't help but notice just how turned on he was. Ow wow, my big strong man likes his little lady taking care of business. We'll take care of that later and then have a midnight swim together. How romantic is that for our first night as mates? Bella, what are you doing? Showing this arse's blood is good for something. I intend to leave a message here that will have the Ministry shitting themselves. Potter will die at the hands of our master. We don't have a lot of time, nor would it be a good idea to tell them exactly what we're up to. The flash of temper behind her eyes had Augustus fearing he was about to join Malfoy bleeding on the floor. She caught herself though and pushed her body suggestively back into his groin as she bent for more Malfoy blood. That's why you're the brains, lover, and I look after the wands. A few seconds and I'll be finished here. They left the cell hand in hand, with the protection medallion clasped between their joined palms. Behind them, only the cooling body of Lucius Malfoy bore testament to the bloody writing on the wall. Potter will die. Harry thought Hermione was going to kill him, so he escaped by asking Emma to dance. They had no sooner started when Harry was looking for advice. I can't understand why she's so angry. It's your first ever function at King UC, Harry. Hermione just wants it to be special. All I need is Hermione there. That will make it special for me. She's been fretting over this party for days. It's all she can talk about. I thought she would like me inviting the Minister of Magic to the party. Emma couldn't help but smile at his naivety. She loved the occasional glimpses of Harry as a young man growing up, and not a centurion. When she calms down, she will. At the moment, Hermione will be checking over everything in her head to make sure it's perfect for tomorrow. Aren't you the one who's always saying someone's birthday is their most special day? So, asking the minister was a bad thing? No, Harry, you did right. It just raises the profile of the event, and Hermione will put more pressure on herself to get everything right. Imagine if your director was coming. But he is. This was certainly news to Emma. Oh shit. Does Hermione know that? Her question had Harry thinking for a moment, providing its own answer to Emma before he replied. I'm not sure. Father only told me earlier on tonight. It's a great honor for the director to attend your birthday celebrations. And Hermione will put even more pressure on herself. I'm an idiot. I should have told her at once and said what I was thinking before asking the minister. Every time I think I'm getting the hang of this, something else comes along and shows me I'm not. Emma thought Harry was beating himself up over nothing and tried to show him that. Does Hermione know all the do's and don'ts of goblin culture, Harry? She's learning all the time, but it's only been 2 years. Even Hermione couldn't learn all there is to know in that time. She could see the penny had dropped, and Emma pressed home her advantage. You say goblins are a simple people, but it will take Hermione longer to master your culture. A perfectly understandable conclusion. Why should you then think you could possibly achieve mastery for both Muggle and magical societies in the same amount of time? By the time the dance ended, Harry had his plan of action worked out. I'll ask Father if there is anything special we need to do for the director attending, and then I'll have all the information for Hermione before I tell her. Thanks, Mum. This was punctuated by a kiss on the cheek as Harry returned Emma to her seat. Anyone who witnessed that byplay was saying nothing about it. If they hadn't watched Dolores Umbridge's demise at last year's ball, they had at least heard what happened. They had also heard Harry say that to him family was everything. There would be not one word said against the Muggle he just called Mum, and only a total idiot would actually consider attacking the woman. The Mum in question was just delighted to be able to fill that coveted role for her children. She was having to be a tad unconventional, but that didn't bother Emma in the slightest. Her 2 teenagers might have a whole different set of relationship issues they needed guidance on. Arranging a birthday party that would now include 2 national leaders sprang immediately to mind, but Emma knew their final destination would be a happy marriage. All she needed to do was offer guidance and steer them around the myriad of obstacles that kept appearing in their path. The course of true love was certainly not a smooth one, but Emma was sure these 2 would find their way to that destination eventually. Augustus struggled to guide Bella from her preferred path, finally convincing her that taking on the guards with only one homemade straw wand between them was an unnecessary and unacceptable risk. Both had many years' experience of the guards' routines in the high-security wing. With no more than 6 guards watching the entire prison at night, and none of them patrolling, they knew their escape wouldn't be discovered until their morning rounds. Augustus was finally able to make Bella see that they needed those precious hours to get off the island undetected, rather than take the risk of a guard being able to raise the alarm before they could kill all of them. Both could hear the guards inside a small building near the side gate they planned to exit from. It sounded like the guards were playing some sort of card game and money was changing hands. More importantly, they weren't paying any attention to what was happening outside that room. Bella held her nerve as they waited in the shadows for a diversion. A loud exchange that signaled there were winners and losers was their opportunity, and she cast Alohomora at the door. There was now so much cursing and swearing going on in the guardhouse, though. The pair could probably have tap-danced their way to freedom and not been noticed. They headed down the existing path to the shore, not daring to cast Illumos to light their way. Having got this far, the final part of Augustus' plan called for a quick check of the shore for a piece of washed-up debris that would float, and then hope the wand would be able to handle a warming spell before they took to the water. Bella had other ideas. After they gathered large pieces of driftwood, she directed Augustus to lay them out in a crude shape. He then got to watch a master at work as Bella coaxed every last particle of magic through the wand he had so lovingly created. Before it finally and inevitably fell apart, Bella had managed to configure the driftwood into a very rudimentary canoe. If I'd used the sharp edge of that medallion to kill Malfoy, I might have been able to squeeze a couple of paddles out of the wand too. Don't worry, baby. We'll still get our romantic swim, as I couldn't put enough magic into this to make it permanent. Now we need to find something we can use as paddles. In his wildest dreams, Augustus never thought he would leave Azkaban in a boat with Bellatrix Lestrange sitting between his legs. Since they would both rather paddle than swim, they were pushing their craft as hard as they could through the water in a roughly westerly direction. Neither was in good physical shape, but both had wills of iron that were ignoring the pain signals from long and used muscles. The lungfuls of air Augustus' body was demanding for these unaccustomed exertions smelled and tasted wonderful. There was a hint of freedom in the air. Add in Bella's aroma from mere inches away, and mix with the salty spray to form quite an intoxicating concoction. Of course Bella could feel his reaction as their paddling rhythm had her continually brushing against him. "I know it's hard, my poor baby, but you'll need to save it. We wouldn't just rock the boat, we'd sink it. With the Dark Lord as my master and you as my mate, things are finally looking up for little Bella." As far as Augustus was concerned, that was a bit of an understatement. His life had just taken a spectacular upturn. Not only was he free, Bellatrix Lestrange was now his very willing mate. He only had one more thing to accomplish tonight, and that should happen naturally when their canoe reverted back to its components. The protection medallion was back around his neck, and entering the water should dissolve the hair held together by blood necklace, sending the medallion safely to the seabed. Since it would only work against the Dementors whilst he was inside Azkaban or the Ministry itself, Augustus no longer had any use for it. It would have been a nice souvenir to keep of what he considered to be his greatest ever achievement. It was also damning evidence against him and needed to be consigned to the bottom of the sea. He didn't know if Bella had enough knowledge of runes to be able to decipher that she'd been tricked into bonding with him. Their master certainly did, though. After watching what she did to those 3 former family members tonight, without even a flicker of remorse, he certainly didn't want Bella's anger to ever be focused in his direction. Every hour their little craft held together did wonders for their chances of eventually making landfall. Their arms might be dead by then, but they should be able to hold onto a piece of their transfigured canoe and use their legs to kick for shore. Before he tried his wand and medallion, Augustus didn't know if he would see tomorrow. Now he was beginning to allow himself to look forward to it. Those thoughts certainly kept his makeshift paddle pushing them through the water. Hermione couldn't wait until tomorrow. She sneaked into Harry's room to find him lying in bed, but still awake. "Hermione, what are you doing here? Our parents will go nuts if they find you in my room at this time of morning." He got out of bed just in case they were discovered. Both of them on his bed would certainly be harder to explain. "I wanted to apologize for earlier. I can get so hung up on the details I forget what's important. You." She put her arms around him as they shared a loving kiss. Harry was very aware Hermione was wearing thin summer pajamas and no bra as she held him close. "I also wanted to be the first one to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Harry." This was followed by another kiss that left both of them gasping for breath. "Wow, Hermione. This is already my best birthday ever. So, am I forgiven then?" Harry kissed her gently and held his mate close, running his hands through Hermione's hair, terrified to let them wander anywhere else. "I told you we would argue because we're both strong-willed and downright stubborn. As long as we remember that I am yours and you are mine always, then we'll be fine. I just love your way of apologizing, though I hope you save that method just for me." This earned a slight giggle from his mate. "Now get out of here before those pajamas drive me crazy. I've seen your dad fire a shotgun and have no wish to be a target." She of course couldn't leave without the application of another birthday kiss, sending a very happy Harry back to bed and looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 61: The Road and the Miles to Dundee. Breakfast that morning in Kingussie was a lot of fun. The teasing was spread around the table, with Alice and Frank taking their fair share for managing to upstage everyone at last night's ball, and again in today's Prophet. Both were apologetic, and yet neither could quite understand why everyone seemed delighted by this turn of events, rather than upset. Padma attempted to explain to her future in-laws. "We've all had a shot at the limelight, and none of us like it. What's written there in the Prophet is not only a good story, it's also all true. 2 decorated Aurors from the First War recovering enough to rejoin society is a far greater achievement than what we did for a few hours one horrible morning in a damp and smelly chamber. I still love Harry's new house though. Eyes off, Patil. This birthday boy is mine." Hermione couldn't hold her giggling as she wrapped her bonded in a pretend possessive embrace. Alice was finding herself drawn to Smita. The 2 mothers got on very well. It was to her she turned for a quiet word. "Are they always like this?" "Oh, you'll see for yourself over the next week. One minute they can be so serious, throwing curses at each other while training. Next minute they're throwing each other into the sea and behaving like the teenagers they really are. I was originally concerned that one of my daughters was learning all this defense. Not anymore. They managed to balance all the seriousness with plenty of time to have fun. Amelia was then shown into the dining room, and having fun was clearly the last thing on her mind. She barely acknowledged Susan's presence. It was also clear she was the bearer of bad tidings. Her first actions, though, surprised everyone. "Frank and Alice, I need you both to drink this first. It's a calming draft. We can't risk the news you're about to hear affecting your recovery. Just remember, every single person you care about is sitting safely in this room." After giving the potion a moment or two to take effect, Amelia delivered her news. "There was an incident at Azkaban last night. We don't have all the details yet, but here's the main ones. Both Lestrange brothers, along with Lucius Malfoy, were found dead in their cells. The bad news is that Bellatrix Lestrange and Augustus Rookwood are both officially listed as missing. Even with the administration of the calming draft, the effect this news had on the Longbottom couple was unmistakable. Augusta had lost these two before. She was not about to sit here and meekly watch them retreat back into themselves. "Harry, could I impose on your hospitality for a glass of whiskey?" She had no sooner said the words when a decanter of single malt and a set of glasses, complete with silver tray, appeared on the table. Augusta poured herself a measure before standing and offering her own toast. "To the demise of two of the bastards who harmed my family. I hope they died screaming and that a certain crazy bitch joins them soon." Sirius poured some more glasses, and then he, Remus, Barchoke, and Amelia joined Augusta in her toast. Dan and Emma had no clue what was going on here, until Hermione whispered that it was the three Lestranges that had attacked Frank and Alice. Augusta was oblivious to all the byplay. Her eyes never left those of her son and daughter-in-law. "These are different times. It isn't like before. We sit here in a house I'm certain no Death Eater can get near." This was quickly confirmed by Barchoke. "Not only the house, Augusta. This entire glen was warded last night, so no one carrying the dark mark can get within half a mile of the house." She pushed home her point to her children. "Hogwarts and Longbottom Manor have those very same wards, and tomorrow we're going to an island that you need an invite from Harry before you can even see it. There will be no hiding behind dubious charms and listening to old fools this time. The Longbottoms will put their faith in goblin wards, and Amelia's Aurors being able to catch the bitch." Amelia, though, had more bad news. It would seem the Longbottoms are not their target. There was a message scrawled in blood inside Malfoy's cell. "Potter will die." The teens had rallied around to support Neville and his parents. Hearing this saw the focus shift to Harry. A Harry who appeared pissed off as he saw Emma having to clamp her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. "Seriously, what is it with writing messages on walls with blood? Didn't Voldemort teach his Death Eaters how to use quills, ink, and parchment?" Suddenly remembering that they had an author of some of those bloody messages sitting at breakfast with them, Harry turned to Parvati to apologize when she burst into giggles, being quickly joined by Barchoke's baritone laughter. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a goblin sense of humor in action. "Harry Crow, aren't you in the slightest bit worried?" "Hermione, I'm a centurion with 3 orders of Merlin, first-class holders, who have blades and wands, guarding my back. I also agree with Augusta. They can't get at us, and Amelia will have her Aurors scouring the country for them. I have no intention of letting this news rule my life, and tonight's party is most certainly still going ahead. Harry, the minister wants to appoint an Auror guard to you." He was back at Amelia instantly with an answer. "Tonks, only the best will do for the boy who lived, and Remus liked seeing her in a bikini beside the pool in Florida. That's practically all she'll need on the island anyway." It was Sirius who led the laughter this time, delighted that his godson got one over on his fellow marauder. Amelia was also trying to hide her smile as she spoke to her Auror, an Auror who had clearly spent the night in Kingussie. "Well, Auror Tonks, do you accept the assignment? All Auror leave has been cancelled while we search for these two, and the island is spectacularly beautiful. Searching the country for a pair of escaped murderers or protection duty on a tropical island wasn't exactly a hard choice, especially since Remus was going to be there too. Tonks didn't want to seem too eager, though. "I don't know, boss. What happens if I want to murder the person I'm supposed to be guarding?" "You are a professional, Or Tonks, I would expect you to make sure you're not caught. This generated even more laughter, leaving Neville grateful for the calming effect the merriment was having on his parents. He had something to say though and looked to his friend. Harry, we head for the island tomorrow and there's too many arrangements made for Egypt to change. I was going to give the last week a miss though. Catching on at once, Harry agreed. That's a great idea, Neville. Another week to spend in Kingusi sounds wonderful to me too. What does everyone else think? All could see Neville wanted to stay close to his parents until this threat was dealt with. The lure of returning to Japan was strong, but one of their own needed support. There was no decision to be made and a consensus was quickly reached. Great. Now you know I'll be here, and everyone is welcome anytime. Harry, should we contact McGonagall and bring forward the meeting with the new Potter Scholarship students? Both members of the selection board thought Hermione's suggestion was a very good one. They knew Natalie's parents weren't too keen on her attending any boarding school. Never mind a magical one. Barchoke meanwhile had some words of advice for Amelia. How this is publicly dealt with could be just as important as your search for these escapees. Pictures of a certain birthday party, and Harry publicly repeating his opinion on the matter, could go a long way to preventing the mass hysteria this news could generate. Harry had more to add. Father, not everyone has wards they can live safely behind. I don't want anyone else to be targeted because of their association with me. There's an entire Hogwarts year group walking around wearing their silver crows on everything but their pajamas. I wear mine on my pajamas. Luna's words again generated some laughter, until Hermione put her arm around the girl as both she and Padma confirmed that to be true, and that Luna was not alone in this. Harry had noticed Colin and Ginny wearing theirs in Florida. He'd never actually see Luna without hers. Can we get these turned into emergency portkeys? Set the destination to a safe room in Gringotts, just in case someone else gets their hands on one of those badges. Hermione has all Crow's Marauders coming to the party tonight. It's a fair bet most of them will have their badges on them. Harry was actually blushing as he said that, knowing that every single Crow's Marauder would have their badge pinned to whatever they wore. His father not only agreed, he had a further suggestion. What about getting the Lily Potter Foundation involved? I was thinking along the lines of a Muggle-Born Protection Act. Every Muggle-born student at Hogwarts gets their property warded to deny these animals access. If we could get all the parents together for a meeting, Dan and Emma could easily explain the benefits of these wards. We would need to work quickly though, before Hogwarts restarts, as the wards need to be tied to a witch or wizard. It was the Muggle-borns they went after the last time. This received a very enthusiastic response from his son. Fantastic idea, Father. If we could set that meeting up for us returning from Egypt, they could all have their houses warded before September the 1st. Hannah was the first to agree with that opinion. Justin's a Muggle-born. Luna offered her support. So is Colin and Natalie, who we've yet to meet. Dean Thomas is the same, offered Parvati. As is Terry. This is a great thing to do. Harry. Padma was very impressed at this proposed action. She was even more impressed at the kiss Hermione gave him as a reward. They were receiving no censorship from two proud Muggles who had spent a week in Florida with some of the people the teens had just mentioned. It became a lot more personal when you could put faces and personalities to statistics. That Harry wanted to protect them and their families left Emma wanting to kiss Harry too. Lucas and Moa just sat back and observed the family at work, rallying around to support those members who needed it. Both were staying until Hogwarts started up again. Whether that meant Japan, Kingusi, or London didn't matter to them. It was the company that counted. That Henrika would have most of this company, and her husband, around her when she returned to the castle pleased them more than they could say. Alice had been told over and over again that things were different now. She was seeing the proof of that play out right in front of her. They, while in the Order of the Phoenix, had all just done whatever Albus Dumbledore suggested. Here though was a generation that thought and acted for itself. Opinions were offered and listened to with decisions then made. This was no dictatorship. She knew the calming potion was helping at the moment, but listening here was doing more to calm the terror that had raced through her body at that awful news. The big difference between drawing comfort from what was being said and the potion was these discussions weren't artificial and wouldn't wear off in a few hours. She glanced once more at her husband and saw only steely determination reflected back from his eyes. Alice knew what his next step would be. His tremors were subsiding and his speech slowly improving. His magic, though, was fractured and would probably never return, certainly not to the levels they once possessed. He'd been very impressed with Dan Granger and Dan's ability to shoot. Here was a method Frank could still use to protect their family. Magical prejudices against guns be damned. With her own magic way out of kilter, she intended not only to support her husband in this matter but join him in learning to shoot. Bringing that bitch Lestrange down with a bullet would be every bit as satisfying as ending her with a curse. Bella awoke to the sun on her face and the sound of seagulls' cries filling the air. It was strange how a person could miss the simplest of things. Not even seagulls would come anywhere near Azkaban. She also woke in the arms of a wizard she was only now getting her first real look at in the daylight. Where others might see pockmarked features and a ravaged mouth, Bella saw a man so dedicated to their master that he would pull his own teeth out and work for months to manufacture their escape. If only she had confided to him about the great treasure she protected for their master, both of them could have gotten out of there years ago. She ran her hand over Augustus' chest, finding the medallion gone. That must have happened when they had to swim for shore. Her canoe had held until, judging from the Muggle lights, they were about a mile from landfall. They had crawled on their hands and knees off the beach, collapsing exhausted upon finding the first semblance of cover. They were concealed from the beach amongst some grassy sand dunes, but they would have to move quickly. They needed to get away from here and under cover. Augustus was having such a wonderful dream. He was lying in the warm sand with a witch in his arms, kissing. He was startled awake from that wonderful dream by the sensation of Bella's tongue entering his mouth. "Good morning, lover. As much as I'd like to stay here and start the day off properly with you, we need to get away from the coast as quickly as possible." Augustus agreed with all of that. A quick look around let him see just how precarious their position was. "At a guess, I would say we're somewhere along the Aberdeenshire coast. We need to get inland and under cover before this place is crawling with ores. We need to get to Gringotts as quickly as possible." "No!" Augustus was a lot braver when Bella didn't have a weapon in her hand. They needed to have this discussion, so it might as well be now. They also needed to move, so he grabbed Bella's arm and steered her inland while beginning his explanation. "We need information before doing anything. Yes, we both want to bring our master back, but that won't happen if we get caught. All those bastards who didn't end up in Azkaban have had over a decade to attempt it, and they've sat on their safe arses and done fuck all. There is only us, Bella, and we're only going to get one chance at this. Our master would prefer that we took our time and did this properly, rather than dive right in and maybe end any hope of ever bringing him back. This will take planning, my department, but we can't even make plans until getting our hands on more information." Bella had stopped tugging on his arm and was now walking at his side. Augustus took this to mean she was listening, so dropped the real bombshell. "I don't even know if you'll be allowed access to the Lestrange vault." She had stopped again, this time ready for a fight. Augustus expertly deflated her. "You murdered the last 2 male heirs in the Lestrange family last night, effectively ending their line. Any child you carry will certainly not bear the name Lestrange. The goblins will know this, and those greedy little bastards will take great pleasure in closing down the vault. Can you see the Ministry objecting?" Bella began walking again, and using her little girl voice. "Why didn't my big strong wizard stop little Bella making that mistake?" He didn't answer. They both knew the reason: self-preservation. "We all heard our master say he'd taken more steps toward immortality than any other wizard. We also both believe that. We desperately need information before making our next move. If you can't gain access to the Lestrange vault, we may just have to go searching for our master and get his guidance on how best to help." Bella now slipped her hand in his. "You are certainly the planner, lover, and a good one at that. How are we going to find this information? I was our Lord's inside man at the Ministry. I know every one of his followers who worked there as well as the others we both know. They will help us, or I will let my mate loose on them." "Oh, little Bella gets to play. Now that is a plan I like. The plan means we can't get caught though. We need food and clothes, but we can't go killing anyone to get them. Dead Muggles along the coast will just alert the Ministry to our location. At the moment they'll be having to cover at least 100 miles of coastline. We don't want those forces to be able to focus that manpower in a single area. They came upon a little cottage built to overlook the dunes and sea. It was probably some Muggle's holiday home. It was lucky for the Muggle owners that they weren't there that morning. While Augustus was scavenging some much-needed food for them in the little kitchen, Bella was searching the rest of the cottage for anything else they could use. She returned with a pile of clothes that she dropped on the floor. Augustus thought he was starving until Bella whipped off her robe and began trying on clothes. When she bent right down for the second time, giving Augustus a full view of her nude body and that amazing arse, he knew she was teasing him. As if trying to eat this food with so many teeth missing wasn't bad enough, Augustus was beginning to wonder if he'd bitten off more than he could chew with his mate too. He could certainly see Bella being the death of him. When they left the cottage, Augustus was bedecked in brown trousers, a white t-shirt with a red checked shirt over that. He had a large bag on his back, with their prison robes tucked in there to be disposed of later. Bella had jeans and a white hoodie emblazoned with some sort of S emblem inside a shield. With the hiking boots completing their outfits, they had unknowingly stumbled on the disguise of a couple of backpackers, something that no one would cast a second look at. They left the cottage ransacked, with stuff thrown about everywhere and leaving the local police to put it down to nothing more than kids breaking in and wrecking the joint. Bella felt a lot better, washed, fed, and in clean clothes. She also had a large knife tucked into the small of her back under the hoodie, and a smaller but just as sharp blade concealed up her sleeve. They not only knew where they were, just outside Stonehaven, but now had a destination to head for. The Carrows lived around Dundee, leaving them a journey of around 50 miles. She had found a small tent and quilted bags that said they were for sleeping and stashed away in a cupboard. With the food her big strong wizard also had on his back, this journey should be like a picnic compared to sitting in a cell in Azkaban. Not being around Dementors was certainly having a positive effect on both of them. Amelia was against the minister signing the order that allowed Dementors to search for their 2 escaped prisoners, though it wasn't the kiss on sight part she objected to. Cornelius, at the moment all we've got is 2 prisoners missing from their cells. We don't even know that they made it to shore. If you're telling me there are enough oars to cover this entire coast, then I will gladly rescind this order. Otherwise I have no choice. We have prison doors being spelled open and a pair wizards murdered by cutting curses. That leaves us with the 2 very worst Death Eaters that were incarcerated in Azkaban now on the loose, and armed with wands. She had to concede the point. Amelia couldn't in all good conscience use trainees to search for the last 2 people she wanted to see escape Azkaban. She also had to have her Aurors working in teams, further reducing the ground they could cover. The Dementors would make up for that lack of manpower, but she liked the situation about as much as she liked the dark creatures themselves. Barchoke indicated that you should have a few words with Director Ragnarok at the birthday party tonight. It seems as if Gringotts may be able to help us with this. You think I should still go to this party? Can't you see the Prophet would slaughter us for this? Killers on the loose, so the top officials in the Ministry party the night away. This drew a smile from Amelia, a smile at just how devious the goblins were. She was certainly glad they were on their side. The Prophet was persuaded not to rush out a special edition on the breakout, a special edition that would have caused widespread panic. Their price for that accommodation is an invitation to tonight's party, an interview with the Minister of Magic, and an interview with Harry. I spoke to them this morning. Harry's attitude is that he's not going to let this affect his life. He also proclaimed he was confident we would deal with the situation. Here was a boon Cornelius could never have imagined, and also an approach he hadn't even considered. I'm assuming this is the approach you wish the Ministry to adopt too? To a point, yes. All oral leave has been cancelled, with some trainees stepping up to fill positions at the Ministry to release every available wand for the search. We also warn the public that these 2 are very dangerous, and not to be approached. We assure them that their Ministry is on the case and doing everything we can to end the situation as quickly as possible. And Harry's protection detail? He requested Auror Tonks. As she was sitting having breakfast with them, I agreed. Cornelius could see the dangers in adopting this approach. It could blow up in their faces if the 2 missing Death Eaters started slaughtering people. This approach, though, offered the benefit of avoiding mass panic and perhaps more. Cornelius would much rather see his picture, standing wishing Harry a happy birthday, on the front cover of tomorrow's Prophet than have two escaped and desperate prisoners occupying that spot. He decided to go with Amelia's suggestion and hope they caught these two soon. He could also hope that Gringotts might have some good news for him. Any goblin assistance in this matter would certainly be welcome. The invitations that were also portkeys dropped the invited guests into a reception room in Harry's home, where they were welcomed by 6 armed goblin guards. Remus and Tonks were also there, mainly to assure the guards that the people who arrived were actually invited. None of the Hogwarts contingent were fazed in the slightest by this goblin greeting. All fondly remembered them guarding the castle. The Weasley family's arrival caused a bit of a stir until Tonks confirmed they were all invited. Molly rapidly led her brood out into the garden and the magnificent marquee, and well away from the danger. "Are you sure about that, Tonks? I can't imagine Hermione inviting Ronald Weasley." "I know, she certainly didn't want to. Hermione did want to invite Penny though, which meant Percy, which meant Ron would be home alone. Hermione's just hoping that his mother never lets him out of her sight. With all the food out there, Molly certainly won't have to look hard to find him." Alice sat with Smita, watching as their 2 children were greeted warmly by a continual host of friends. "I suppose I should be getting used to shocks, but seeing this is just wonderful. Our children really do have lots of friends. The younger ones all look up to them while the others clearly respect them, and it's not just because of who Harry is either. I've had longer than you to get used to this, Alice, but those 4 are very tight. We were worried that it was causing problems between our girls, but Parvati is now firmly accepted in their group too. It's something a mother would never tire of watching." Another mother was watching closely too, only watching another couple. Emma was looking at Harry and Hermione greeting the Diggories, and finding that she would have struggled to tell the difference in the ages of the 3 students standing there. Cedric was slightly taller than Harry, though all his training had her son wider at the shoulders. He stood there as a tall, broad, and confident teenager, with his arm around his mate's waist. Hermione may only be approaching 14, but she also stood there confidently, looking more like 16 and bearing practically no resemblance to their little girl that left for Scotland by train 2 years ago. Henrika had taught Hermione how to tame her hair, and that attack in the toilet resulted in her teeth all being perfectly aligned. Her body, while lithe, was certainly female. There was no straight up and down, as her latest dress highlighted all too well. She may barely be past Harry's shoulder in terms of height, but that already made her as tall as Emma herself, with Hermione still having some growing to do. The mother found herself thanking every deity she could think of that, while both were certainly physically developed for their respective ages, their mental maturity, if anything, surpassed this. Emma was sure she could rely on them to both act responsibly for a while yet. Sirius was also scanning through the now filling marquee. That was until the marauder spotted the person he was looking for. "Mr. Malfoy, could I have a word in private?" "You may, of course, bring Miss Parkinson." Draco agreed, understanding at once he was speaking with Lord Black here. The couple re-entered the house, with Sirius leading them into a cozy sitting room before asking them to sit. The door was closed and a silencing charm then erected before Sirius spoke. "Can I assume you are aware of what happened last night in Azkaban?" "Yes, we had a visit from the Aurors this morning telling us Father was dead. They also warned us about the escapes and the message. That makes you effectively the head of the Malfoy family, and this is going to force you to declare a side. I'm asking you this question, but you have the word of Lord Black your answer will go no further than the people in this room. Does your mother carry the dark mark?" Pansy let out a gasp. This was a question that should never be asked. Draco answered anyway. "No, she's not marked." Both could see the relief Sirius felt at that. They then discovered why he asked. "You still won't be able to inherit until you're 17, but I have a proposition for you. I am prepared to loan House Malfoy the gold to have goblin wards erected that will stop Death Eaters entering your property. We both know Bella will turn up there sooner or later. Once she does, your choice will be gone. Now is the time to decide what side you want to be on." For the life of him, Sirius couldn't understand what was making Draco smile at that ultimatum. He was sure he'd explained the situation clearly enough. "Mother and I had already discussed the situation, though we never imagined having access to those wards. I have a parchment here, offering you the position of being regent over House Malfoy until I become of age. It was more to stop Pansy's father pushing for the position. The news about last night has been slow to get out. I am not my father, Lord Black. I would be delighted if Death Eaters could no longer enter Malfoy Manor. All I would ask is that you deal with Pansy's father if he tries to renegotiate our betrothal. This had Pansy's full approval. If my father tries to tear us apart, I would consider renouncing my family name. That would also end our betrothal, and I need to know whether you would then set Draco up with someone else. The marauder was left shaking his head at how far these two were prepared to go to remain together. My first act as Harry's godfather was to reject all his betrothals. I didn't know at the time he'd already met his mate. You both seem to know what you want, and I have no intention of meddling with that. All I would say is that renouncing your family name is a very big step. Please don't take it without talking to me first. He looked over the document Draco provided and found it to be exactly as stated. Are you sure you want me to do this? Draco was determined this should go ahead. It had been his suggestion to his mother that resulted in the parchment Sirius now held. We've seen the way you watch over Harry. We experienced being watched over ourselves that week in Florida. It's totally different to what either Pansy or I are used to, yet we both liked it. Our families have shown us one way, you and Harry have shown us another. My father taught me that it was desirable to have others fear you, but what I've seen in my time spent with Harry is respect. I would much rather be respected than feared. With that settled, Sirius signed the document. Amelia and Fudge would be here tonight. Their signatures as witnesses should kill any doubts anyone named Parkinson might raise to the legality of the document. Barchoke would see it filed and organize the wards. Sirius was also going to speak with Harry about the possibility of this couple joining them on the island. Draco had just lost his father, and it would do him good to get away from the situation. Narcissa had walked into that marriage with her eyes open. She had reveled in the good times. Sirius was quite happy to let her stew in the bad. Fred and George had sought out the birthday wizards to offer them a rather unusual gift. I know we have an agreement that says we don't prank you, but it isn't really a prank if we tell you what's going to happen. We've invented this product and thought it would be perfect for the Order of the Avies, and the effects only last for 30 seconds. What do you say? Knowing that Master Pitsley would have looked over anything the twins wanted to try certainly helped Harry make his decision. Him saying yes meant Neville would give it a go too. After eating what they were offered, a pair of loud pops saw Harry and Neville become a couple of little yellow birds. Witches and wizards. Available to order soon. We are proud to present Canary Creams. Hermione and Padma were laughing as loud as anyone as their mates flew about the room. They were slightly disappointed both chose to land on the twins' shoulders. That was until they realized what was happening. In a puff of yellow feathers, Harry and Neville reappeared sitting on Fred and George's shoulders. All four ended up on the floor in a tangled heap of flailing limbs and much laughter. Molly pushed her way through the laughing crowd that it had gathered, ready to apologize and then drag the twins away. Instead of her sons being shouted at, she was stopped in her tracks by them being congratulated by the very people who had just been flying about. Ambassador Barchoke was joking with Arthur. He should buy some for Gringotts. Slipping them to a few of the bank's more sour-faced customers would certainly liven up the place. Amelia, Cornelius, and Ragnarok were glad of the distraction. It enabled them to have their conversation in plain sight. The goblin leader gave them information that Gringotts had to treat as confidential before the murders that took place last night. The Lestrange vault has been locked down for over a decade. Discovering that Riddle had made Horcruxes saw every vault in Gringotts scanned for these abominations. There was one stored in their vault. The item was cleansed of its vile taint without being removed from the customer's vault before we sealed it. With both males being murdered last night, the Lestrange line is now dead. Amelia and Cornelius were following so far. Having a Horcrux stored in your vault was certainly a violation of the Goblin Banking Code. I know you both support the Muggle-born protection scheme Barchoke proposed, but there was another group the Death Eaters targeted heavily too, those in positions of power who opposed them. What I'm suggesting is that we waive the time limit in this case and use the Lestrange vault to purchase wards that would deny Death Eaters access to the homes of those passing laws and judgments against them. It's a lot easier to stand by your convictions if you know your family is safely behind wards that protect them from these animals. Cornelius thought he had the gist of this but wanted to make sure. So, I approached the Wiesengemot and asked them to repeal the time limit clause, in this case only, and we then used the gold to protect the Wiesengemot members' homes from Death Eater attack? The nation are prepared to overlook the time limit in this case only, unless anyone else is stupid enough to place a Horcrux in their vault. Amelia, if we can't get that unanimously passed through the chamber in under 5 minutes, then both of us should consider retiring. They will basically be voting to have wards erected around their homes for free. Ragnarok mentioned that the tainted item was again something that belonged to a Hogwarts founder, and something that should be returned to the school. They all agreed with that, and also that the Muggle-born families would be protected before their children left for Hogwarts. That meant the Wiesengemot members would have to wait until September to begin having these wards installed, though all would be protected before Halloween. Harry had his picture taken with the Minister of Magic and the Director of Gringotts. He also reiterated his belief that things should proceed as normally as possible. I wouldn't like the parents who let their children come here tonight to think we put them in danger so I could have a party. Our wards don't allow Death Eaters access, and we have both Aurors and warriors protecting the guests from any other threat. While living as normally as possible, it's only common sense to take precautions. I am also confident that everything possible is being done to keep all of us safe and to catch these 2 escaped Death Eaters. Cornelius was relaxing more with every sentence Harry spoke to the press. The photographer was also doing his job. Here were people having a great time. These were much better images for the country to see with their breakfast tomorrow. The summer evening saw the marquee remain open on 3 sides. Only the end containing the tables laden with food remained covered. Now that Harry had gotten the official part of the evening over with, he could get back to enjoying himself, dancing with Hermione. With the dance floor illuminated by flickering lanterns, it was a very happy birthday for the boy who had his mate in his arms. Tomorrow they were all heading for the island, and there would be no more thoughts of Death Eaters for a while. Bella had also spent the night in her mate's arms and under canvas. Any dancing they did certainly couldn't be compared to a waltz in King Yusi, though more last tango in Paris. By following the clearly marked public trails, they had not only made good time but appeared just like 2 Muggle hikers. It was the following afternoon before they were approaching a rather ramshackle building, the owners coming out to see who was walking up their path. Amicus was smiling at his sister. The wards usually deterred the Muggles, but occasionally a couple would get through. Then it was time for the siblings to have some fun. Alecto, put that wand away before I take it off you and shove it up your arse. Oh wait, I forgot you like that. The witch in question almost dropped her wand as realization dawned on Alecto just who this was. Bella, is that you? Well, it's certainly not Lucius Malfoy. Bella's cackle at her own wit rang out across the countryside. The color drained from both Caros almost as quickly as the 2 Death Eaters who'd had their jugulars sliced open. Amicus was not amused. What the fuck are you 2 doing here? The Aurors will soon be visiting all suspected former Death Eaters. That was the wrong thing to say. He suddenly had a face full of a very angry Bellatrix. There is no such thing as a former Death Eater, unless you want to be like Lucius. You both took our master's mark. That mark is forever. Alecto tried to calm things down. The prophet said they were both armed with wands. Things are different now, Bella. We no longer have our master and our blood status offers no protection. Augustus spoke for the first time. That's why we're here, Alecto. We need to know just what those changes are. And why no one bothered to search for our master. Bella knew this was Augustus' show, but she could certainly unsettle these 2 while they collected that information. Her control vanished though as they entered the house into the kitchen and saw the prophet lying there. Bella snatched it off the table and was soon cursing up a storm. A footnote were nothing but a fucking footnote to some baron's birthday party. We need to show these bastards that we're bad news. A few bodies left lying for them to find should do nicely for a start. Not until we return our master, dear. Nothing can get in the way of that. Who is this baron anyway? Both Caros were astonished at how calmly Bella accepted that rebuke, and even let Augustus remove the newspaper from her hands. That's Harry Potter, though he calls himself Crow now. All calmness was now gone as Alecto's words hit home. The paper was snatched back, only for Augustus to lead Bella to the table and spread the paper out so they could both read it. That the Potter brat was on the front page of the Prophet with the Minister of Magic and a goblin was certainly a shock. That the goblin still had his head attached was another. They certainly had a lot of questions for the Caros. After a few hours' worth of answers, Augustus was beginning to change his opinion. They've forgotten what fear is. I think it's time we reminded them. We need to strike swiftly and then melt back into the night. They know how we operated before, so that needs to change. We'll start a reign of terror that will wipe the smile off these smug bastards' faces. The Death Eaters will unite behind us, and we can build a force that will keep the Ministry busy while we search for our master. Bella slid onto his lap. Oh yes, my big strong wizard. Little Bella just loves that idea. She proceeded to show him just how much she loved that idea, leaving a brother and sister sitting there stunned at how their nice quiet lives had just been ripped apart. They had stayed out of trouble in the last war by simply not having anything anyone would covet. They had neither power, possessions, or looks to make anyone give them a second glance. Yes, they were Death Eaters, but so far down the ladder that even the other Death Eaters had forgotten about them. It was just their bad luck that Augustus Rookwood never forgot anything. Peter was wishing he could forget the ritual his master had implanted in his mind. The Dark Lord's method of implanting, though, made that impossible. There could be no mistakes in the task he'd been presented with, and certainly no margins for error. Peter was currently collecting ingredients for a potion he needed to brew. What would take 5 minutes shopping in an apothecary was going to take him weeks of scouring the forests and mountainsides. It was the final ingredient, though, that was giving Peter nightmares. He would have to steal a baby. It wasn't so much the abduction that had the former marauder feeling sick. It was what he was going to have to do to that baby in preparation for his master's consciousness moving from the snake to his new host. The ritual was planned for Halloween, giving him plenty of time to complete all the preparations. If that wasn't enough of a challenge, he then had to sneak back into Britain, unnoticed, with a baby and a ruddy great snake. Sometimes Peter really hankered for that little nest he had made for himself in the London Underground. Chapter 62. Potter Will Die. Harry and Hermione emerged from the beach chalet into the beautiful tropical sunshine, ready for their first morning run around the island. The couple weren't ready for the sight that greeted them. Neville and Padma were standing on the beach and clearly waiting on their friends. Guys, could you help me get fit? I need to do this. I need to be able to protect my family, and getting fitter will help with that. Harry really couldn't refuse and had no intention of doing so. Sure, Neville, as long as you're certain you want to do this. That was greeted with a determined nod. Though Hermione missed it, she was too busy staring at Padma. Granger, not one bloody word. Sorry, Padma, but I have to. You can't run like that. Padma was wearing a baggy t-shirt that she'd purloined from Neville over her bikini. Why, what's wrong with this? You'll be jiggling all around the island. But Hermione, Neville likes to watch me jiggle. And this is the first summer I've had anything worth jiggling. I thought it might provide him with a little bit of motivation when we start to get knackered. Oh, you silly witch, you would be sore after a few miles. Come with me and I'll get you sorted. As she dragged Padma into their chalet, Hermione dropped her voice, though made sure both boys could still hear. All we have to do is run in front of them. That certainly gets Harry's attention. As the two giggling girls left, Harry then asked Neville the question that was certainly on both his and Hermione's minds. How did you get Padma up at this hour to exercise? Neville was still trying to get his head around that, after a few miles comment, so it took him a moment to answer. She insisted. I am hers and she's mine, so I wasn't getting to go running without her. You can't fault a Ravenclaw's logic. We really are two incredibly lucky blokes, Neville. Neville couldn't fault that Ravenclaw logic either, especially when Padma re-emerged in a sports bra and a pair of tight shorts. Neither noticed Dan behind the girls. Both were too busy looking elsewhere. Take care on your run, you four. Neville and Padma aren't used to it. Don't worry, Dad. We'll look after them. Watching his daughter run along the beach with her friends was a dream come true for the father. In his dreams, though, Hermione wasn't running alongside her mate with a razor-sharp sword strapped on her back. Since it was both girls giggling in Hermione's room that had woken him in the first place, Dan decided Hermione's laughter and obvious happiness was well worth these little eccentricities. He also decided to head back to their bedroom and rejoin his wife in bed. Jake left his daughter's bedroom with a wry smile on his face. He just loved listening to her namesake's stories about Peter Rabbit. She was only 6 but knew most of the stories off by heart now, Jake or Helen having read them to their little girl as bedtime stories since she was a toddler. Thoughts of Beatrix Potter were banished from his mind, instantly replaced by something that was far more akin to Stephen King's genre of writing. A strangely dressed woman was grinning like a maniac as she came up the stairs toward him. "What the hell are you doing in my—" This woman pointed a stick at him and suddenly Jake couldn't move a muscle. He wasn't even able to speak as she casually strolled toward him. "Hush now, you wouldn't want to wake." "Daddy, who's this?" Jake was helpless to intercede and left absolutely horrified at this creature's actions. His sleepy daughter had just opened her bedroom door to see what her daddy was shouting at when this crazy bitch struck as fast as any snake, and was every bit as deadly as any member of that species. He would never again hear his darling be asking her incessant questions. His beautiful daughter would never speak again. This evil bitch had done something that just slashed open his baby's throat. It's strange how the mind works in times of great stress and horror. As his beloved be slumped to the floor dying, the only thought running through Jake's brain was that her favorite pajamas were totally ruined. Part of him knew his wife must have met a similar fate. Otherwise Helen would have been storming up the stairs clasping something in her hand and ready to have a go at this cold-blooded murderer. When the crazy bitch then dipped her fingers in his daughter's warm blood to write something on the wall, he would quite happily have strangled her with his bare hands before sticking that wooden stick through her heart, just to make sure she was really dead. Jake was a quiet man who'd never courted trouble in his life. He never thought it would be possible for him to want to maim and murder someone as much as he did this creature. She then had the audacity to chat to him as if they just bumped their shopping trolleys in Tesco. "You're actually quite lucky, you know? Normally we like to take our time, and I'm sure your daughter's screams would have been quite delicious. Of course we would have made you watch it all. What we would have done to both your daughter and your wife." A gruff male voice Jake had never heard before called up the stairs. "Bella, you finished yet?" "Just coming, lover. He so worries about me, it's actually quite cute to see." "Yes, you're really lucky that this will be quick." Jake actually thought she was right. He did feel lucky. Lucky to be joining Helen and Bea. He certainly didn't want to live in a world without them. A flick of her stick and Jake got his wish, as his arterial blood now mingled with that of his daughter. His last thought at seeing the red writing on the wall was that the stupid bastards must have gotten the wrong house. Dan had purchased a beach volleyball kit and Dobby had dropped it off for them in their beach chalet. The extended family all loved playing and watching, with the improvised court kept busy for most of the day. By rotating the team members so every tournament was different, it was also kept a lot of fun. Tonks was currently on court, teamed with Pansy against Neville and Parvati, when she spotted her boss approaching. The aura senses were screaming something was badly wrong here. Amelia looked fierce enough to scare the shit out of a troll. "Guys, I think we're gonna have to leave this game for now." As more and more people noted Amelia's approach, they gathered around her as a group to hear what she had to say. The head of the DMLE couldn't think of a bigger contrast. This idyllic beach setting and the dark news she was going to have to give them. With the whole of Britain soon to be aware of the news, she really had no option. Amelia looked at all the faces gathered round in a semicircle and actually wanted to be anywhere but here at the moment. The escaped Death Eaters struck against a Muggle family. Mother, father, and their 6-year-old daughter were all murdered. They changed their entire method of attack so very little magic was used, and none of it dark enough to set off our detectors. They killed quickly and must have been in and out of their victim's house in a matter of minutes, with no dark mark being cast either. Augusta was first with a question. "How do you know it was the escaped Death Eaters then?" They left another calling card, the same bloody message written on the wall that they used in Azkaban. "This was the only reason we picked up on it. The Muggle authorities thought it was some sort of drug fight between dealers and the attackers picked the wrong house. Cornelius is meeting with their Prime Minister at the moment to let them know exactly what's happening." Tonks then asked the question Amelia knew would cause all the trouble. Were this family picked at random or do they have a connection to the magical world? They had no connection to the magical world, but they weren't exactly chosen randomly. "Jake, Helen and Littleby all had the last name of Potter. An icy hand visited this tropical paradise and gripped all of them. Harry had been sitting on the sand beside Hermione when the hammer blow hit. He staggered to his feet and lurched in the direction of their little chalet, only to drop to his knees after about 10 yards and paint the beach with the contents of his stomach. Hermione had already been moving to accompany him and was at his side in seconds, with Padma and Luna right beside her. An elf appeared with some iced water for Harry, which he gratefully accepted. He still couldn't seem to get his legs working though. Lucas soon solved that problem by scooping Harry up as if he was a small child and carrying him toward his beach chalet. Hermione, Padma, Luna, and Emma all followed in his wake. The beach chairs were soon all grouped together so they could effectively hold a family meeting. One of their own again needed help, and they intended to supply every bit they could. His father's voice had become almost a growl, displaying just how angry Barchoke was. This was what Harry feared most, that they would target people associated with him. That's why he had all the Marauders' pins changed to portkeys at the party. How can we possibly guard against this happening again? Dan, do you have any idea how many Muggle families in Britain have the last name Potter? It would be a wild guess, but I think it would certainly be in the thousands. The last census should have that exact information, including addresses. Amelia felt her gut tighten at that figure. That's far too many to effectively guard. And you can't ward their properties without a magical member of the family to tie the wards to. The family meeting was a new experience for Zeno, but he had watched as his daughter was accorded universal acceptance into this group. He certainly intended to help any way he could and offered his opinion. I assume the Muggle newspapers will be all over this. Should they strike again at another family named Potter, then you could see panic start in the Muggle world. This bears all the hallmarks of Augustus Rookwood. That man is exceptionally clever and wasn't even suspected of being a Death Eater. The Ministry never thought to check the Department of Mysteries personnel. He was only caught because another Death Eater, Igor Karkaroff, gave the Ministry every name he knew at his trial to escape going to Azkaban. Sirius was sitting with his face in his hands. He knew his godson pretty well now, certainly well enough to understand his reaction to these circumstances. This is a nightmare, and one I don't know how to help him with. All his training, physical, magical, and tactical, is rendered useless. We're reduced to sitting waiting on the Muggle news reporting an attack on another family with the same surname. How easy would it be to find addresses of Muggles named Potter? The new Muggle Studies professor aimed that question at the one person there he was sure would know the answer. Dan didn't disappoint, though his answer brought no comfort. Ridiculously easy. You've seen the phone book in our house. Every home has one. All you have to do is open that book to find anyone named Potter in our area. All the names are listed alphabetically, with the addresses right beside them. At that, Dobby appeared with the phone book from Crawley, and Sirius had to agree that Dan was spot on. It took the Marauder less than a minute to flip the directory to the correct page and see all the information right in front of him. Amelia was also disheartened by this news. You say every house has one of these. They're updated every couple of years, and a new one gets delivered free to your house. Copies are also in public buildings like libraries and post offices. Even some telephone boxes have them. Remus summed up the bad news for all of them. So, Muggles called Potter are easy to find, and there are so many we couldn't possibly protect them all from attacks. Barchoke's growl was back in full force. Amelia, I intend to use every resource I can to find these two. If we do find them, though, the nation might just want to take them down. There is no greater crime to a goblin than that of deliberately harming a child. Murdering a little girl just because her last name is Potter would see them fed to the Gringotts dragons, while still alive. Lucas had returned in time to hear, and totally agree with that opinion. For what they did to that innocent family, and that innocent young man in there, I'll feed them to those dragons myself. He's had one hell of a shock and is trying to blame himself for the attack. The girls are having none of it. He's lying on his bed and holding on to Hermione like she's some kind of security blanket. He'll be okay. He was in much the same state after sneaking into Azkaban and discovering Sirius was innocent. Loud cries of "What?" greeted Dan's statement until Barchoke confirmed it. It wasn't difficult. He just kept his hood up and spoke with me in our own tongue. That was nearly 2 years ago, though, and Harry was a good bit smaller then. I don't think we could pull it off now. Hermione managed to put him back together on that occasion. She'll do so again. Harry will shortly be here and looking for answers we don't currently have to give. Draco had listened as intently as everyone there and thought something was being missed. He now felt confident enough in this company to offer his opinion too. It would certainly be a different perspective. I think there's something that needs to be mentioned, the effect this news will have on the other Death Eaters. My father would have laughed his head off at 3 dead muggles, and taken even greater delight in knowing this news would hurt Harry too. The thing is, there are a lot more just like how he used to be still out there. With all eyes now focused on him, Draco faltered until encouraged by Sirius. We all know you've made your choice, Draco, but you also have insights that none of us here do. Taking a deep breath, he continued with what had struck him. I was thinking of how this should be turned around in the press, rather like you did with the breakout of Azkaban. I'm not sure how it could be done, but you need to discourage others from joining these two. Barchoke thought that was a brilliant idea and certainly supported it. He was now only half listening though while trying to think of ways the nation could help his children. His children were currently lying on top of Harry's bed, enveloped in each other's embrace. Emma had eventually led the other 2 girls away, recognizing that the couple would need some time alone to sort this out amongst themselves. Harry's voice was barely above a whisper as he spoke. Hermione, how can anyone murder a little girl? Hermione was gazing into those green eyes she loved so much and felt as if she could actually touch Harry's soul. Behind the drive and determination, the muscles and armor, there was a kind and caring, wonderful young man that she fell in love with. This was Harry with his guard right down. Her Harry who didn't have all the answers. A Harry she unfortunately had no answers to give. I don't know, Harry. I can only guess that's why they're considered terrorists. They are prepared to do anything to further their cause. No cause in the world can ever justify murdering a 6-year-old little girl. They are murderers, plain and simple. You were right that day in Hogwarts when you said they shouldn't be dueled but shot in the back if we could. They have no honor and deserve the same chance they gave their victims, none. Hermione could see the spark return to Harry's eyes and just had to kiss him. Either I need to get up to brush my teeth before taking this further, or we need to get out of here. A blushing Hermione reluctantly opted for the second option. People are worried about you, Harry. It wouldn't be right to leave them worried while we're in here snogging our brains out. I know, but I like the sound of snogging our brains out. Harry gave her a grateful smile for being there for him again. Then he got serious. I can't really lie on a beach while terrorists are murdering people back in Britain. Having the wizarding public believe I was in hiding would be a disaster. What about Egypt next week? Next week is important from a goblin perspective. Cairo is the center of all Gringotts banking for that part of the world, and we will be attending a few functions while there. They will be curious to see an ambassador, whose non-goblin-born son is also a centurion. Then there's the centurion's mate, a friend of the nation and Order of Merlin, first-class holder. Add in Neville, Padma, Henrika, and Tonks to complete a bunch of celebrities that will have the local goblins coming out to gawk. Our group is going to get insights into the nation that will make your head spin. The repayment is we have to attend a function or 2 to meet and greet. This actually had Hermione giggling. A goblin charm offensive. I didn't think that was even possible. Harry answered by leaning in and kissing his mate. We goblins can be charming when we want to be. Now, I need to visit the bathroom, brush my teeth, and then go see our family. Luna had barely taken her eyes off the door to their beach chalet, so it was hardly surprising that she was first to see the couple emerge. That they were hand in hand was only to be expected. Hermione's smile though told Luna that everything was going to be getting back to normal soon. Alecto wondered if things would ever be normal again. These two escaped from Azkaban and then just turned up on their doorstep, before moving in and practically taking over their home. Supplying clothes, food, unregistered wands, and coughing up gold for books by owl order were just some of the impositions that had been forced upon Alecto and her brother. Then these two began attacking Muggles, unleashing who knows what by way of ministerial retribution. Last night, the latest Potter family to be targeted turned out to be nothing more than an elderly couple with one foot already in the grave. That didn't seem to matter though to their uninvited guests. Rookwood and Lestrange came home and celebrated as if they'd just won a great victory. They didn't even have the courtesy to use silencing charms. Alecto promised herself she would be burning those sheets when they eventually left. If that's how they celebrated after murdering a couple of geriatrics, Alecto didn't think the house would remain standing with what they might get up to if they actually achieved something worthwhile. The feeling of impending doom that had settled in the pit of her stomach from the moment she laid eyes on the pair of escaped convicts suddenly grew to the size of a quaffle as Alecto read the front page of this morning's Prophet. This was really bad. Fudge had called an emergency meeting of the Wiesengemot, and Alecto was struggling to believe the measures they had managed to push through. That there was a kiss-on-sight order for the Dementors on these two wasn't surprising. The rest was shocking. The Lestrange fortune had been swallowed up by the Ministry of Magic, and would be used to help protect those citizens most at risk of attack from Death Eaters. While this was bad news, it was merely the beginning of the horror contained here. The Ministry had also authorized its Aurors to use lethal force in the apprehending of Augustus Rookwood and Bellatrix Lestrange, passing what amounted to a death sentence on both of them. The Aurors wouldn't be using any of the unforgivables but would now have no worries about facing any accusations of using excessive force. They had just been given carte blanche to hit both escaped prisoners with everything they had. Any Aurors coming face to face with the escaped Death Eaters would certainly do just that. It was the final part of the article, though, that saw Alecto's breakfast threatening to make a reappearance. That same lethal level of force was also authorized against anyone assisting Rookwood or Lestrange. The minister himself spelled it out in language a 4-year-old couldn't misunderstand. The Ministry have been moving our country forward but also taking great care to preserve our past. This is part of our past, though, that we have no intention of revisiting. Death Eaters serve the self-proclaimed Dark Lord, Tom Riddle. This is a wizard whose sole purpose is to overthrow the legal government of our country, while setting himself up as supreme ruler over all of us. This, simply put, is treason, and the penalties for such acts are clearly laid down in our laws. Those taking part in any such insurrection will be tried and, after being found guilty, put to death. Their family name will be disowned, and they will lose at least 90% of any lands, homes, possessions, and gold their family owned. Any terrorist who wants to overthrow my government will find us standing waiting and ready for them, and even death won't spare them from our retribution. Anyone considering joining these criminals in their campaign of murdering innocents, please believe this warning. It's the only one you're going to get. Alecto believed it. She believed every bowel-loosening word of it. The Caros may not have much to lose in the way of wealth, but she had no intention of losing her life just so these two could kill some muggies named Potter. These muggles they were randomly choosing weren't even related to the brat they were supposedly trying to terrorize. Both Alecto and her brother tried to tell them that this Harry considered himself a goblin, and when did a goblin ever give a shit about what happened outside Gringotts? At that, Amicus staggered in the door. It would seem, though, that pain rather than fire whiskey was responsible for his condition. The quaffle in her stomach became a bludger as she listened to what her brother had to say. I tried to contact Narcissa Malfoy but couldn't get anywhere near the manor. The pain in my mark was nearly as bad as the night the Dark Lord gave it to me. I approached from 3 different sides and got the same result every time. Malfoy Manor now has wards that refuse access to anyone who carries the Dark Mark. I think those wards would be lethal if you forced your way through. That's something I definitely don't want to be trying. Alecto pushed today's Prophet across to her brother, while wondering how Bella would react to these double blows. Describing Bellatrix Lestrange as mercurial was a real understatement. She could transform from laughing to lethal in the blink of an eye. When Bella was in a lethal mood, only the Dark Lord could control and focus her ire on a victim of his choice. With only the 4 of them in the house, that ire would have to go somewhere. Not for the first time, Alecto found herself wondering whatever possessed them to join the ranks of the Death Eaters. They had seen no power, glory, or wealth head in their direction. Instead, they were now saddled with crazy Bella and her bedmate living under their roof. As if that wasn't bad enough, Alecto was beginning to wonder if they would survive Bella hearing this news. Severus had heard his name called out, and a cold shiver of dread ran down his spine, for warriors wanted him to accompany them to an as yet undisclosed location. They gave him a moment to inform his supervisor what stage the potion he was working on had reached before escorting him from the lab. His nerves didn't improve any when he was shown into a plush office and recognized the goblin who had summoned him. It would have been difficult not to know the most recognizable goblin in Britain. Ambassador Barchoke, How can I be of help? The goblin kept the Death Eater waiting a moment for an answer, and then asked a question of his own. You have 4 years of your sentence remaining to be completed. Are you still enjoying your time as a guest of Gringotts? After having to deal with the Dark Lord, Severus was a master at not letting his emotions show. That wasn't to say he didn't have those emotions, though, and his current emotions were mostly fear. He was quite proud that his voice held steady as he answered. I am certainly enjoying my time spent as a guest of the nation. You have been such generous hosts that I am hoping some arrangement could be reached after my allocated time is over. I can make that happen. I can even arrange for you to speak goblin like a citizen. Barchoke left those temptations hanging just out of reach, before showing Snape the other side of the coin. I can also arrange a transfer to the Dragon Pits where you will spend the next 4 years, if you survive that long, working at manually mucking out the pens. The choice of Potions Lab or the Dragon Pens is entirely in your own hands. I obviously want something you have. Give it to me and we will have a deal. Refuse and you are no longer of any use to me. You will leave this office and begin working in the pens today. There was not one shred of doubt in Severus' mind that this goblin was anything but 100% serious. He just hoped that he actually had what Barchoke wanted. He had learned that goblins weren't ones to accept excuses. If he didn't have what Barchoke wanted, then it would be the dragon pens for Severus Snape. Again, how can I help? Lestrange and Rookwood have gone to ground. I want to unearth them. What I want from you is the names of every Death Eater you know, and the locations of any safe houses. Give me this information and you can go straight back to the Potions Lab. Barchoke never reiterated what would happen if Severus refused. He didn't need to. If this information helps us catch these bastards, I can guarantee your stay in the nation for as long as you want. I can also guarantee you would be speaking our language fluently as one of us within a week of their capture. There was parchment, ink and a quill already sitting at the desk. Severus was soon using all 3 to regurgitate every name and location he knew of. The goblin hid his smile well. Barchoke hadn't had a lot to smile about lately. These bastards thought they could terrorize his son by killing muggles and writing on walls. It was time to go on the offensive. He had Rita standing by, waiting on this Death Eater's list. She would then use her unique talents to pay these people and places a flying visit. Rita was well aware of the danger involved, but her emergency portkey would rip through any wards the Death Eaters have should she need to get out fast. She was also being well paid for sticking her nose into this dangerous situation. With the promise of the Ministry reward should she locate them, and a front row seat at their capture, Rita would be able to quadruple her earnings from Barchoke with an exclusive article on the demise of the Death Eaters. He had also been instrumental in arranging another article that would appear in tomorrow's Prophet. One more step in the process of applying pressure to these bastards in the hope they got careless. Barchoke wanted them brought down in the worst possible way and would happily wield a blade himself if necessary. The goblin would need his caring face for later when the Muggle-born parents were meeting in Gringotts. They didn't need much convincing to attend. The Muggle press didn't know anything about Death Eaters, but had dubbed Lestrange and Rookwood as the Potter Killers. With Ministry of Magic supplied pictures of the duo plastered all over their front pages. The story the press had been fed was very close to the truth. Here were a pair of terrorists that had killed while escaping from a classified maximum security prison. They had been sentenced to spend the rest of their lives in this prison after a young couple called Potter were brutally murdered. The Potters were survived by their baby son, now a teenager and the main target for these killers. They were basically offering the Muggle-born families free protection from the killers that were plastered all over their news media. Since everyone involved basically wanted the same thing, to keep them all safe, Barchoke thought it would be a very cordial and somewhat short meeting. Cornelius was currently briefing Amelia and Amos on a very cordial meeting he and Arthur had with representatives of the Muggle government. They seemed impressed with our suggestions, offering to foot the bill though easily sealed the deal. Arthur will be working closely with their team, but everybody in Britain with the surname Potter will be relocated by next week. The sheer amount of organizing this would take left Amos questioning that timescale, but Cornelius was confident it would be achieved. They are being moved to holiday locations all around the country, in some cases moving abroad or staying with relatives. With families who want to move permanently to another home, their current properties will be purchased immediately, giving them funds to purchase another. Their government is sorting out any employment issues the adults might have while the children are all on holiday from school. With the massive amount of publicity surrounding these murders, everyone desperately wants to be seen to be helping. Amelia had a fierce grin as a thought just struck her. I'd pay a month's salary to see that bitch Lestrange's face when she discovers her former vault is helping to pay for all this. Barchoke assures me the Lily Potter Foundation will pick up any shortfall. He's as keen as we are that no more Potters should die. I was the one who had to give Harry the news of the first murders. His father will do anything to prevent a repeat of that scene. Can I assume we have no problems if the goblins get to them first? The minister was quick to reassure Amelia that certainly wouldn't be a problem. I don't care if these two are shot full of centaur arrows when we get them. I just want them taken care of. Amos then had a question that he thought Amelia would be able to answer. Cedric says their holiday to Egypt is still going ahead. Do you know if that's right? Yes, they came home early from the island and are giving Japan a miss, but Cairo sounds wonderful. I'm really sorry to miss it. I can't really cancel all or leave and then bugger off on holiday myself though. Both Cornelius and Amos knew there were department heads in the ministry who wouldn't dream of imposing the same standards on themselves as those of their subordinates, just as they knew Amelia wouldn't even consider doing otherwise. Amelia then had to leave. She was standing in for the exceedingly busy Arthur Weasley as the ministry's representative at the Muggle-born meeting soon to be held in Gringotts. Gringotts had really went out of their way to impress the Muggle-born's parents by allowing their meeting to take place in the Grand Chamber. Harry led his family over to the tableaus he championed at his Centurion inauguration. He and his father respectfully stood in silence with their head bowed for a few minutes. Emma was captivated by the tableaus, the highly crafted blend of sculpture and painting bringing the scene to life in a way that was almost religious. She had no trouble comparing this to some of the great religious paintings from history. This certainly should be considered as a work of art. Emma thought she understood why Harry was drawn to this scene. It somewhat mirrored his own experiences. Wizards trying to impose their will on people by a campaign of terror before being brought forth to face justice. That women and children were involved as victims just made the comparison all the more poignant. Along with Luna and Tonks, Emma led Harry and Hermione to seats in the audience while Dan and Barchoke made their way to the stage. Harry was delighted when Amelia and Professor McGonagall joined them on stage as the meeting was now ready to start. Colin and his family had headed straight for them, and he was currently having his ears talked off by two hyper-excited Creevy brothers. Minerva was going to open the proceedings, thank everyone for coming, and then pass over to Amelia for the ministry's view of this. Barchoke would cover the technical side of the procedure before Dan dealt with the practicalities of Muggles living in a warded house. Minerva had met most of the parents of the Muggle-borns before. It was usually her who followed up on their Hogwarts letter. She thanked everyone for attending and gave a very brief explanation of just who Lily Potter was, and why the foundation was set up. Amelia followed with a short history of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. One part of her presentation though really struck home with the parents. These terrorists targeted the Muggle-born families last time with devastating effectiveness, probably because they had infiltrators inside the ministry supplying them with those names and addresses. The ministry is now protected by the very same wards that we are today offering to erect around your homes. No Death Eater will ever set foot there again. We want you to accept the same level of protection for your family. A goblin addressing Muggle parents of witches and wizards inside the Gringotts Grand Chamber ticked so many first boxes that Barchoke didn't even bother counting. He apologized beforehand if anyone had any experience of wards but was going to treat this as if this was their first introduction of the term. Wards are basically like an invisible shield that we place around your home. A shield that can then be adjusted to meet your own requirements. Although barring anyone with a dark mark is a compulsory function of these wards, you still get to decide which witches or wizards are allowed in your home. I'll now place you in Dan Granger's very capable hands. He and his wife are both dentists while their daughter Hermione is the first witch in their family. Dan stood for a moment before speaking. I know exactly how you're all feeling at this moment in time. My wife and I were faced with exactly the same decision almost 2 years ago. Accepting our daughter as a witch was easy compared to the thought that she could be in danger because there were certain people who wanted to see her new best friend murdered. He actually smiled at the memory of that meeting. Harry's father told me that Gringotts was covered in these wards, but the ones on our house would protect something far more precious than gold. How can any father argue against logic like that? This raised a few laughs before Dan delved into the practicalities of having these wards. We have a ledger in the house that Hermione has to enter a witch or wizard's name before they are allowed onto our property. Only certain owls are allowed through too, unless they are also entered in the ledger. Apart from sleeping safer at night, I haven't found a downside to these wards and forget they are there for most of the time. I also know that, should someone be foolish enough to attempt to break through our wards, a squad of goblin warriors would be on my doorstep long before they managed their task. Amelia stood again and told their audience she had the very same wards erected on her own home and, like Dan, slept sounder at night because of them. She then asked if they had any questions, making it plain that only questions on the warding of their homes would be answered. She had no intention of letting them focus on the Potter killers. That last bit disappointed a lot of people yet. Since they were about to have their families protected from this very real threat for free, there were no complaints. As the meeting ended, there were goblin tellers present to book appointments for each family to have their home warded. Professor McGonagall led Harry, Barchoke, and the three Grangers over to greet the McDonalds, introducing Roy, Mary, and little Natalie. Roy was like a fish out of water and appeared to be searching for any point of common reference he could grasp. That this boy's mother and girlfriend were both like his Natalie, the first witches in their family, helped. He also couldn't help but notice how many of the other kids had made their way over to the lad to say hello, and a few even thanked him for cutting his holidays short to do this. Roy decided the best way to deal with his misgivings was just to put his cards on the table right up front. Not knowing this would only endear him to his goblin hosts. I'll give it to you straight, Sonny. I was brought up to believe that no one gives you something for nothing. I want to know right now what this will really cost my Natalie. Harry had signaled for Luna and Colin to come over, Colin's family coming along too. This is Luna Lovegood and Colin Creevy, last year's recipients of the Potter scholarships. I would ask the same of Naughty Lie as I did of them. They should do their best while at Hogwarts and then act as mentors for the following year's students. I hope to create something here where all scholarship students look after the younger members. Nothing more, but certainly nothing less. Seeing the sparkle in his daughter's eyes at that helped Roy and Mary, as did meeting the Creevies and Grangers. This meeting was certainly settling some of their fears. The professor then put most of the remaining worries to bed. I was aware of Centurion Crow's ambitions for this project right from the start, and thought his goals were admirable. I then spent the year watching closely as they then overachieved in every single one of those goals. The entire first year fell under their spell and now act like members of a family. They all look out for each other, and last year saw them set the best disciplinary record for a year group at Hogwarts in the castle's long history. This scholarship program is helping reshape Hogwarts, and I'm positive Natalie will fit right in and really enjoy her time with us. Harry then switched his attention fully to the little girl who was almost hiding in full sight, standing behind her parents and with her long black hair pulled over to practically obscure her facial features. What do you think about this, Natalie? Her voice was quiet, but all could hear the doubt contained there. Am I really a witch? It was a sympathetic Hermione who held her hand out to the younger girl, physically drawing her out of her parents' shadows. I know exactly how you feel. I was worried it was all some cruel joke someone was playing on me. Right up until I held my wand in my hand. Then I knew it was real and I actually was a witch. We're meeting Pauline Knott, the other scholarship student, and a few of our friends when we leave here, but I think our first stop after that should be to get you your wand. What do you think? The excitement fairly sparkled in the young witch's eyes as the Creevies and McDonald's warding appointments were quickly arranged. Now it was time for Natalie's magical adventure to begin. It wasn't excitement that sparkled in Dragantith's eyes, rather pure, unadulterated hatred as he paced up and down in agitation. Only the fact this was their apartment stopped him breaking anything. Filthy humans in our grand chamber. I saw it for myself and still can't believe it. They should have been slaughtered and served up to the dragons for daring to even look upon the sacred carvings. And those who permitted this atrocity should have their ears and noses sliced off, forced to forever live with their shame. He spun round to face his father. Of course, they were there, the ugly bitch and her parents. Please tell me it will be soon, father. The shame that she cut me burns worse than any wound. I want my revenge. Bloodfong was every bit as incensed as his son, just not as impulsive. Patience, patience, patience. Have you learned nothing? Everyone is on high alert at the moment because of these escaped Death Eaters. We need to let that settle before we act. But father, I had the perfect time all picked out. The ugly bitch's birthday is in September. We could ruin this, and every birthday she is left with the memory of her slaughtered parents. Bloodfang liked that idea. He liked it a lot but wasn't prepared to commit to that date just yet. We'll see, we'll see. This appeased his son. We'll see usually meant yes, and Dragoontooth could hardly wait for his revenge on the ugly bitch and Crow. Nothing was going to appease Bella this morning. It was almost as if someone had designed today's edition of The Prophet to push all of her buttons at the same time. Details of how the Muggle government were rapidly protecting everyone in Britain named Potter were hard to swallow. That Lestrange Gold was helping to protect those Potter Muggles started her blood on its journey toward boiling point. The Muggle-Born Protection Act, again with the name Potter behind it, only increased the temperature of that volatile substance. Seeing pictures of the brat in Diagon Alley, casually shopping without a care in the world, practically had steam coming out her ears. That the Longbottoms and her fucking nephew were in the pictures too almost had Bella totally losing it. Turning the page to see some goblin and the minister presenting McGonagall with her master's precious cup was always going to launch her right over the edge. A scream of rage rang out as her borrowed wand incinerated the offending newspaper, and also burnt a hole right through the table it was sitting on. My master's precious possession. They fucking gave it away. I'll kill them. I'll kill all of the fuckers and get it back. It won't do you any good, you know? In the blink of an eye, Bella had swung her wand to point at her mate. And what do you know of it? You're supposed to be so fucking clever, yet the bastards are one step ahead of us at every turn. Somehow the goblins discovered our master had made Horcruxes. They've been searching for them since that Halloween night. They are so confident in themselves, they've even allowed details to be published in a book. The little bastards would surely have found one stored in a Gringotts vault and removed our master's essence from it. That was nothing more than a piece of gold they handed over to Hogwarts. Rookwood was also certain that specific picture was included in the newspaper purely to garner this very reaction from Bella. Her racing off on a berserker killing spree could see all of them doomed. Bella's splintered mind had jumped off in another direction entirely though. That stupid bastard Lucius, he must have known all this, and yet he still served them one of our master's most precious possessions up on a plate. I should have taken my time killing the bastard. His death was far too merciful. No wonder my fucking sister hides behind wards that keep me out. I'll deal with that bitch and her Potter-loving spawn too. All could see the killing lust broadcasting from every pore of Bella's features. Rookwood attempted to give that killing lust some less dangerous focus, less dangerous to them, that is. What we do now is switch tactics and targets. Back to what we do best. The four of us turn up unannounced and kill every fucker in the targeted place. Augustus could see he had reached Bella with that. She would contain her rage until their attack tonight. Then they would need to begin searching for their master. Even in her clearly emotionally distressed state, Bella had still hit on the truth of the matter. This was not the ministry they were used to dealing with. The ministry's cooperation with the goblins was bad news for their cause too. Without their master's immense powerful backing, Rookwood knew it would only be a matter of time before they were tracked down. Tracking was also at the forefront of his thoughts. If they could now ward against the dark mark, the next logical step would be to discover a way to track it. He had been ordering books on arithmancy and runes to help him devise such a system, though Augustus intended to use their dark marks to locate the person who permitted them the honor of bearing them. After tonight's attack, he would need to turn all his attention to that. Neither he nor Bella had been paying any attention in the direction of the Carrows. Otherwise, they couldn't have missed the siblings' clearly horrified expressions. Alecto and Amicus wanted nothing to do with any raid or murdering muggles. They also knew better than to disagree with Bella when she was in this kind of mood. Only a complete moron offers death an invitation, and that's what would be coming their way if they dared to voice their opinions. They may survive this raid. They certainly wouldn't live through saying no to Bellatrix Lestrange when she was bubbling with anger and had a wand already in her hand. Chapter 63, Sapphire and Steel. Donald and Julie were saying goodnight to their friends in the pub. Neither was much of a drinker, but when you lived in a small village like Cockington, This was where you came to meet with your friends and generally socialize. After many years of working and living in the hustle and bustle of London, being able to retire to a sleepy little village in Devon had been a dream come true for the couple. Discovering that they were here to stay, and not just buying a holiday cottage for weekends and the odd break, saw the couple gain instant acceptance from the other residents of the village. That last year saw Donald retiring after 30 years plus service in the Metropolitan Police was really all the credentials the couple needed to be trusted by the locals. Donald was about to open the pub door for his wife only to discover it wouldn't budge an inch. "Hey, Sam, you having a lock-in tonight?" "It's just as well he retired, Julie. A copper should know you only have a lock-in after last orders. It's just gone 10 o'clock. I can tell the time. I can't budge the door though." Since Donald was 6'2" and had played rugby for his division, the former policeman was receiving a fair bit of gentle ribbing from their friends about his physical prowess, or apparent lack of. Except for the group in the back playing pool, this was now providing entertainment to the couple of dozen other patrons of the pub. Helpful suggestions were being shouted out as the younger and wiry-built Sam made his way from behind the bar to sort the problem, only to discover that both of them pushing together couldn't budge the thing. The small distorted glass panes in the door might have added a bit of character to the old-world design of the pub. They certainly weren't there to give patrons a good view through them. Even so, both Donald and Sam clearly saw the flashes of light that shot out from the darkness and must have struck the pub somewhere above where they were situated. While the jammed door now took on a far more sinister connotation for Donald, Sam was far more worried about what those beams could mean. "I don't know what those lights were, but they certainly hit the thatched roof." His worst fears seemed to be borne out though as flickering orange/yellow light began to be reflected in the distorted glass panes, and then the first whiff of smoke reached their nostrils. Both then hit the door hard with their shoulders, but they might as well have tried to burst their way through the foot-thick pub walls for all the effect they had. "Where are the emergency exits?" Sam pointed Donald in the direction of the toilets while he shot off to check the one at the back of the pool lounge. Julie had been married to her police officer for over 30 years. Seeing Donald with his game face on was not something she expected after their retirement move to be near the coast. She wasn't about to panic though. They were after all just down the village pub and spending the evening having a quiet drink with friends. Seeing her husband as he emerged from his frantic search for another exit told Julie the situation might be far more serious than she first thought. Then she too got a whiff of the acrid smoke. Sam had obviously met with the same negative result, but Donald wasn't beaten yet. Not by a long way. As the smoke started to become more obvious to everyone, he quickly press-ganged the 5 biggest guys in the pub as they grabbed one of the oak tables and had it hoisted up onto their shoulders. On the count of 3, they desperately charged toward the nearest Georgian window, hitting it dead center only to bounce off and all hit the floor on their backs. Donald lay there as the panicked screaming began to surface all around him. The table should have easily crashed right through that delicate wooden framework holding the distorted glass panes and now be lying in the beer garden outside, leaving them with a viable exit from the pub. Getting to his feet and reaching for his wife, Donald couldn't help but notice that the air was already much fresher at ground level than head height. That's when his idea struck. Grabbing hold of the barman, Donald had to shake Sam a couple of times to get him to concentrate. "Sam, how does the pub get its barrels delivered?" "They bring them every Tuesday and drop them off in the cellar." At that, Sam understood what Donald was implying and raced off behind the bar. Whether that exit was available or not, they stood a far better chance of surviving until the fire brigade got here by making their way down into the cellar and seeking shelter from the smoke and heat. Donald began pushing folk in that direction. Most didn't want to go as it was deeper into the pub, but battering chairs off windows was having even less effect than the table had. The conditions inside the pub were deteriorating rapidly. It was getting very hot and visibility was down to under 2 feet. Donald was coughing rather than breathing now as he physically pushed 3 struggling people behind the bar. He found his wife at the entrance to the cellar with a bar towel wrapped around her face as she directed people down the steps and into their proposed sanctuary. Whoever had done such a good job on the doors and windows had then missed the metal hatch on the ground that opened to allow for the delivery of beer barrels to the pub. Black metal doors on a tarred road surface at the back of the pub would have been easy to miss at night, though not now. The blazing roof was throwing off more than enough light to illuminate Sam standing at the hatch and pulling those customers through who were struggling to make it on their own. The sight of that exit was more than enough to get folk moving that just a moment ago Donald was having to shove really hard. Just before passing Julie up to Sam, Donald removed her makeshift mask and gave her a quick kiss. "You come back to me, Donald Roberts, you hear me?" "Of course, love." As his wife left the cellar, she was replaced at the hatch by a bald-colored man in uniform. It may not have been one Donald recognized, but it was still a uniform nonetheless. "What are you doing, sir?" "There are people still in that pub. The heat is bad and the smoke deadly, but I still have a chance of getting them out." "I can't let you do that." He wasn't about to accept that and angrily shouted up at the stranger. "Get your arse down here and help me then." Donald wrapped the bar towel around his face and thought his wife was a friggin' genius. It was like he was breathing fresh air. A shiver ran down his back and suddenly the heat wasn't bothering him either, and Donald also had company. The colored officer had taken his advice and followed him back into the pub. The smoke was thick enough to cut with a knife, yet Donald could easily breathe through the towel, but it was visibility that was the biggest problem. Using the pub's bar as his guide, they both set off for the pool room. Finding the people still in there turned out to be surprisingly easy. He fell over them as they had all passed out on the floor. Donald had an arm each from the first two people they found huddled against the fire exit and was dragging them along the floor as burning parts of the ceiling started falling all around him. Though the situation must be giving him strength, as Donald felt superhuman and the two unconscious bodies were shooting along the ground as if on casters. His accomplice, though, appeared to be going one better and pushing the remaining three casualties rapidly toward the safety of the cellar. Sam and Julie were both waiting at the hatch, and they had those two fellows out of there in seconds. His wife had clearly been speeding down the road to hysteria and wouldn't let Donald go the second he exited the hatch. Just as well, his accomplice didn't seem to need any help as the three people he'd rescued appeared to float through the life-saving opening. Willing hands quickly took the five away for medical treatment as the rescue party moved further from the now fiercely blazing pub. It took a lot to ignite a thatched roof, but once lit, it was almost impossible to stop it burning until all the thatch was consumed by the fire. Donald wanted to thank his mysterious accomplice. "What's your name, son? You did wonderful work in there." "Thank you, sir, it's Shacklebolt." "Sorry, but unit and such are all confidential." As they shook hands, the Auror surreptitiously canceled the bubble head and flame-freezing charms he'd cast on the muggle. He'd already removed the featherlight charm from the victims they'd pulled out of the pub. As a former policeman, Donald always had another question. What's a special unit doing in a tiny place like Cockington? The Auror indicated toward the front of the burning building. I think the name of the pub you were just in should give you that answer. Donald, Julie, and Sam all glanced toward the sign suspended from the 15-foot-high wrought iron stand across from the entrance. It was clearly visible now, illuminated by the flames of the burning pub. It boldly advertised the Potter's Arms. When the trio turned back to ask Shacklebolt some more questions, he had vanished into the night. Harry and Hermione had spent a rare night in Crawley and were enjoying their morning exercise routine, which today was a run around the town where Hermione grew up. They were leaving for Cairo tomorrow, but Hermione had an ulterior motive for their stay in Crawley. She wanted the family to go to church this morning. When they got married in non-magical society, Hermione wanted the service to take place in the church she'd attended since being a toddler. Being at Hogwarts meant they would only be able to attend church on a few occasions each year, but Hermione wanted Harry to be comfortable and get his face known by the rest of the parishioners. She had no idea how known Harry would be by the end of today's service. Harry enjoyed the singing in church, especially Hermione's lovely voice, and was ignoring all the glances in their direction. Hermione, too, was relatively immune to people staring at them. 2 years of being by Harry's side had built her tolerance levels up. Dan and Emma, though, had only experienced this phenomenon when they accompanied their children into the magical community. Having people stare in their direction was certainly not how their Sunday mornings at church usually progressed. As the service ended, Melissa and Joe made a beeline for the couple. "Hermione, we really need to speak to you. Are you going to be home for long?" "Sorry, Melissa. We leave for Egypt in the morning." This had Joanne groaning. "It's really important. Hermione, you must have noticed everyone staring at you this morning? The Dursleys have been spreading rumors about Harry all over Crawley, and nobody has been able to say they were wrong. The name Dursley instantly focused all four of their attentions. Would you girls like to come over for tea, and you can tell us what this is all about? You need to clear this with your parents first, though. A pair of yes. Mrs. Granger saw both girls hurry off to see their parents. Knowing both sets, it was a foregone conclusion that they would have two visitors for tea. Both girls' mothers would be desperate to know what was going on, and Hermione was whispering this information to Harry as soon as the girls left. Anything said at tea today would be all over Crawley before they arrived in Cairo. Harry found the Reverend Richards a down-to-earth and very pleasant guy. That all three Grangers clearly liked the man was enough of a recommendation for him. Even here, though they all detected questions the minister was dying to ask, but social politeness held him in check. Both girls plied the couple with questions on the 10-minute walk to the Grangers' home. Melissa's eyes nearly popping out of her head when she spotted the ring Hermione was wearing. Harry's answer that it was an old family heirloom had both girls just about swooning. Joanne found she was on no safer ground when asking them how their holidays had been. Harry's answer had both of them practically turning green with envy. Florida was a lot of fun since there was a whole gang of us there this year. I love seeing Hermione wearing the latest fashions. Shopping for them in Paris is something I'm hoping Dan can give me advice on how to dodge that painful experience next time. This earned a quick quip from the dentist. Leave Lavender and Parvati at home. The girl holding on to this gorgeous guy's arm, wearing his ring on her finger and giggling at her father's joke, bore no resemblance to the Hermione Granger Melissa and Joanne had known. Both could hardly wait to discover if the rumors about this Harry were true. Emma had hardly walked into the kitchen before she returned with a laden tray. Dobby, as usual, had prepared a spread with scones, jams, and clotted cream, sharing the tray with a cake stand full of delights. Dan then collected the tea, coffee, and orange juice the little guy had ready as they sat around the dining table. After both girls had lavished praise on the wonderful home baking, Hermione was ready to get down to business. You said there was something important we needed to know and mentioned the Dursleys? Joanne made sure to wipe any of that delicious cream and jam from her lips before speaking. The Dursleys are spreading it all around town that your Harry is the one the Potter killers are after. Seeing their shock at that, Melissa completed the tale. They're claiming they knew this would happen, which is why they never took their nephew in as a baby. They wanted to protect their own son from danger. It was an angry Harry who verbally cut across her. They were offered protection. Instead, they gave me up and moved house. Hermione's arm slipping around him allowed Harry to quickly calm. He certainly wasn't angry at these two girls. Melissa and Joanne appeared as if they'd been petrified, since both just stared at Harry without moving a muscle. He just admitted these murderers were actually after him. Hermione snuggled into her mate as he confirmed that he was the one they were after to the girls. I told Hermione that it might be dangerous being my friend the very first week we met, and she's still here. My father contacted Dan and Emma shortly after that, and they still allowed me to date their wonderful daughter. That's how a real family behaves. Not by rejecting a member whose only crime is to survive their parents being murdered. I have no love for the Dursleys, but I don't hate them either. They really don't mean anything to me. My only concern here is that when this news gets out, it will paint a target over Crawley. This house has the best protective systems that money can buy, but no one else in town does. Knowing full well how quickly this news would spread, Emma thought they should again make sure it was their version of the truth that was being believed. A few days ago, we were all lying on a beach belonging to Harry. Actually, the entire island does. The point being that he raced back to Britain to ensure all his friends were protected. He and his father also arranged all the funding that allowed everyone named Potter in the whole of Britain to move somewhere safe. The Harry that we know is an entirely honorable young man who we would be delighted to welcome to the family someday. I certainly couldn't say the same about Dudley Dursley. Neither girl could argue with that opinion, and both were certain their mothers would be overjoyed if either of them had brought Harry home as a boyfriend. Potter killers be damned. Harry was handsome, clearly very wealthy, titled and honorable. Both girls would settle for finding a boy with even one of those attributes. Just by having tea at the Grangers would see their status elevated amongst their peers. They'd met Harry and had news that would turn the town on its head. Crawley could become the center of the biggest news story in the country. Joanne tried for more information and asked if they had any plans after Cairo. Probably just spending time at our house in the Scottish Highlands, though I would like to attend church again before we return to school. I enjoyed that today. Melissa was thinking that news would certainly see a few more people attending the Reverend Robert's Sunday sermons while Joe and had focused on Harry saying our house. It would seem their relationship was even more serious than they thought. Shaq thought he was in serious trouble as Madame Bones asked for an explanation of his actions. For different incendios being cast at the same location set off the detectors, our squad was on the scene less than 2 minutes after getting the alarm, but the Death Eaters had already gone and the roof was beyond saving. Circling around to the back of the building, I noticed people escaping from a hatch in the ground, so went over to investigate. One person was determined to go back inside to rescue more people, and my choices were to let him go, stun him, or follow and help. I chose the latter. Did this muggle see you using magic? Absolutely not. The smoke was so thick inside the building that you could hardly see your hand in front of your face. I know we have a non-interference policy, Madame Bones, but those 5 people, and probably the man who went back in to rescue them, would all have died if I hadn't taken that action. You are not in trouble or Shacklebolt, quite the opposite. I intend to see a commendation placed on your record for your actions last night, as well as using those actions to have alterations made to our policy. If we have Aurors on the scene who can save lives without breaking the statute of secrecy, then I want that to be our response. Even if it means we have to alter some memories later, I think that is a better option than standing there and letting people die when we could save them. This drew a wide smile from the Auror. Thank you, Madame Bones, for the commendation and the policy change. I became an Auror to help people, and last night that's what I did. That older gentleman was going back into that burning building knowing there was a very good chance he wouldn't be coming back out. I just had to help him. Amelia handed her Auror a copy of a Muggle newspaper where the fire was front-page news. That gentleman was a retired policeman. He may have retired, but that will to serve and protect never leaves the good officers. You are a good officer, Auror Shacklebolt. Now take a couple of days off and enjoy yourself. He passed through the door of the director's office, a relieved man. Alecto sighed with relief as she passed through the door, just glad to be out of the house for a moment. It may be their house, but Bella and Augustus had made themselves right at home. When they both had headed up the stairs, Alecto knew it was time to get out of there. She strolled down to the burn and sat dangling her feet off the bank, letting the sound of the running water soothe her jangled nerves. Amicus knew just where to find his sister. She'd been coming to this spot to be alone since she was a little girl. Alecto, you need to be more careful. We can't let our guests see how we really feel. Lestrange was a crazy witch before she was sent to Azkaban, but now she would kill you as soon as look at you. We're already dead. Amicus, it's just a matter of who actually does the deed. This shocked her brother back on his heels, that and seeing how worried his sister was about this. What do you mean dead? Bella killed her husband and both brothers-in-law when they escaped from Azkaban, and we've both heard her saying what she wants to do to her sister when she gets a hold of her. The crazy bitch will end the Carol line in a heartbeat and not give a shit about it afterwards. Those two have taken everything they want from us and will close anything that might lead the Ministry to them before they leave. The same Ministry will now group the Caros along with those two, so there will only be death for us there too. Amicus desperately wanted to argue that his sister was wrong. He wasn't able to, but suggested a third option. What if we run away? Run away where and to what? We've no gold, family, or friends. You'll notice no other Death Eaters have come forward to help with their supposed terror campaign, so we're on our own. Where could we run to? Who would help us with the Ministry and Lestrange wanting us dead? I just wish we'd known they didn't have wands when they first walked up that path. We could have killed them both and made off with the reward money. By the time we found that out, though, Bella was too close, and she's every bit as deadly with a blade. A now disconsolate sibling joined his sister sitting on the bank while a jubilant bug was so excited that she nearly fell off the branch she was perched on. Rita had spotted the witch leaving the house while she was scouting the building and had followed purely on a hunch that had just paid dividends. She could now report back on the Death Eater's location without having to go anywhere near Bellatrix Lestrange, an unexpected and most assuredly welcome bonus. She flew away looking to get outside the wards and then intended to use her emergency port key. It was her quickest way back to London and would certainly see her rapidly brought straight to Barchoke. The former unspeakable was all concentration as he meticulously inscribed the last rune into the parchment, using his own blood as ink. A quick spell saw the parchment glow silver and rotate slightly, aligning the top rune with north. Bella was trembling with excitement as she held her arm out, desperate to play her part in the ritual. Rookwood cut Bella's arm across her dark mark and let the resulting blood drip onto the parchment. Their excitement mounted as the blood then pooled together before expanding into a straight line that clearly pointed in a specific direction. Restraining herself while her lover carefully measured the angle of the line was one of the hardest things Bella had done in decades. Only after he'd written down the result could she let her exuberance have free rein. A thoroughly ruffled Augustus then listened to his mate's explanation for jumping him. That line of blood proves our master is still with us, and only the fact that I know you need that wonderful brain of yours to take another reading is stopping me shagging you senseless this very minute. You have 1 minute to come out with empty hands before we open fire. Amelia's amplified voice shattered the peace of the Dundee countryside and would certainly be heard in every square inch of the Caro house. They had wards up to stop anyone from entering or leaving the area, and Amelia had brought enough firepower to level the building if the occupants wanted to put up a fight. Part of her wanted to do that anyway, but she was too much of an Auror not to give those inside the house an opportunity to surrender. She had the house surrounded though and wouldn't be taking any chances with the lives of her Aurors. She watched as both Caros slowly emerged from the door, brother and sister with their empty hands held high in the air. At Amelia's signal, both were dropped by stunners as Mad-Eye confirmed he couldn't see anyone else in the house. Another signal saw both casualties speedily dragged away, and they wouldn't be revived until being searched and then manacled. As more of her team poured into the house, Alastair asked the question that was in all of their minds. Could the information have been wrong? I doubt it. Barchoke's intelligence has never been wrong before, and he wants these two caught as much as we do. Her gaze had wandered to Rita and a photographer who were waiting on permission to enter the area. All that was forgotten, though, by a piercing scream coming from inside the house. Amelia actually found her way barred by Alastair. Looks to me like a booby trap and someone got careless. The last thing we need is you and Aaron in that house. I would recommend we pull all the Aurors out of there and get some specialists here from the Ministry. Amelia could only agree as one of her Aurors was led from the building with a badly burned hand. She would have to put the disappointment of not catching these two aside and see just what information they could garner from this. They were a step closer, and she would have to accentuate that positive for the press. As the two Caros were revived, Amicus progressed from blustering to beseeching, finally giving begging a try as their wands were tested and both had incendo charms on them. His vocal attempts to save their lives was in stark contrast with stoic silence coming from his sister. Alecto appeared already resigned to her fate. At least Amelia had the satisfaction of knowing they had captured two of the people who had attacked the pub. She would just have to be satisfied with that for now. A very satisfied Rookwood was lying back against a tree in the forest of Dean and contemplating how much his life had changed in such a short time. The 600 miles plus between here and Dundee had given them 2 readings to work with. Simple triangulation on a map would give them a fairly approximate destination to begin their search, and taking further readings as they traveled should narrow their search area dramatically. While that achievement was certainly intellectually immensely satisfying, it paled into insignificance for Augustus compared to the witch currently snuggling into him. Bella had lived up to her promise and done her very best to shag his brains out the instant after he had noted down the second reading. So much so that they had found themselves resting under this magnificent oak. His silent contemplation was shattered as he shot to his feet and knocked Bella flying. She had her wand out and searching for danger as her lover removed something smoldering from his pocket. "Oh, I knew my big strong wizard had the hots for me, but to actually see you burn is rather a nice compliment. I just hope nothing important is damaged down there, lover. You were certainly on fire, but you're not responsible for this. Someone just triggered the protection wards I had on all my notes and would certainly have received a nasty burn for their troubles as those notes turned to ashes. That nosy bitch, Alecto. I'll flay her alive if she's ruined all your hard work. I think it's time we took care of those bastards anyway. We had practically to imperious them to take part the other night. What's wrong with this fucked up country? Death Eaters not wanting to kill and torture muggles. I don't think it would be Alecto, love. She's far too terrified of you to go anywhere near our things. I think our time in Dundee is at an end. Whether we were discovered or sold out doesn't really matter anymore. I think we're safer staying off the beaten track and camping for now. A burglary to a shop selling such things is something we'll need to consider. They should also have maps, compasses, and all the supplies we need. Just by looking at those vectors, I'm certain we need to leave Britain, but we don't want to advertise that fact. So no torturing and killing, I know. If you keep spoiling all my fun, then you are just going to have to keep me occupied in other ways. Bella's pretend pout and the things she was doing with her hands left Rookwood seriously worried that he wouldn't be up to that task. After the day they'd had, the group were worried that they wouldn't be up to the task tonight. Just arriving at where they would be staying for the next week was enough to blow the Weasley twins' minds. This wasn't a house but a palace. Marble and tiled surfaces everywhere in an attempt to keep the building cool, with even a fountain inside the house. Then they had gone out and the sights, sounds and smells of Cairo had Fred and George thinking they had landed in paradise. With Bill as the group's guide, they had seen places well off the tourist map, and the magical section was so full of exuberance and color that neither twin wanted to leave. They were imagining a shop like this plunked in the middle of Diagon Alley. It would be the talk of London, and their dream took a little more shape and form. Tonight they all had an official function in the Cairo branch of Gringotts to attend, and, as Barchoke had been summoned back to Britain, Harry was left to lead the party until his father caught up with them. Harry greeted the dignitaries as he entered, offering the ambassador's apologies, but the director himself had ordered the recall. They were impressed that his mate was fluent in their language and carried a goblin blade. They were astonished that her Muggle parents were fluent too. Word was rapidly spread around the bank to treat everyone here tonight as having the ability to understand their language. They would have been right. After the initial shock wore off, the bank officials felt greatly honored that the director had sent them such a group. Lords, ladies, and muggles they may be, but all speaking their tongue gained them acceptance into their midst. Hermione was on Harry's arm as they mingled when a squeaky female voice behind them affected Harry like a bolt of lightning. "Do you remember me, Harry?" He had spun around and lifted the young female goblin right off her feet, the delight on his face clear for all to see. "Sapphire, of course I remember you. What made you think I could possibly forget?" "Oh, I just watched you arrive with your mate and all your friends. Centurion, would you kindly put my daughter down? We'd heard that things are changing in Britain, but that is still not considered appropriate behavior here." Harry placed the young female goblin back on her feet before turning to face her father. Performing the Centurion salute, he offered an apology. "I'm sorry, sir. There was no inappropriate intention on my part. I just hadn't seen my friend for 7 years and couldn't contain my delight. I didn't even consider she might be here tonight, and hope you will allow us some time this week to catch up." The pleading eyes from his daughter left Goldskin no option to refuse, especially since the bank's officials were all watching and chuckling at his discomfort. "I shall try and arrange something." Barchoke, appearing at his shoulder, left the goblin no wiggle room. "I know all our itinerary for the week, so when would Sapphire be available? She can join in with the rest of the group, or we can make other arrangements. She would also be very welcome to come to Britain for a visit. There's always plenty to do in Kingussie at Baron Crow's, and always plenty of chaperones ensuring that there is no inappropriate behavior. Have you met my son's mate? This is my daughter, Hermione Granger, Friend of the Nation, Order of Merlin, first-class holder. That sword on her hip has tasted blood, both in duels and battles. She helped my son bring down a 1,000-year-old basilisk with it and brought honor and profit to Gringotts." Hermione hadn't a clue what was going on here, but both Harry and father had cut the legs from under this goblin. She continued that trend by bowing to Goldskin as an equal and watching as his eyes nearly popped out his head. "I am always delighted to meet any friends of my mates, and look forward to getting to know your daughter, Sapphire, better." The little goblin in question now wore a beaming smile. There may be a stern lecture waiting on her when they got home, but it would be worth it to spend some time with Harry and his friends. Her father took Sapphire away to discuss with her mother on the best time for their daughter to see her friend. A slight shake of Barchoke's head was enough to tell Harry he would have to wait until later for an explanation of what happened back home. He also knew Hermione wouldn't wait until later, so led her over to a quiet corner. A smile was all Emma needed to know she and Dan were invited too. The four stood sipping goblin ale, the adult Grangers screening their 2 children from the rest of the room. Sapphire is my friend. She was the only one who would sit next to me in class and refused to leave my side. no matter what anyone said. Harry's smile at that memory soon faded as what followed later needed to be faced. They couldn't get Sapphire away from my side, so they got her family to leave Britain, taking my only friend with them. I was 6 and shattered. I just couldn't understand what was happening until Dragonbreath explained it to me at school. He sauntered up and said her parents were worried their daughter would be contaminated by being near me, so it was my fault they had to take her away. Harry's voice had been getting lower as he spoke and was barely above a whisper as he recounted what happened next. I lost it as only a 6-year-old can. I punched, kicked, bit, scratched. That was the first time I beat the shit out of Dragonbreath. Dan appeared ready to congratulate him, but Harry soon put a stop to that. His family went mental, said I had no place inside Gringotts. The entire situation escalated until my father ended up in the pit fighting so I could stay. I lost the only friend I'd ever had, and Dragonbreath lost an uncle. We've hated each other ever since. Ever since that day too, I sat alone in class because no other family wanted their son or daughter to get involved, until I went to Hogwarts. Hermione had caught the occasional glimpse of the darker side to Goblin Society, but her parents appeared shocked. School disagreements resulting in parents fighting to the death was not something they wanted to consider. She had another question for her mate though. I understand your reaction to Sapphire. I would have killed for a friend like that when I was 6. Why the hostility toward her father though? We know Bloodfang was behind the move. Whether gold, coercion, or both was involved we don't know, but her father set the whole thing in motion. Goldskin didn't like me then, and it seems his opinion hasn't changed any since. Neither me becoming a centurion or a baron has had any effect. My father must have enjoyed rubbing his nose in how proud he is of our Hermione. I think that was Goldskin's greatest fear, but Sapphire and me were only 6. Dan didn't think this was the time or place to point out he and Hermione were only 11 when they met, and now they were mates for life. He may have liked to change a few things in these last 2 years, but dragging his daughter to another continent to get her away from Harry wouldn't have even made the list of things Dan wished he'd done. Hermione had her arm around her mate, offering support and love. Well, she's here now and seems keen to renew your friendship. Not that I blame her. I can't wait to talk with Sapphire and find out what you were like as a little boy. This earned her a quick kiss before it was back to mingling. Harry had been looking forward to this trip, but meeting Sapphire just made the entire holiday so much more. At the very least, they would be writing to each other from now on. He had no intention of losing touch with her again. A squeeze of his arm had Harry bending his head so Hermione could whisper in his ear. So, have I gained another sister? Harry glanced over to where Hannah, Susan, Parvati and Luna were hanging out with their 4 older friends, all under the watchful eyes of Lucas and Moa. He could only smile before giving Hermione a quick kiss on the cheek. Thanks for understanding. I do understand, Amelia. That doesn't mean I have to agree with you and Cornelius on this matter. This left the witch in question shaking her head. Amos was being stubborn, and it could be very costly. I do see your point, Amos. The Carrows were nothing more than low-level Death Eaters and wouldn't have been involved if the other 2 hadn't shown up on their doorstep. On that we all agree. If Amos thought he was winning this argument, then he didn't really know Amelia Bones. She was just getting warmed up. Now let's list what else we know. Did they supply food and shelter to the 2 most wanted murderers in Britain? Yes. Did they arm these most wanted murderers with wands? Yes. Did they take part in the raid on that Muggle pub and fire curses that set the building on fire? Yes. Did they know what the punishment would be for such an act before they set out? Again, yes. We have their very own testimony to confirm those facts. They're guilty, Amos. I never doubted their guilt for a second. I just don't know if I can support the death penalty over this. The Minister of Magic understood the Chief Warlock's reluctance, but, unless they showed a united front on this matter, Cornelius feared they would be defeated in the chamber. We've heard from Barchoke that his intelligence reported our stance on this matter actually stopped Death Eaters joining Rookwood and Lestrange. A deterrent only works though when people actually believe we will carry out our threats. Look at this another way, we have bent over backwards trying to appease these people and our strategy has been working. We avoided a war because we left their families alone, and it's those same families we need to protect now. We've shown them the positive side and what can happen when they cooperate with us. Now we need to show them that we're serious about what happens when you stand and plot against the Ministry. Amos, Our children are currently holidaying with Harry, and both of us are delighted at that. We have to show others of their age that becoming a Death Eater will not solve all your problems. It will instead cost you your life. It may have been underhanded to bring their children into this argument, but Amelia thought it was necessary. Nothing was more important to Amos than his son. The Malfoy and Knott families appear to be making the right choices. If we want to stop another war that will include our children, then I feel strongly that this is what we have to do. I don't like it any more than you do, but to keep my Susan safe, I'll do what needs to be done. If we allow another war to start, there is no doubt that Harry will be at the center of it, and our children will stand with him. Susan and Cedric were placed in Hufflepuff for a reason. Amos, their loyalty can't be questioned, and they will stand with their friends. 2 dead Carrows I can live with, but those children are all we have left from the last war. Our task here is to stop there being another. A nod was all the signal given that she had won her argument. Amos' support might be reluctant, but it was vital if they were going to pull this off. Chapter 64, The Jewel of the Nile. Goldskin thought he'd hit upon a way for his daughter and her peers to see these people for what they really were, nothing more than a failing director's pathetic attempt to show Britain in a good light. Goldskin made the bargain that he would allow Sapphire to spend some time with them if they in turn would take part in a class question and answer session at the school. This group had made quite an impression, and he intended to see that positive impression torn down in an environment where young goblins would ask the questions that adults really couldn't, at least not without those adults being challenged with blades. Goldskin was rather surprised, though, at how quickly his offer had been accepted, and just how keen they appeared to do this. They were actually turning up at the school this morning. Barchoke led Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Padma into the class. Tonks, of course, was still on protection duty and brought up the rear. While his son was in full Centurion regalia, the other 3 were sporting their dueling robes and all, of course, wore their swords. Goldskin was laboring over introducing them to the class, saying that the students shouldn't let their guests' nervousness stop them asking the questions they really wanted to, while having no idea these 4 faced and taught a much larger defense class every week. Whatever this goblin was up to, Barchoke was certain his children and their 2 friends could cope with it. He intended to stand back and enjoy the show. Seeing they were actually going to be talking to Sapphire's class had Harry really looking forward to this. Hermione, of course, had a lesson plan for this morning, depending on what other plans Goldskin had. The class tutor then threw the questioning session over to his students, and a goblin male at the rear of the class jumped right in. "You're the same age as us? Are you really a Centurion?" Activating his armor, a now golden Harry dealt with the question. "You should all know that for anyone other than a Centurion to wear this armor merits a death sentence." "Yes, I really am a Centurion." Goldskin wasn't about to let Harry get off that easy. "I think what he meant was, are you a real Centurion? Or is the whole thing just a lame public relations exercise from the British branch of Gringotts?" Harry towered over Goldskin and, with his armor still activated, was quite an imposing sight. "I wasn't aware you were here as an interpreter for what the students really mean. Or are you just putting your own slant on an innocent and honest question?" Turning his back on Goldskin before the goblin could reply, Harry once more faced the class. "I have commanded warriors as we patrolled Hogwarts after one of our friends was attacked inside the castle. I led 4 of the people you see here today and Lady Black as we battled a basilisk. There have been some ridiculous rumors flying around about that beast. Can you give the class some specific details on it?" Goldskin's continuing to interrupt along with his patronizing, speaking to children voice was really beginning to grate on Harry's nerves. "We were too busy trying not to die to stop and measure the thing, but when I delivered the killing blow its death throes saw it land on my mate. The beast was so big it crushed both her legs, and we needed 30 goblin warriors with levers to move the basilisk enough for our father to slip Hermione out from under it." He then turned to Goldskin, and there was no mistaking the annoyance Harry displayed. "Is that enough specific details for you? How about the fact that the carcass has so far generated a profit that's approaching 2 million galleons?" The amount of gold involved captured everyone's attention, but Harry had returned his to the class and the original question. "I have also fought an honor duel in the pit. Only being a Centurion allowed me to do so at my age." This final revelation drew a shocked squeal from Sapphire. She didn't even put her hand up and receive permission to ask her question. "You fought in the pit, Harry? What happened?" "Our friend Dragonbreath caused it, and then the coward wouldn't face me. His father of course backed his son, and I was left to face their nominated champion. Brave words when the goblins involved are thousands of miles away and unable to defend themselves. Goldskin never got to finish as Harry had clearly reached his limit on how much he was going to let Sapphire's father needle him. He was a centurion and would be treated with the respect his position demanded. The watchers around the pit all saw Master Sharpshard's memory of how Hermione beat Dragontooth in a fight to first blood, only for the coward to strike at her with his blade after the match was over. I publicly called him a coward and threatened to cut his ears off if he came near my mate again in front of the director, Dragontooth, his father, and at least 100 goblins gathered around the pit. He still chose to nominate a champion rather than face me. So you can save yourself the trouble of telling tales to Bloodfang. He is well aware of my opinion of him and his family. Harry was now standing right in front of a furious Goldskin and decided to apply some needling of his own. We had planned on crossing blades with a few volunteers from the class later, but I get the feeling you would have something to say about that too. Why don't we just skip all this posturing and you and I get right to it with a fight to first blood? You haven't believed a word I've said, so here's your chance to show everyone what a fraud I am. That is what you're trying to do here, isn't it? I accept. Thinking on his feet, Harry spotted an opportunity and went for it. If you're so sure of yourself, then surely a little wager shouldn't scare you. He was positive Goldskin wouldn't be able to resist, especially when the stakes became known. Wagering was almost a national sport to goblins, though Goldskin obviously wanted to know the terms of this bet. I have more gold than my mate and I could ever spend, so let's make it something interesting. If I win, you will allow Sapphire to spend a week holidaying with us in Britain. And when I win, you will never have contact with my daughter ever again. I agree. The goblin spat on his hand and held it out. Harry reciprocated and they slapped hands to seal the terms of the wager. Padma nudged Hermione and nodded her head in the direction of Sapphire. The little goblin looked about ready to burst into tears. Neville sauntered over to join Harry as the tutor got the class ready to move to the training room. Both witches were soon beside Sapphire like a couple of bookends. This is my best friend, Padma. Don't worry, Sapphire. Harry won't hurt your father. Hermione, my father is very good with a blade. I can't believe Harry would gamble our friendship like that. My father will make sure we never see or hear from each other again. This drew a short, sarcastic laugh from Padma. I watched Harry take Master Sharpshard apart after he made the mistake of harming Hermione. Unless your father's better with a sword than Master Sharpshard, then you better start packing a bag because you're coming back to Scotland with us. You're clearly important to Harry, so he won't be messing about with this fight. Sapphire turned to Hermione for confirmation. Yes, she is my best friend, though Padma can take some getting used to. She's telling the truth though. Harry is very, very good and has abilities that mean he could draw first blood before your father got a chance to lift his blade. He won't lose. You're coming to Scotland with us for a holiday. With that information, a now far more assertive Sapphire moved forward to where the bets were being whispered amongst her fellow students, quickly offering the most favorable odds and covering every wager she could lay her hands on. There were some shocked faces that she would bet against her own father, but this was strictly business. Sapphire was now going on holiday and wanted some spending money. Seeing both girls obviously comforting Sapphire made Harry smile. Tonks, though, was not amused in the slightest. Only you, Harry, could turn a school visit into a bloody fight. No messing around here. Finish this quickly. Madam Bones will have my badge and arse if I stand back and watch you getting injured. Why thanks, Tonks. And here was me thinking it was my health you were worried about. Just do this guy without getting injured. You wouldn't want me getting upset with you now, would you? Tonks, you're on my list, but certainly way behind Henrika, Moa, Smita, and especially Emma. I'll be careful. By the time the pair got ready to fight, they had attracted quite the audience as word had spread. Goldskin was delighted with this as he wanted everyone to see what a complete fraud this boy being made a centurion was. His opinion changed the instant the class tutor called fight. He'd never faced an opponent so powerful or so unbelievably quick, and there were barrels full of skill contained inside that iconic armor to back the other two up. While it was taking every ounce of concentration and experience, Goldskin had to keep those two flashing blades off him. The brat then had the nerve and time to chat. I could shave the hairs off your ears and still not draw blood. I won't publicly take you apart because Sapphire is my friend and you are her father, and that would also be behavior that was unbecoming of a centurion. In a move that Goldskin barely registered, the golden blur was inside his guard and his cheek was cut just below his eye. This drew gasps from those watching. That move was banned unless you were passed by a master to perform it. Too many goblins had lost eyes when their opponents weren't just as good as they thought they were. Harry gave the centurion's salute, then bowed deeper than he needed to, giving credit to his opponent. While you are very good, I am a centurion who has trained under Master Sharpshard for over 6 years. He did me the great honor of presenting me with my badges of rank during my oath ceremony. Harry then spoke to the class tutor, hiding his relief after spotting a beaming Sapphire. Sir, sorry, but we were never properly introduced. Since we are already here, could we give a demonstration of the fighting technique that we train in? Like the vast majority of those watching, the tutor was astonished at how easily Goldskin had been defeated. He also, again like the vast majority of those watching, wanted to see what these four were actually capable of. Of course he said yes. While setting up a warded area with their portable stones, Harry gave a brief explanation of what they were about to witness. We are developing a style of fighting that is both magical and goblin, using wands and goblin shields unless close enough for our blades to be more effective. Neville and Padma have only been friends of the nation for a matter of months, but are working hard to learn the noble art of using the blades our director personally presented them with. As their demonstration began, there were gasps of amazement from the watchers. It was a 3-on-1 duel, but Harry's speed and mobility meant he was holding his own. There were curses being dodged, reflected off goblin shields, and occasionally magical shields were being used too as the quartet impressed all the spectators with their obvious fighting skills. Goldskin felt sick as everyone now realized the boy was holding back in their fight. That knife of his could have cast a spell and ended the contest before it had truly begun. That sickly feeling only intensified when he sensed Barchoke was now behind him. Not something he was comfortable with. Isn't my daughter magnificent? Is it any wonder our nation are taking her to their heart as she fights at my son's side? Brave enough to charge Master Sharpshard with her blade when he attacked her mate in a fight, yet also one of the smartest witches I've ever met. As he's now a centurion, my son will also inherit our family vaults as well as those of the Potter family, making him one of the wealthiest persons in Britain. That could have been Sapphire at his side. Instead you chose to rip her away and leave my son totally isolated for years. Goldskin's attention was currently focused on his own daughter, her blue eyes so full of excitement and happiness that they were sparkling as brightly as the gems for which she was named. The thought of his daughter with a human had seen him flee Britain, but that human was now a centurion and had just wiped the floor with him while holding back. Had he listened to the wrong people all those years ago? Had he made a mistake? It was as if Barchoke could read his mind. We know about the stories coming out of Britain. That is why we are here, and I would like to thank you for your help in dispelling most of them. My son was awarded centurion status on merit, and Master Sharpshard thinks he will one day be one of the nation's greatest warriors. I think that day is no more than a few years away. I love my wonderful daughter as if she were my own and will cherish my grandchildren as the precious gifts they will be. What you see with your own eyes is the future, goblins, wizards, and even muggles all getting along together. There are already dwellings being built on my son's land in Scotland with full approval of the Ministry and the nation. Something I never thought would happen in my lifetime. This group had been a big hit last night, and word of today would certainly only add to that acceptance. The whispers from London were dissipating like the mist in the morning, when faced with the blindingly obvious glare of truth that was right in front of their eyes. Change is coming, despite those who plot against it. You have clearly chosen your side, but you have an opportunity to play it smart and ensure your daughter is protected no matter what happens. My son will go to any lengths to protect his friends. Only my presence prevented him killing Master Sharpshard after the fool injured Harry's mate. By Sapphire's association with him, she might even be able to protect her family when Bloodfong and his ilk finally make their move. A shudder of dread ran through Goldskin at that. Barchoke clearly knew about the whispers, who was behind them, and that same person had ambitions to take things further than mere whispers. Since my son attended Hogwarts as a goblin, the nation's profile has never been higher, and neither has Gringotts' profits, up over 17% in just 2 years. Here was something that the whispers never mentioned, probably because goblins would be prepared to accept quite a few changes to see profits increase by a lot less than the margin just indicated. Goldskin then uttered his first words since the fight. "I shall speak with her tutor and explain Sapphire will be missing lessons. Do I have your assurance my daughter will be safe? She will be watched over like my own daughter. No harm will come to her while I still draw breath." With that formal oath, Goldskin graciously accepted, just as the demonstration ended to much cheering from the swelling audience. With limited space and bare terrain, they had put a 5-minute time limit on the duel, and all four were still standing at the end. The next half an hour was then spent having a much more friendlier question and answer session with all four offering their views. An overjoyed Sapphire left to spend the rest of the day with them, her departure closely watched by a thoughtful father. Goldskin now understood why Bloodfang was so worried about this matter. While he had been somewhat easily defeated in his fight today, the group were also outright winners in the battle for hearts and minds. One look at the jealous stares directed in his daughter's direction as she left with her friend was enough to confirm that, leaving Goldskin to wonder what would have happened if he hadn't reacted to taunts and stares of a different kind 7 years ago. That was water over the dam, though as the Centurion had clearly made his choice, it was now all about making the best of the situation they found themselves in. In her wildest dreams, Emma had never envisaged herself in this situation. She was in the arms of her prince, cruising along the Nile bathed in moonlight while sitting on a flying carpet. Those last 2 words reverberated around her brain as if they had been shouted into the mouth of a cave. That seemed very apt as her brain had gone missing the instant this magical rug had lifted off the ground. She had felt as if they had stepped onto the set of an Indiana Jones movie this morning as Bill had led them around an active dig. Holding something in her hand that no other human had touched for thousands of years had given Emma such a thrill, only to be eclipsed by this. This really was magical. Magical was the only word Sapphire had to describe this experience too. Goblins tended to spend their lives underground, certainly not up in the air and held there by only a rug. It was also magical to be with her friend again. She had cried for days when her father had moved them out of Britain. Harry had certainly changed. He was now a Centurion and had chosen his mate. But there was enough of that little boy she once knew still there for their friendship to reignite almost instantly. His family and friends had been wonderful too. Just the term Harry's friend saw her receive immediate acceptance, her being a goblin not matching a jot. It could have been awkward meeting his mate, but Hermione had accepted her at once and Sapphire was very grateful for that. Luna too quickly became a friend and she was thoroughly enjoying her day and couldn't wait for her trip to Scotland. Tonks was sitting behind the Grangers and had to pull out her badge to ensure she was on the same carpet as Harry. The dealer was trying to impose his 6 to a carpet rule, but the Auror convinced him this was a special case. With Harry, Hermione, Luna, and Sapphire sitting in front of Dan and Emma, they were all having a wonderful time. Her attention, though, kept wandering to the full moon illuminating the beautiful country below, and what this meant for a certain wizard back in Britain. Remus would be going through his transformation alone, and Tonks couldn't believe how much that thought hurt her. In less than a year she had progressed to the point where the handsome Bill Weasley's attentions meant nothing to her. She was truly smitten by the werewolf. They would have to talk when she got back to Britain. As the caravan of flying carpets silently glided along above the Nile, Padma was sitting beside Neville and enjoying her favorite form of magical transport, until they could complete their animagus transformations, that is. Her enjoyment of this evening, though, was somewhat spoiled by the sight of her sister practically throwing herself at a clearly nervous Cedric. He was also clearly regretting Parvati's invitation to share their carpet, and Cedric's nerves were understandable, since their parents were sitting on the carpet too. Her sister's behavior, though, was neither understandable nor acceptable, and Padma would be having a talk with her later. "Parvati, we need to talk. I could feel your eyes boring into my back, so let's get this over with. I was only having a bit of fun." That line might work on Mom and Dad, but not me. You've already got a boyfriend, so what the hell was that all about tonight? You were practically in Cedric's lap, and he appeared about ready to jump off the carpet before our father threw him off. They were having to keep their voices down as they got ready for bed. Parvati didn't want to say the next bit too loud anyway. Blaze and I decided just to be friends. We'll be each other's dates for anything that comes up, until one of us finds someone else. I thought you two were getting on well. What happened? This drew a sigh from Parvati. Nothing, and that's the problem. I watch Harry kiss Hermione and reduce that girl to goo. You and Neville are so close too. Kissing Blaise is nice, but without the spark you four clearly have, that's all it is. I just want more than nice. Is that wrong? No, Pav, it's not wrong, and as long as Blaise knows this, then that shouldn't be a problem. I do see a major one, though. She couldn't keep her twin waiting and told her what she needed to do. Remember how you tried the same approach with Harry and Neville, and how well it worked then? Yeah, but we get on really well now. Neville and me are quite close. He really sees himself as my brother, and I love him for it. That's what I'm trying to say, Pav. I was Neville's friend before anything else came out of our relationship. Hermione was the same with Harry. I would say that if you're interested in Cedric, then get to know him first. Become his friend and see what he's really like before looking for anything more. Parvati couldn't really look at her sister as she asked her something. Do you think Harry would let me be one of the Marauder trainers and work with Cedric? She was sure the chances of that happening were practically nil, but couldn't really say that to her twin. Pav, taking a Marauders class is hard work. For all of us. Neville and me don't walk about making doe eyes at each other. All our time is taken up working with our groups. Cedric worked with me on this year's Marauders, and we weren't having cozy chats. We were working our arses off. Being encouraging while trying to make sure no one pushed themselves too hard, and still ensuring everyone remained safe at the same time as curses were flying. It's hard and bloody difficult work. Are you saying I couldn't do it? No, Pav, what I'm saying is that it's a very big commitment, one that we all enjoy though. What would happen if you don't hit it off with Cedric? And even if he gets a girlfriend, you'll be left the whole year working with him. If this is something you want to do for the right reason, I'll certainly put your name forward. But not so you can get closer to Cedric. The Marauders is something that means a lot to all of us, and something we want to see running for years to come. If you want to be part of that, then great. But be prepared to be spending the next few months knackered. Parvati was positive her sister wasn't lying to her, so she would have to strike that idea off her list. There were now clear physical differences between the two that Parvati had no wish to emulate. The sword fencing had been the first thing to begin developing Padma's body. Her exercising in the morning had only accelerated that development. It was more than the long-bottom ring on her finger that allowed others to differentiate between the twins now. A certain other pair of twins wore identical looks of disbelief at what they held in their hands. She can't do this to us. The woman is mad. Our reputation will be ruined. This is a prank. Please tell us this is a prank? Bill was roaring with laughter at the antics of his twin brothers. Neither had bothered to see that they had both passed their potions OWL without standings, as all Fred and George's attention was focused on the prefect badges their Hogwarts letters had also contained. Percy's attention was focused on his own letter, and whether it contained that much-coveted badge it did. His jubilation was contained, though. The badge alone meant nothing if the wonderful witch who had snuggled up to him on their magical carpet ride last night didn't have its twin. Penny's eyes flashed mischievously before holding her badge up for her boyfriend to see. A loud whoop from Percy alerted everyone who'd been laughing at the Weasley twins' antics that there was another story unfolding at the breakfast table. Penny was now laughing as Percy had her up in the air and twirling around in his arms. They had done it head boy and girl, together. There were 4 very happy younger Ravenclaws all waiting for Percy putting Penny down so they could congratulate her too. With Roger also becoming a prefect and Cedric receiving both prefect and Quidditch captain badges, it was quickly decided tonight would be a celebration. The only problem being how you topped last night. Sirius was worried he was becoming a trifle predictable, but his wife kissed those worries away. Henrika was currently in his arms and dancing as they once more glided along the Nile. This time, though, in a cruise boat her husband had hired to celebrate all the good news that had came from Hogwarts that morning. We had our very first date on a boat like this. Dinner and dancing while afloat will always have a special place in my heart. I hope we get to do this in countries all over the world. An appreciative Henrika made Sirius a very happy wizard. Bill wasn't exactly unhappy, just feeling slightly unappreciated as he danced with a witch who clearly had something or someone else on her mind. Do I need to join the fabled ranks of the Marauders to get a young lady interested in me? This drew a weak smile from Tonks. Sorry, Bill. My mind was kind of wandering there. And me on duty too. She looked over to where Harry towered over the little goblin and was attempting to teach Sapphire to dance. It could have been construed as funny, but the Auror just thought it was one of the sweetest things she'd seen. And here was me thinking your attention was on another wizard, a certain Hogwarts professor? Sirius is my cousin, and already married. You know fine well I was talking about his best friend, Remus Lupin. What's the deal between you two? It's complicated, Bill. We've been spending a lot of time together, though. Funnily enough, this week apart has focused my thoughts more on what kind of relationship Remus and I have, and what I'd like it to be. So again, I lose out to a marauder. I am so glad there's no more of them. Tonk's smile switched from weak to wicked. You do know Harry and his friends are currently training the next generation of marauders? I hardly think I'm going to be looking for dates from Hogwarts. Oh, I don't know, Bill. There's just something so sexy about an older man. He leaned in and whispered in her ear. I see Parvati thinks the same. You will protect me if I become her next target. Watching as Parvati practically dragged Cedric onto the dance floor had Tonks chuckling with amusement and part relief. Relief that Bill understood he had no chance. She knew how close Harry was to Bill and didn't need the complication of fending off a suitor while trying to do her job. Now, if that suitor was Remus, there wouldn't be any fending required. Parvati had decided to approach the problem like a Gryffindor, so dragged Cedric onto the dance floor. It was time for some straight talking. I'm sorry if I embarrassed you last night, Cedric. It was Padma who pointed out that you didn't know Blaze and I were no longer a couple. There was no falling out, we just decided to only be friends. She thought bringing Padma's name into it added a bit of credibility to her apology, and it was near enough the truth for her to live with. I think I was rather obvious last night that I would like to be your girlfriend. Padma again advised me that it's better to become a boy's friend first. So, can I be your friend? It was a relieved Cedric who was able to answer her honestly. Parvati, next term I have OWLS and we're starting our own Marauders Club. I'm also a prefect and Quidditch captain. I honestly don't think I'll have time to fit in a girlfriend, but I certainly have room for more friends. It was a smiling Parvati who kissed him on the cheek. All I ask is that when you get around to choosing a girlfriend you remember my offer. If anything changes with me before that time I promise to let you know. Deal? Now wearing a smile of his own, Cedric returned her kiss on the cheek. We have a deal, Miss Patil. I just hope my Hufflepuff team beating Gryffindor at Quidditch won't spoil our new friendship. This had Parvati laughing and allowed her twin sister to relax. Neville of course noticed this. It was hard to miss as she was currently in his arms as they danced. Everything okay, love? I think Pav took my advice. She and Cedric look much happier. Neville actually thought Cedric looked relieved but wasn't about to say so. He'd some first-hand experience of what Parvati making a pass at you felt like. Relief was certainly what he'd felt when he managed to dodge it. Harry was back in Hermione's arms, but his attention kept wandering to where Roger was now dancing with Sapphire. She'll be fine, Harry. Oh, I know, just as I know how hard this is for her. Culture shock doesn't quite cover what Sapphire's experienced the last few days. Yes, but unlike you, she has a very good friend watching out for her. I had a very good friend watching out for me too. She was so good at it I offered her the job full-time. Harry Crow, I can see I'm going to have to limit your exposure to TV. That line was pure cheese. Seeing her mate's confused look, Hermione made a suggestion. Just kiss me, Harry. That tells me everything that needs saying. Harry happily complied with his mate's wishes. Fred and George had charmed their prefect badges to flash different colors. They proudly wore them as they danced with Hannah and Susan. Percy and Penny had of course left their new badges back in the house. They were for later. His thoughts now were of Penny and also what they had learned on this holiday. Bill had asked them to keep an open mind and the couple just had their eyes well and truly open too. There was a whole wide world out there away from Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, and there was nothing to stop them exploring and experiencing all of it. The experience of being Harry's friend was both old and new for Sapphire. When they were relaxing in his home in Kingussie, it felt as if the years just melted away. Watching him with Hermione filled her heart with joy to see her friend so happy. Walking down Diagon Alley with them was certainly new, as was sitting in Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and the proprietor himself shooting over to serve them. A picture of that event actually ended up on the front page of the Daily Prophet with a headline proclaiming Hogwarts heroes relax with friends. The entire emphasis of the story was aimed at proving that, despite there being two escaped Death Eaters on the loose, Diagon Alley was still completely safe. No mention was made that one of those friends was a goblin, just as they were made very welcome wherever they went. This was Sapphire's first real experience of the power her friend wielded. If Harry thought it was safe to shop in Diagon Alley with his friends, then this would set the standard for the rest of magical Britain, and all the shopkeepers obviously knew this. If Diagon Alley was an experience, then stepping into Gringotts was a revelation. Harry receiving a centurion salute from everyone they saw might have been expected, but those same goblins then bowing to Hermione was just mind-blowing. That she was by their side seemed to please those they met even more. That took some thought until Hermione whispered that they were obviously pleased to see Harry wasn't forgetting his goblin roots. Meeting the director as he visited Harry's father had Sapphire shaking with excitement. He even spoke to her. "Nice to see you back in London, young Sapphire," would be forever imprinted on her mind. The director knew her name and who she was, all because she was friends with Harry. Her week seemed to fly past, and she was fighting back the tears as it was time to say goodbye. A few did leak out though when Hermione presented her with a sapphire pendant necklace to remind her of their friendship and told Sapphire she would always be welcome in their home. She was returning to Cairo with loads of memories and a copy of the Prophet that had her picture in it. No one would believe her otherwise. She promised to write and thanked everyone for a wonderful holiday before disappearing as her portkey activated. With it being the holiday period, their busiest time of the year, the disappearance of a tent and full range of camping equipment, and even some clothes, wasn't picked up in the Camping Emporium warehouse until they did their end-of-the-month stocktake. With no signs of an external break-in, the manager was left with the conclusion that one of the staff had helped themselves, and that totally pissed him off. He would make their lives hell until he discovered who the thief was. Then he would contact the police to see justice done. Amelia was pressing to see justice done, but there was a definite aversion in the chamber to purebloods being sentenced to death. They'd chosen the 1st of September for the trial of the Carrows since it worked so well with Malfoy last year. At this rate, though, the Express would reach Hogsmeade before she could get a decision out of this lot. I understand perfectly the view that these two wouldn't have been involved in any of this had Rookwood and Lestrange not turned up at their door. I also understand both feared for their lives from their former compatriots. I am not disputing any of that. Only Amelia's years of experience stopped her frustration from showing as the same arguments were thrown at her again and again. What is also indisputable is that they had ample opportunities to report to the Ministry where these two deadly fugitives were hiding and didn't take them. On at least 2 occasions both Lestrange and Rookwood were away from their hideout to murder muggles. A Flucall or even an owl would have seen 2 different people sitting in those chairs and the Carrows sharing the reward money. Not only did they pass up those opportunities, they then took part in a raid on a Muggle pub knowing fully what the consequences of those actions would be. All those years of experience were telling Amelia this was it. If she didn't win the doubters over this time, then it just wasn't going to happen. Were they reluctant accomplices? Yes. Could they have saved themselves and helped the Ministry capture 2 very dangerous criminals? The answer has to be yes again. There are others out there in the same position as the Carrows, and we need to send them a message. They need to fear our justice more than Bellatrix Lestrange, or we'll never break this cycle of terrorism. The head of the DMLE was stopped mid-sentence by a message Patronus ghosting into the chamber and heading straight for her. A silver wolf spoke with Tonk's voice. Dementors stopped the train and wouldn't stand down when I ordered them to. We have 3 dead here. Chapter 65, Cold Steel. Bloodfong was beyond angry. He was in a killing rage. That picture in the Prophet of a goblin sitting being served in a reputable British wizarding establishment, one outside of Nocturne Alley too, blew most of his arguments to smithereens and was such a coup for Ragnarok's supporters. Reports coming back from Cairo also indicated his strong grip there had deteriorated badly, and any influence he had left was hanging by its fingernails. On the back of Barchok's group visiting Cairo, that little bitch, Sapphire, was now spreading her stories of how wonderful her week in Britain had been to anyone who would listen, and she was being believed. He now regretted the decision to just have her leave the country, and the crow whelped behind. He had still balked at the killing of children then, but the death of his brother in the pit had cured Bloodfong of that affliction. A dead friend would have had an even greater effect on the human boy than simply missing Sapphire. The current situation was forcing his hand to act quickly. Otherwise it could be too late and Ragnarok would be untouchable. The human bitch's birthday would now be one of the worst days of her life. This would be the day her parents had their entrails spilled from their guts and dragged all over the floor of their home. He would be watching carefully as Crow was faced with the murder of people he considered family, just to see how he liked it. We all have family on that train, but this must be dealt with first. Amos hated uttering those words, though did allow a few minutes for Amelia to organize an oral response to the matter. Using those few minutes to focus her thoughts, Augusta Longbottom stood to address the chamber. While I applaud and support the Ministry's tough stance on the Death Eaters, I have to disagree with some of what I've heard here today. Ruling by fear is the tactics that the Dark Lord uses. I want no part in anything to do with that approach to government. While you can count on my unconditional support to see Lestrange and Rookwood put to death, I can't in all good conscience give that support to those same measures for this case. What I believe we should be aiming for here is fostering a culture of trust in our government, not creating martyrs to a flawed cause. The Carrows were rightfully fearful of their two guests, but they didn't trust the Ministry enough to help and protect them, and that should be our aim, to instill that trust in every wizard and witch in the country. The nodding heads of people Amelia was counting on for support told her they had lost the argument. The news from the Express, though, was putting any potential loss here into perspective. Augusta had more for the chamber to consider. I can speak from personal experience and say there are worse things than a quick death. Personally, I think life in Azkaban is a fitting punishment here. As the Hogwarts High Inquisitor and a grandmother to students on the Express, can I move we end the debate and vote on their punishment? I really need to be somewhere else. After that, it only took mere minutes for the Carrows to be sentenced to life in Azkaban. It was now time to discover just what had happened on the Express. The little girl had wedged herself into the corner of the compartment and barely moved a muscle since they left London on this life-changing adventure into the great unknown. Natalie wasn't someone who hung about with the cool kids, so this company was somewhat overwhelming, though in a good way. Sensing that she was happier sitting quietly and observing all that was happening around her, the group didn't try and force her into the company, but rather left Natalie to emerge from her cocoon in her own time. She had accepted some sweets from the trolley that the lady wheeled around, but mostly just sat and watched as a great proportion of the students on the train seemed to pop by at one point or another on this journey. Even the head boy and girl. Natalie was starting to think she was really going to enjoy Hogwarts when the train rapidly slowed down before coming to a juddering halt. The pink-haired policewoman was suddenly very alert and had her wand already in her hand. "Tonks, do you know if there were any stops scheduled?" Harry was sure of the answer before he asked. Tonks just shook her head as she held her wand ready. "This might be nothing, but the Ministry don't pay me to take chances. Let's just be ready. We're all bunched up in this carriage. It would make more sense to have some mobility. There's only one way in or out of here, Harry, and they will need to go through me first. We don't know what we're dealing with yet. Give it a minute until—" They all felt the cold at the same time. It was hard not to as the windows began to ice over and their exhaled breath was now visible. These signs told Tonks exactly what they were dealing with, and she withdrew her aura shield as a skeletal hand began to open the compartment door. "Ministry aura. The escaped prisoners aren't on the train. Stand down and leave at once." She'd projected as much authority into her voice as it was possible to do with a Dementor mere feet away from you. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The Dementors had been enraged that two beings had escaped from them. They were desperate to capture both and administer the swift justice that awaited. A month of searching, though, brought no results other than to increase not only their rage but also their hunger. Then a veritable feast of magical users came rushing right into their midst. They had entered the train to search for the escapees, but the delicious waves of fear radiating from the young magical occupants was overpowering all their senses. It was like sitting a starving man down to a banquet and telling him he couldn't touch any of it. When compared to the delicious and enticing bouquet of a child's fear, a mere badge and a command were considered less than nothing by a famished Dementor. On seeing that the creature was actually edging its way into the compartment, Tonks attempted to cast her Patronus. She'd never tried the spell so close to a Dementor before, though, and was barely able to get a misty shield up. A shield that wasn't going to hold for very long. The Dementor was incensed that its sustenance was being denied. It pushed harder and harder against the shield until it met with something that was totally unfamiliar to its species' searing pain. Hermione's bracelet had every protection on it the goblins could manufacture, including protecting the wearer from mind attacks. This allowed her to act while the rest of the compartment were dealing with the effects that having a Dementor in their midst brought. Seeing that Tonks was struggling to hold the creature off, Hermione drew her sword and lunged forward, plunging her goblin-forged blade through its cloak and felt the steel sinking into something solid. She had certainly hurt the Dementor, but her sword instantly became extremely cold. Hermione couldn't even let go as she now found her hand frozen to the hilt of her blade. Natalie was sure this was the boogeyman come to get her. Hogwarts was obviously nothing more than a hoax to lure unsuspecting children onto a train so the monsters could take them away. She had no idea what the policewoman was doing, but even Natalie could see it wasn't working. Then Hermione drew her sword and stabbed the creature. Natalie heard loud screams, and it would take a moment for her to realize that she was the one doing the screaming. Harry was also hearing screams, but he knew who they belonged to. His mother was screaming for Voldemort to spare her son, and Harry was rooted to the spot. It was only when Natalie's much louder screams banished the vision from his head that Harry was able to act. Hermione's sword was buried in the Dementor's midriff and was clearly hurting the creature. The ice climbing along his mate's blade and the grimace of pain on her face saw a swift reaction from Harry. He too stabbed his blade into the Dementor. The difference being Harry could cast spells with Godric's sword. Knowing that Dementors were all about darkness and cold, with his blade buried in its body, he cast a spell that was the complete opposite Incendio. The tactic that worked so well against the basilisk was again paying dividends. Though this time there was no magical backlash to deal with, casting an Incendio inside the Dementor's body was devastatingly effective and started a chain reaction. From the point that Gryffindor's sword entered the Dementor's body, that same body began to turn to ash as the spell took hold. This effect quickly spread until there wasn't enough body remaining to support the Dementor's cloak in the air. The black cloak sank to the floor before coming to rest on top of a pile of ash. The creature's deathly screams would live long in the memories of everyone who heard them, which would easily include every single passenger on the train. Harry was in full Centurion mode now and took command of the situation. Padma, you're with me. Neville, you partner with Tonks. Hermione, stay and guard the compartment. You're wounded. Hermione so wanted to object not being included but knew this was not the time. She took up a position just inside the door. The four were intending to make their way along the carriages and see if there were any more Dementors on the train. They never even made it out of their own carriage, though, as two more of the creatures had obviously been attracted by the screams of their fellow Dementor and were bearing down on them from either end of the train. Tonks again tried to get the creatures to stand down, but they were clearly in no mood to listen. Padma stood ready with her blade in case she was needed as Harry used the same tactics again, with the same devastating effects. Quickly turning, they saw Neville had used his sword to keep the remaining Dementor off Tonks, but, like Hermione, his hand was becoming frozen to the hilt of his sword. Another thrust and spell from the fabled magical blade of Godric Gryffindor saw the last of the terrible trio literally bite the dust. Penny and Percy had followed behind one Dementor while Cedric and Roger arrived from the other side. All reported there were no more Dementors on the express. With a jolt, they were once more moving, and Tonks retook command as Harry shot back into the compartment to see how Hermione was. Luna had Natalie wrapped in her arms, comforting the girl as best she could. Hannah and Susan were standing guarding the door with Hermione, though all three couldn't hide their relief at seeing Harry return. That and the train was once more on the move. The danger's past and everyone's okay. I think Neville might have the same injury as Hermione, though, since he stabbed one of them too. Let me look at that hand for you. Hermione struggled to open her fingers as layers of skin were literally stuck to the hilt of her sword. Silent tears ran down her cheeks as her precious blade was eventually parted from her hand to reveal the damage. Harry was using his knife with the skill of a surgeon to remove the dead and flapping skin before taking out a small bottle of Dittany oil and lovingly applying it to her damaged hand. To my knowledge, no one has ever put a Dementor to the sword before, probably because no one would ever believe it could have any effect. What made you try that? Desperation. I don't know the Patronus charm, and Tonks was clearly struggling to hold it off. I couldn't think of anything else to do. Harry wiped her tears of pain before leaning in and lovingly kissing his mate. Dementors make you relive your worst moments, and my thoughts were elsewhere. Hearing Natalie's scream pulled me out of it. I promised her parents I would keep her safe, and you know I always keep my word. This earned a weak, chocolate-coated smile from the little witch. Hannah was currently dishing out the wonderful confectionery as Padma entered with an injured Neville. Harry only needed to cut some hanging strips of skin from Neville's fingers before Padma rendered first aid using her own bottle of the wonder oil. "Do you all carry bottles of that stuff?" Harry had Hermione's arm now in a sling and was arranging for her to sit on his lap as he answered Susan's question. "You carry a blade, then you carry Dittany. Accidents can happen, and many a life has been saved by closing a wound with Dittany until a healer could be reached." Tonks arrived with Parvati to find Hermione being cradled in Harry's arms while she protected her injured hand in her sling. Neville had his good arm around Padma and his injured one in another improvised sling, while Hannah, Susan and Luna appeared to be doing a wonderful job on calming Natalie. As Parvati sat the other side of Neville, Tonks told them what she knew. "All the prefects are patrolling the train and we should arrive in Hogsmeade in about 20 minutes. I sent a message to Madame Bones so we can expect a welcoming committee. We have 2 people who need medical attention and an entire train full of students who practically had the life scared out them. I commandeered the sweet trolley, and those same prefects are making sure every compartment has a share of the chocolate. I see you lot had your own stash." This drew a chuckle from Susan. "Hannah is a chocoholic and always has a stash. Harry's already promised to replace it." What Tonks didn't tell them was that their 4 prefect friends were currently keeping the rest of the students away from their compartment. With 2 of them injured, they didn't need gawkers. Susan had already levitated what was left of the Dementor out into the corridor. They didn't want to be sharing their compartment with that for the remainder of their journey to Hogsmeade. There was quite the reception committee waiting for the express arriving in Hogsmeade, including the Minister of Magic. Minerva had already made the decision that Hagrid wouldn't be taking the first years across the lake tonight. After their experience on the express, she wanted them inside the Hogwarts wards and under the staff's care as quickly as possible. As the express pulled into the station, an announcement was made for everyone to stay on the train until told to leave by an Auror. Since Tonks was an Auror, she had the occupants of her compartment up on their feet and moving as soon as the train came to a halt. The injured needed treatment, and she had a report to make, but not before seeing Harry safely to Hogwarts. Spotting an Auror helping students off the train, Amelia headed straight there and was instantly rewarded with the sight of her niece. She may have had Susan wrapped in her arms, but the head of the DMLE was still all business. "Auror Tonks, report please. Who died?" "3 Dementors, boss. They stopped and then boarded the express. I ordered them to stand down and leave, but they ignored me. By this time the first one was in the compartment with us and I couldn't get my Patronus cast. I have 2 injured here and really want to get my charge inside the wards. Can I present my full report after that?" She couldn't help but notice Hermione and Neville nursing injuries, so Amelia quickly agreed. She would hear the entire story from Tonks once they had everyone from the train transported to the castle. The news that all the students were safe shot along the Hogsmeade platform, and relief was the main emotion felt by those waiting. Augusta made her way over to the group and focused on her grandson's injury. "Neville, what happened to your arm?" It was Padma who proudly answered. "Our brave Gryffindor here took on a Dementor with his sword. It's his hand that we need to get looked at." The brave Gryffindor in question was glad it was late evening to hide his blushing. "It took a Ravenclaw, though, to show me how it was done. It was Hermione who figured it out. I didn't figure anything out. I just didn't have any other option at the time." The carriages soon had them at Hogwarts proper, and Harry knelt to have a quick word with Natalie. "I need to go to the infirmary with Hermione, but you'll be safe in the castle. It has wards like your house, and those creatures can't get through them. After the sorting you'll join your house. Don't worry about which one, because we have friends in all 4 of them, and there will be prefects to tell you everything you need to know. It may be breakfast tomorrow before we see you again, but we'll have it together, no matter what house you and Pauline are in." The little witch surprised everybody by throwing her arms around Harry and saying thanks. They had no sooner left for the infirmary when more first years arrived. Theo wasn't letting Pauline out of his sight, so found himself being dragged toward Natalie by his little sister. "We all heard those things scream. It must have been awful. What happened?" Natalie now found herself the center of attention, something she usually avoided like the plague. With Luna, Hannah, and Susan there supporting her, though she was able to tell her new friend Pauline what happened, and ignore the fact that everyone else was now listening too. "That thing came into our compartment and wouldn't leave. The policewoman put up this silver shield thing, but it wasn't enough. Hermione then stabbed it with her sword before Harry finished it off. They were awesome. Professor Flitwick had arrived and was organizing all the first years into a classroom before they would be called and sorted. Hogwarts thoughtfully arranged for mugs of hot chocolate to appear on the desks as the new students began bonding, all linked by the shared experience of being scared witless on the train. The doors of the infirmary crashed open as Sirius shot through them. He was closely followed by his wife and Remus, with all three rushing over to where there were two teens they knew well occupying beds while their bonded sat beside them. Sticking your sword into a Dementor is either the stupidest or bravest thing I've ever heard of. Hardly the reactions of a Ravenclaw, Hermione. Gee, thanks, Sirius. I love you too. Poppy had covered Hermione's hand with a salve and was now in the process of bandaging it up. Her hand I can cure, Professor Black. There is nothing anyone can do for their victims after a Dementor has administered a kiss. It was Padma who then chipped in. There's not much you could do for the Dementors after these three had finished with them either. The three professors had to leave and attend the welcoming feast, and Harry advised Madame Pomfrey to go as well, knowing Hogwarts would look after them. They weren't disappointed as a table and 4 chairs appeared, allowing the friends to spend a much-needed quiet evening together. Madame Pomfrey would be examining Hermione and Neville again after the feast to see if they needed to spend the night, though both were confident they would be sleeping in their own dorms this evening. Tonks was meeting with another 4 people in what used to be the headmaster's office. Cornelius, Amelia, Amos and Augusta were listening as her story unfolded. Have you any idea why the Dementor wouldn't stand down? Sorry, Minister, no idea. I clearly identified myself as an Auror and displayed my shield. It just pushed further into the compartment. I didn't know how I was going to contain it until Hermione struck with her sword. Then Harry finished it off. The other 2 paid even less attention to the order to stand down, they just came right at us. We would have been in serious trouble if it wasn't for those goblin blades. Cornelius, we need to withdraw the Dementors back to Azkaban before someone gets hurt. This suggestion had the full backing of the Chief Warlock. I agree with Amelia. If they were prepared to ignore an Auror to attack students, then there simply isn't another option. It was a proud grandmother who added her 2 nuts worth. I don't know about anyone else, but the fact that we have discovered a method of killing those nightmares is a great relief. I just wish those 2 hadn't gotten injured discovering it. I'll issue the order for them to be withdrawn back to Azkaban as soon as we return to the Ministry. Augusta also makes a very good point. The Dementors will soon know we have a method to hurt and even kill them. Should Voldemort return, that knowledge could see the Dementors stay out of the fight. This has potentially denied the Dark Lord one of the most potent weapons in his arsenal. What Cornelius wasn't saying was that those 4 students had probably saved the Ministry from a backlash that could have seen heads roll. Dementors kissing students on the Hogwarts Express would certainly put a major dent in their popularity rating. Those 4 apparently didn't know the meaning of the word impossible. Trolls, Basilisk and Dementors had now all fallen to goblin steel wielded by wizards and witches. Once more the heroes of Hogwarts had risen to the occasion and saved the day. Since we caught the Carrows, there hasn't been a sighting of Lestrange or Rookwood anywhere. It doesn't make sense to have Dementors combing the country for a couple of escaped prisoners who have possibly fled abroad. All could see how unhappy Amelia was at having to voice that last conclusion. She really wanted those 2 caught. Harry's had a guard all summer, and I think it would be prudent to keep a small Auror presence in the castle while he's here. Amelia never got to finish as she was interrupted by an excited Auror. Madam Bones, I would respectfully like to apply for that duty. It was you I had in mind for the position, Auror Tonks, but I was going to ask the Hogwarts High Inquisitor for her permission first. Augusta had seen the chemistry building between her defense professor and the vivacious young Auror. She would be delighted to have her presence in the castle, and would sort out the specifics of how they would handle the situation later. I thought you handled that situation wonderfully, lover. I would probably just have taken my wand out and started cursing. A confundus charm on a piece of parchment means they will think we have the correct documents, and these glamours will save us from being recognized. We'll be in France inside an hour. The plan to escape Britain on the 1st of September worked like a dream. The Ministry would have all their focus on a train and the Carrows trial. That they were using the Muggle Channel ferry to cross from Dover to Calais would mean there would be no record of them leaving. They also chose the last ferry of the day in the hope that security would be even laxer. They watched as the famous white chalk cliffs receded behind them, both silently promising they would return with their master and make the country suffer tenfold for all the pain that had been inflicted on them. They would proceed cross-country and spend their nights under the stars. For a couple that had each spent the last decade entrapped in an Azkaban cell, camping was certainly no hardship. Just having company when they woke in the morning was a luxury both swore never to take for granted. Augustus once more impressed on his impulsive mate that they would only get one shot at this. Their master had been missing for 12 years. It was far more important they took their time and did things properly, rather than rush in and increase the likelihood of failure and their capture. It was always a delicate operation trying to convince Bella not to go with her impulses, but so far he was succeeding in curbing her more psychotic tendencies. She would have used the Cruciatus on a muggle daring to search through her things. A simple confundus charm left the customs official happy, and still alive. Like any other normal couple on the ferry, Bella and Augustus stood holding hands as the ship plowed its way through the choppy waters of the busiest stretch of ocean on the planet. Unlike those other couples, though, these two had torture, murder, and mayhem on their mind. Like a certain headmaster who left the country last year, both also swore they would be back. Neville was delighted Padma was back at his side. A tearful Parvati had been waiting for him that morning in the common room and refused to let go of his arm until they met up with the Ravenclaw contingent who were also on their way to breakfast. "Why is it always you guys who have to put your lives at risk? We had a Dementor pass our compartment, but it didn't try to come in." Padma was on Neville's arm but now had her free one around her clearly upset twin. "Pav, we don't go looking for trouble. Just like yesterday, trouble seems to know where we are and invite itself in for a visit. Once the Dementor entered our compartment, things went from bad to worse in a matter of seconds. We really didn't have a lot of options other than those we took. Those Dementors had me reliving every bad thing in my life, and then we heard the screams. I just knew it would be you four that were involved again. I felt so alone, and then there were even more screams. Why does it always have to be you?" Padma looked toward Neville for some inspiration, but he could only shrug his shoulders. "Hey sis, as Padma says, we just deal with whatever comes along as best we can. We were late getting back from the infirmary last night, and you had already gone up to bed. Madame Pomfrey only allowed us to leave after Hermione, and I promised that we would report back there right after breakfast." Harry was only paying minimal attention to Parvati's emotional meltdown and, not for the first time, wondered how two sisters could be so different. His thoughts would turn to his mother and her sibling, stopping that wondering in its tracks. He wouldn't be able to settle until he could see for himself that little Natalie was all right. Luna had told them she made Hufflepuff and Pauline was sorted into Slytherin. He knew that Susan, Hannah, and Cedric would all keep an eye on her, and Theo would certainly watch over his sister in Slytherin. He just wanted to see for himself that she was happy. There was a large group waiting on their arrival in the Great Hall. All their friends wanted to check on how they were after their latest adventure. Pauline and Natalie were mixed in there too, and both girls had smiles on their faces. "I had to tell the girls that breakfast together was out. We need to be at our own tables to receive our timetables. I suggested we all have lunch together, and then they can both tell us what they thought of their first class in Hogwarts." Harry quickly agreed to her suggestion. "Thanks for that, Susan. I wasn't at my best last night. Okay, girls. Looks like we have a date for lunch." It was two happy and giggling new first years, who now made their way back to their respective tables as Hermione leaned into Harry. "You know that by using the D word you've just made those girls the envy of all the witches. You do know, and that's why you used it. They had a hard day yesterday. If a simple thing like that can make them happy, then why not? We're just going to be sitting in Hogwarts and eating lunch." She then had a confession for him. "I remember a certain first year who thought spending an evening with Harry Crow was heaven. It was only an astronomy class, but I thought it was the most romantic night of my life." This earned Hermione a kiss as Harry led her over to their usual seats at the Ravenclaw table. Professor Flitwick was already there and had timetables for his now famous trio. "You will notice that the extra defense tuition you requested will take place on a Wednesday afternoon and a Thursday morning. I was asked to pass on that the timetabled session set for this morning has been cancelled, since 2 of you are injured. I also need to tell you that Auror Tonks intended to visit all your parents before this morning's edition of The Prophet gets delivered. We all felt that your latest exploits might feature heavily in the paper, and we didn't want them to hear the news that way." All three paled at that, their parents' reactions to the news would be rather predictable. It soon turned out to be a sensible precaution, as the Prophet had the story splashed all over its front page, though readers could be forgiven for thinking it was the back page, as the entire article was written as a sports report. The headline set the tone of what was to follow. Hogwarts Heroes 3 Dementors 0. The article was riddled with sports puns, with Hermione and Neville now having a move named after them. Apparently anyone attempting to repeat their feats would be performing a Granger gouge or a long-bottom lunge. These, though, were only the appetizers for the main course. You needed Crow's cremation curse to finish the Dementor off. Am I glad I never had to stick my sword into one of them? Merlin knows what they would have concocted to rhyme with Patil. Well, if you had stabbed it in the throat, my guess would have been pain in the neck. Then again, I think you should be called that anyway. Luna burst into fits of laughter at Hermione's joke and Padma's pretend pout. Yeah, laugh it up, Granger. Just because it says in the paper that your mate is hot doesn't buy you any favors here. I happen to think my lunging longbottom is the sexiest thing on two legs. That this lot were again on the front page and once more joking about it meant that normal service had returned to Hogwarts, normal since Harry had arrived, that is. Minerva then stood to give a few announcements that weren't made at the welcome feast. Last year we held a Merlin Ball in Hogwarts to celebrate one of our own having received this most prestigious of awards. With now 6 award winners in Hogwarts, it is something we very much want to repeat this year. The event will take place on the last Saturday of this month. This drew much cheering from the assembled students, forcing McGonagall to wait on some quiet to impart the next piece of news. The more astute amongst you will have noticed I said 6 holders, and no, I didn't miscount. Auror Tonks has been assigned to Hogwarts as a security consultant for the foreseeable future. This again drew much cheering, as Tonks was a popular figure inside the castle. Apart from the Florida group who had holidayed with her, she also taught last year's defense classes on those occasions when Remus was indisposed with his furry little problem. It was a bunch of happy students who headed off to their first class of the new academic year, a far cry from how they were feeling after arriving at Hogwarts last night. Parvati accompanied Neville over to the Ravenclaw table, and her mood had changed too. She was livid. I've now got a double period of divination with that prat, Ronald, but I don't need to be a seer to know there's a good slapping in that boy's future. Why, what's he done? Padma appeared ready to chase after him before Neville's good hand rested on her shoulder. Nothing, love. He was just mouthing off as usual. He was calling Neville stupid for dropping classes, yet only ending up with 1 free period a week. I'll show him what mental really is if he says any more. Parvati had to shot away at that to find the divination classroom. Harry's timetable was sitting on the table in front of him, and today would now be a very quiet day. We have the morning off due to you 2 being injured, then our one and only free period after lunch. The only class we've got today is a period of defense with Remus. Padma was also studying their identical timetable. We have extra defense on a Wednesday afternoon. I don't fancy having a Marauders class after that. Today would probably not be suitable for the same reason. It's looking like Monday or Tuesday would be best. I had a quick glance at Luna's timetable. They have astronomy on a Tuesday, so that's out. Hermione's news effectively slotted this year's Crow's Marauders meetings into Monday nights. All 4 headed off to the infirmary. They were still discussing their club as they walked. Any more thoughts on the helpers? Padma didn't think her sister would be quoted. In truth, she doubted Parvati's commitment. I think we had all pretty much agreed on who the 8 would be. Susan, Hannah, Draco, Pansy, Blaze, Daphne, Morag, and Terry. Sorry, Padma. There were people higher on the list than Parvati who didn't make it. It's fine, Harry, that's a good list. How are we going to split them? I was thinking 3 of the girls would work with the first years, help balance that it's 4 wizards leading the class. That's as far as I got. Neville then had a suggestion. Why don't we all sit down tonight at dinner and sort it out then? No one else had anything better, so that's what they decided. Ragnock couldn't believe how well his previous decisions had just played out. Your daughter really attacked a Dementor with her blade? It was understood that the director meant no disrespect with that rhetorical question. It was rather a hard concept to accept, far less believe. That 3 friends of the nation assisted a centurion in destroying a trio of those foul things is a feat that deserves its own tableau in the Hall of Heroes. That they have provided us with a means for defeating Dementors is a blessing that merits its own reward. Barchoke was certainly aware this unbelievable news would further their case for gradual integration benefiting all parties involved. It would also diminish Bloodfang and his ilk's credibility as they lobbied hard for the status quo, or even taking steps back toward medieval times. What really worried the ambassador, though, was that all their success lately was backing the opposition into a corner, and that just might make that opposition dangerous. Albus was studying the news coming out of Britain and could see dangerous times ahead. The alliance between the Ministry and goblins was paying dividends that no one could have foreseen. It was the unofficial alliance of Longbottom and Potter that really piqued his interest, though. That both boys had also chosen their bridesmaid for a very strongly bonded quartet. He still intended to get close to the boy and help in the battle against Voldemort. The other three being so close just made that task a lot more difficult. This was something he was going to have to ponder later as duty called. It felt good to be working again. Sirius was also enjoying working again, especially after just taking his first class. The new Muggle Studies professor was sitting beside his wife having lunch and watching the relief on three students' faces as Tonks told Hermione, Harry, and Padma about visiting their parents with the news of what happened on the train. As the Auror made her way to the staff table, a devious plan formed in the Marauder's mind. He turned to Henrika and made sure Remus could hear every word. I know we are married now, but I feel I should still ask. Would the beautiful Lady Black allow me the honor of escorting her to the Hogwarts Merlin ball? Henrika just kissed his cheek by way of an answer. She too had figured out what he was up to. Remus knew exactly what his fellow Marauder was doing and decided to act on the advice he was being offered in Sirius' own inimitable style. As Tonks sat down beside them for lunch, he made his move. Or Tonks, could I please have the honor of accompanying you to the Hogwarts Merlin ball? Why, I would like that very much, Professor Lupin. While using all her abilities to appear composed on the outside, inside Tonks was doing an upbeat version of her happy dance. Those Dementors could be close enough to waltz with her now, and this very happy Auror was certain she would still be able to cast her Patronus. That her Patronus had now become a wolf was not something she wanted to discuss at this particular moment. She had a date with Remus for a ball and was going to be based in Hogwarts all year. She was a very happy witch. Chapter 66. Birthday Greetings. Monday night felt great for the four in charge of Crow's Marauders. They'd already had a hard day with a morning of potions followed by an afternoon that contained both runes and defense. But this actually seemed more like fun than work. They were running the club members through their paces, just revising on what they had done last year. The revision was for two reasons. Mostly so they could see that their students hadn't forgotten everything over the summer, but also to give their new staff sponsor and four assistants a first glimpse of just what they had let themselves in for. Henrika had decided she would help the four prefects with the new first-year club. Tuesday evenings suited her timetable better too, and she'd already covered all the material with the Crows. Their new sponsor, Sirius, was looking rather flabbergasted at what these students were able to achieve, while Susan, Terry, Blaze, and Daphne appeared worried that they had perhaps bitten off more than they could chew. Susan and Blaze at least had the experience of watching their four friends train, but they had no idea just how advanced these first years were. Susan was definitely going to mention this to her aunt in the next letter home. The head of the DMLE would be thrilled. They ended the lesson in their usual manner, everyone sitting round and discussing what they'd just done before learning about the material that would be coming up in the next few weeks. As the stream of happy students headed out the door, the four were then faced with a seriously happy Sirius. Now I understand the smirk my wife has been wearing all day. She knew what I'd be seeing tonight. All I can say is that was bloody fantastic, and I might steal a few of your ideas for my own classes. That 5 minutes at the end allowed you to see that they understood everything you taught them. Hermione was mostly responsible for the academic input into each lesson. She gave Sirius their reasoning behind that idea. We don't work with textbooks or give homework. This is the best way for us to see if they understood it. You're welcome to use it. It's what Professor Weasley does with us after every session. We just adapted his method to suit a much bigger class. Daphne felt she had to say something. She then managed to express the views of her three cohorts perfectly. Guys, don't take this the wrong way, but why do you need us? You controlled that lesson perfectly, and those second years aren't that far behind us in defense. They will probably be ahead by the end of the year. How are we supposed to help when they'll know more than we do? Seeing the genuine concern on all four of their friends' faces, Padma tried to reassure them. Tonight was easy as this was all stuff they had done before. When we're teaching them something new, we need eyes in the back of our heads and extra pairs of hands. That's where you come in. We'll work 2 to a group, and that allows twice as many members to attempt the spells. Terry was still concerned, though. That doesn't answer what happens when they know more than us. How can we help if we can't cast the spells that they're attempting? Neville had always felt he was the slowest in their group. Not that this would be considered a bad thing when taking into account who the other 3 in that group were. It gave him an insight, though, into what their friends were feeling. What if we spent some time after every meeting making sure everyone was comfortable casting whatever we were going to be working on the following week? This was greeted as a great idea, though Blaze brought up a potential problem. That could see us in here until past curfew. I want to help, but not if it's costing me house points and detentions. Which is why we have a staff sponsor. Harry indicated toward Sirius before continuing. Professor Black can deal with that. No prefect or professor will take house points if we have a pass signed by him. I can do better than that. I'll take your concerns to McGonagall and get your curfew extended. Only for Mondays, mind you. Hermione then rhymed off the spells they would be teaching the club between now and Halloween, knowing that they had all learned them in their normal defense class. With their concerns now quashed, the enthusiasm to be involved in this venture began to shine through from their friends. Harry assigning them partners just made it more real. Daphne, you'll be working with me. Blaze, you're alongside Hermione. Susan, you and Neville will make a good team, leaving Terry and Padma as our remaining pair. We very deliberately continually shuffle the groups, not wanting to replace house rivalries with my group is better than yours, but find it better to keep the teaching pairs the same. It had been a good meeting, and all involved were now looking forward to the next one. They were not looking forward to this. It was Wednesday lunchtime, and no one would tell them who their new defense tutor was. All they had managed to ascertain was that this new tutor was definitely not Bill Weasley or Remus Lupin. That was all either of their current tutors would say on the matter. Hermione was still trying to guess right up until the great hall doors theatrically banged wide open and a scary figure stood there. All the friends made it a point of trying to have lunch together, and Susan of course recognized the figure instantly. What's Mad-Eye Moody doing in Hogwarts? Oh shit, I think that's your new tutor, guys. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Moody decided everyone must have had a good look at him by now, so bellowed the length of the great hall. I'm here to train 4 students on how to kill Death Eaters. I want to see these 4 in front of me, now. In the silence that followed, the entire hall heard Padma's whine. But I've just sat down. I haven't had my lunch yet. Harry cringed, knowing this was exactly the reaction this person was looking for. His years of training with Master Sharpshard allowed him to spot the similarities. He expected a tirade to follow that remark and wasn't disappointed. Little girl, do you think that line will work on Death Eaters? A little girl's whine coming from the scarred and wizened old oar was really freaky and at the same time frightening too. Oh, please, Mr. Big Bad Death Eater. I haven't had my lunch yet. Could you come back later? I'll be ready to fight then. After that, Moody's own voice seemed gruffer than ever. These murdering scum will kill you in a second, if you're lucky. They'll probably choose the time and place, and the cowards always try to stack the odds in their favor. I'm here to help you turn those odds to your advantage. But if you would rather finish your lunch. Neville was on his feet as this old geezer made his betrothed look a fool. Harry's hand, though, was on his arm. That's exactly what he wants, Neville, to needle you so you end up fighting on his terms and by his rules. We've been taught to be better than that. The 4 were now moving toward their latest tutor, but even that wasn't enough to please him. I thought you 4 wanted to learn? If I don't see some enthusiasm soon, then I might just go back to the Ministry. I'll probably do that anyway after I see just how pathetic you lot are. And we'll probably let you, then hire someone who doesn't leave part of himself behind every time he gets into a fight. Your appearance hardly inspires confidence in your defense abilities. Far less does anything for your capability to pass whatever knowledge you have on to others. Hermione's retort had the hall holding its breath, waiting to see what reaction it would generate. Mad-Eye roaring with laughter wasn't in anyone's top 5 of guesses. Oh, you have spirit, Missy. I'll enjoy breaking it. Now move and show me this trainin' room I've heard so much about. The quartet broke into a jog. Leaving their new tutor behind allowed them a little time to plan. He'll try to antagonize us, hoping for reactions. We need to stay focused and hope he underestimates us. He's also on our patch. Hogwarts can help, and that will certainly be something he won't expect. They all started adding to Harry's outline, forming a plan of attack as they ran. He doesn't look too mobile. We want some rough terrain. Cover would also be good. Let us try and pin him down. That's an artificial foot and probably leg too. Some sand would certainly slow him down. As Moody pushed open the door, he thought some bastard had tampered with his hip flask. He had to be hallucinating because this just couldn't be real. His peg leg sinking into the sand, though, told him otherwise. The scene looked like part of a ruined ancient village that the desert was slowly reclaiming, and there was no sign of his new students anywhere. They were definitely here, though. Granger's voice was echoing all around him. "Okay, old man, show us what you got and you just might get the job." That she'd cast that charm on her voice, so he wouldn't know where it was coming from, had a wide grin forming on Moody's face. He had a feeling he was going to like these kids. "Amelia, I feckin' love those kids. By the time they come of age, you'll need at least 20 good oars to have any hope of talking them down." He took another hit from his flask before continuing. "My only problem is I've got them again tomorrow morning, and I ain't as young as I used to be. Bloody wore me out, they did." The head of the DMLE had rarely seen the master oar so impressed, though she too had watched them train. They were sitting in her office, and both had known each other far too long to stand on ceremony when there was no need to. She immediately voiced her concerns. "I hope you didn't hurt any of them." The wicked smile on that battered face had her worried, though needlessly. "Amelia, I had to raise my level of spells 3 times. You know the best bit? They raised theirs right back at me. Those 2 girls are scarily clever. Powerful too. Longbottom also has power to spare, along with loyalty that would put a Hufflepuff to shame. Crow, though, that lad is on a whole different level. That goblin he calls father is one sneaky bastard. Crow seems to have learned to be the same on his father's knee. He's so feckin' sneaky he convinced that old hat to put him in Ravenclaw, the mark of a true Slytherin. When he whips out that sword, though, Merlin, give me a few years with them and old Tommy Boy's arse is toast." Moody being optimistic was hard to believe, but this was totally unexpected. He seemed so positive too. "Do you really think so, Alastair? They took me down, Amelia. When have raw recruits ever done that?" Amelia was left sitting with her mouth hanging open. Alastair Moody was a legend that even her year group hadn't been able to get the better of. That 4 students just into their teens managed that feat was staggering. Of course I was holding back, but I got the distinct feelin' Crow was doing the same. If that boy ever really lets go, I wouldn't want to be on the other side of him. She still couldn't believe what she'd just heard. "They took you down? How the hell did they manage that?" "By using their minds as well as their magic. And don't forget those blades. They used every advantage they had and ran me ragged. I could see what they were doing, but couldn't really stop them. Not without seriously injuring at least one of them, that is. They also seemed to know that a trainin' exercise is different from a real fight. I will certainly be buying Arthur's boy a drink. Bill Weasley is a feckin' genius to have them working together like that. If all the students left Hogwarts as well taught as those 4, we wouldn't need an aura training program. Couple of months to learn the law and just throw them out there. They would be ready." His good eye was almost tearing up as he paid the 4 students his highest compliment. "I don't even have to install constant vigilance into them. Those kids watch each other's backs at all times. I kept trying to isolate one of them, but the other 3 would be on me in a flash. Anytime I thought I had them, walls would suddenly appear out the floor and I would be foiled again. Those 4 could beat Voldemort right now if he was stupid enough to fight them in that room. I won't make that mistake again." Amelia had even more good news for her old mentor and friend. "Those 4 have instigated a program where they're teaching the younger kids what they've learned. Susan wrote me and said it was unbelievable. She's helping out this year and now expects to ace her defense OWL." He was quiet for a moment before answering. "I always expected to die on the job, Amelia. Today gave me my first sign of hope that I could one day retire and spend my time trying to perfect my rum recipe. The only thing stopping me from having a right good rum sampling session tonight is I need to face those 4 tomorrow. They won't catch me out again." Knowing her old mentor, Amelia could confidently predict there would be payback on the menu for those four tomorrow. The four friends couldn't have cared less what was on the menu for lunch. They were all shattered. This was such an unusual sight. Roger just had to comment, "What the hell happened to you lot? Did I look like that after our first session?" Padma's head was resting on the table by now, so Hermione answered, "Our tutor decided he would try and work us to death. When he gave us a task and we completed it, he just upped the ante and then had us do more even quicker. And that was before Harry pissed him off." Hermione was quick to defend her mate from Padma's charge. "Harry just did what we usually do. How was he to know that Moody had only borrowed those dueling dummies?" Neville was staring at his betrothed, thinking she had the right idea, and he was seriously considering joining Padma in getting his head down. Moody had never seen a sword used on a dueling dummy before. His reparo didn't even come close to fixing them. He then had us running while shooting at targets. Of course he was firing curses at us as we were doing this. Moody really impressed me with the amount of swear words he knew. Master Sharpshard would be hard-pressed to match that quantity and quality. I'm now beginning to think this free period after our extra defense class on Thursdays was well planned. There's a couch in the Ravenclaw common room with my name on it. Our name on it, Harry? And that sounds a wonderful idea. Bugger that. A wonderful idea would be bringing that couch down here, not having to drag myself all the way to Ravenclaw Tower. Just the thought of facing all those stairs makes this table feel like a comfortable mattress. That's because Neville cast a cushioning charm on it for you. Now, Hermione, just because I have such a considerate and caring betrothed, there's no need to let your jealousy show. Neville, honey, I'll kiss you for that later. It will need to be later. I think Neville's fallen asleep. Come on, Hermione. Let's face those stairs and keep our date with that couch. Could someone please make sure we're awake for defense? Padma managed to mumble something along the same lines before she too succumbed to her exhaustion. Their exhaustion was still evident as Remus started his defense class. The professor's enthusiasm, though, soon captured the students' attention, especially the subject matter. Remus had a boggart in the class, stored in an old wardrobe that once held professors' robes in the staff room. He explained to everyone that they would face their greatest fear, and carefully took them through the steps and spell needed to overcome the boggart. They were all lined up to take turns at facing the boggart, but Harry's mind for once was elsewhere. He'd known pretty much what was coming this morning. Moody would have to reestablish his authority, and would do so by pushing them as hard as he dared. The session was as brutal as any Harry had ever taken part in, physically and magically draining. What had humbled Harry, though, was the way the other three just kept going, giving everything they had and then some. They must have been hurting more than he was, yet Padma still found the energy to joke with Hermione before she fell asleep at the Ravenclaw table. He had practically to carry his mate up those last 2 flights of stairs, but thought spending time sleeping on the sofa with Hermione in his arms was well worth the effort. This was what Harry couldn't get out of his mind. While he pushed his body to its limits in preparation to face his nemesis, those three were doing the same purely to ensure he wouldn't face his destiny alone. As friends, Harry didn't think he could find better ones anywhere on the planet. He was drawn out of his musings by a loud girly shriek, only to see Ronald Weasley facing a giant spider. For some reason, clothing the enormous arachnid in the most hideous shade of orange seemed to allay his fears. The boggart's attention was now focused on Harry, and he had no idea what to expect. Father suddenly standing there was a complete surprise, though it was the words this representation spoke that froze Harry to the spot. How could I ever love a human child? You were a business deal, nothing more. Barchoke then morphed into Sirius, but the words were every bit as hurtful. Why would I want anything to do with you? I'm going to have children of my own. Sirius morphing into Hermione finally produced a reaction, just not from Harry. Before the representation could say a word, the original was there with her sword in her hand. Get lost, bitch, he's mine. Her sword swipe produced the unusual effect of turning that Hermione into Harry, a Harry wearing an evil smirk on his face. Surely you don't think I could really love someone as plain as you. The next thing the class heard was a growled ridiculous, as Godric's sword banished the doppelganger into the wardrobe which, due to the power of the spell, also flew across the classroom and smacked into the wall. Hermione felt an arm slip around her waist as she was gently pulled back to rest against her mate. She then heard the words that meant so much to her. "You are mine, and I am yours." Hermione whispered them back before Padma, in her own inimitable style, interrupted. "You might want to tag a few more words on there. Something like, 'You are my witch.' Then Hermione might actually remember she was one." This raised a laugh and relieved any tension in the classroom. Hermione played along as she sheathed her blade. "Okay. Use sword for dementors and basilisks, wand for boggarts and annoying best friends." "Got it." Remus too had been stunned into inaction at Harry's greatest fears being broadcast to the class. It was now time to take back control though. "Class, return to your seats. I might be able to coax that boggart out in time for next year's class, but certainly not today." Seeing that Remus was playing the incident as a bit of fun, Susan decided to help. "Sir, next year will be Crow's Marauders. There's no way that Boggart will come out to face that lot." Pansy too got right into the spirit of it. "You'll have our Marauders the year after that. They're frightened of nothing." Morag had something that was worrying her though. That's if Professor Lupin is still here. There's supposed to be a curse on the defense position at Hogwarts. No one has lasted more than a year in the job for decades. There was a curse and it's been dealt with. Harry suddenly found all eyes back on him as he realized he must be tireder than he thought to let that slip. He decided just to explain his remark to the class. Every headmaster of Hogwarts couldn't resist tampering with the castle's wards, supposedly improving them. We were left with a right mishmash that allowed poison to be delivered by owls to students. Hidden away in this jumble was one that wasn't cast by any headmaster. It was basically a bad luck jinx focused on the defense department. Hang around the classroom and office long enough and it was sure to have an effect on the professor. The new ward scheme obviously doesn't have that. "Why, thank you, Centurion Crow. It's really nice to know I may still be here this time next year, or until one of you lot want my job. I suppose I could handle being replaced one day by a marauder." Remus was a very popular professor, so that suggestion was rapidly shouted down before he got his lesson back on track, taking careful note of how Harry was handling the boggart situation. He held the four back at the end of the class for a moment, just to ensure everything was fine. "Harry, you know those fears are groundless, right?" "Yeah, Remus, I know. Still a bit of a shock though." "Not when you think about it." Padma was looking quite thoughtful as she expanded on that. "Parvati may be scared by mummies, but the thought of anything happening to Neville terrifies me. Well, I was just about cheering when Harry banished that thing back into its lair. I was dreading facing it. And what frightens my big, brave Gryffindor? Knowing he was now caught, Neville let out what had been the cause of a few nightmares. Your father telling me that, because you're an identical twin, I had bonded to both you and your sister. The Patil twins have never been identical to me, and I do like Parvati, but I could never marry her. Yet I knew seeing that in class today would really hurt her. I must have a bit of goblin in me because I only ever want to marry one which, my perfect Padma." She leaned in and kissed her mate gently on the lips. "I must have some goblin blood too because this witch doesn't share, not even with Parvati. I wish I wasn't so knackered, or I could drag you into a broom closet and show you just how much I mean that. You must be tired to forget there's a professor standing here. Now get straight to dinner and then an early night, you lot look done in." Hermione, though, was shaking her head. "We've got a revision meeting for our potions lesson tomorrow. You don't turn up for Master Pitslay's class unprepared." With that, they headed off to dinner as Remus thought he better have a quiet word with Sirius. What happened here would soon spread throughout the castle. At least the Barchoke Doppelganger spoke in Goblin, and no one who understood that language would ever breathe a word of what was supposedly said by Harry's father. Harry wasn't surprised when he received a letter from his father mentioning the incident in defense class. He knew the extended family now in the castle would have passed that news on. It felt good to have so many people looking out for him, and his father also raised something he'd been struggling with. "Father says hello, and wonders if there is anything in particular you wanted for your birthday? I had been wondering myself what you would want to do to celebrate it." She had obviously been thinking about this. Hermione didn't really like being the center of attention, and her choice reflected that. "We're going to have a lot of fuss the following week with the Merlin Ball. What I would really like is a quiet evening with just the four of us." I really enjoyed our meal in the infirmary, and this time I would be able to use my knife and fork. We would have to explain my decision to Luna, Parvati, Susan, and the rest. Harry put his arm around her. First rule of birthdays: the birthday girl gets what she wants. Leave the rest to me. At that, Tonks approached with Bill and asked if she could speak with them before their lessons began. They had just reached the room when Bill had a question he'd been desperate to ask them. "What the hell did you four do to Mad-Eye?" "He sought me out to shake my hand, and then slapped a bottle of very good rum into it. We just did what you taught us, and we might have beaten him in a fight." This had Bill laughing. "He fought you in here, and of course you didn't tell him this room would help you for?" This had Tonks staring at the four in disbelief before remembering the reason why she was here. With escaped Death Eaters still on the loose, there won't be an extra trip to Hogsmeade before the Merlin Ball. Halloween, though, is traditional. Hogsmeade full of Hogwarts students will be a tempting target, and one I'm determined to see protected. I was wondering if the nation would consider allowing goblin warriors to supplement the force of Aurors the Ministry will have on duty in the village that weekend. "I think that is a brilliant idea. Assistant Ambassador Weasley, I won't be available for lessons that weekend. I intend to be on duty." Harry then turned to Hermione. "We could visit my parents the weekend before Halloween. It's probably safer to do that anyway in case anyone stakes out the cemetery on that day." Padma then had a suggestion. "Can we wait until nearer the time and decide if we want to go to Hogsmeade? With Mad-Eye going to be hammering us twice a week, the thought of a weekend off is very appealing. Hermione would be very welcome to come to Hogsmeade with us too. The bigger the group we're in, the better." Tonks was delighted her idea was so well received. "I'll put it to Madame Bones, and Bill can take the idea to Barchoke. We still have weeks yet to organize this. Should we keep it as a surprise?" "No." The four had spoken almost as one, but it was left to Harry to explain their reasoning, making their tutor proud. Keeping it quiet would be the equivalent of using the Hogwarts students as bait, not something we want to be a part of. Even one student injured in an attack would be classed as a failure. We want this publicized so no Death Eaters come within 100 miles of Hogsmeade over the Halloween weekend. With that settled, Tonks stayed just to see how good these four really were. She was astonished. Individually, she would still be able to take them in a fight. Harry would certainly be a close-run thing. They didn't fight as individuals, though, and that's what would have surprised the hell out of Mad-Eye. Bill had them working like a combat team. It suddenly struck the Auror that's exactly what they were. Bill was training the four of them to survive encounters with Death Eaters and Voldemort himself. Tonks felt like crying. She really liked these teens, but they were training for a job that they shouldn't have to do. Going after the bad guys was the task of Tonks and her fellow Aurors. She silently swore to be there at their side if the worst ever happened. She had no way of knowing she'd just joined a long list of people who'd sworn the exact same thing. It was going to be a crowded battlefield if they all managed to keep their promises. It didn't matter how crowded their timetable became. Harry intended to keep his promise and look out for Natalie and Pauline. This was proving rather easy to do as both girls were settling in well to Hogwarts. Luna and Colin, with lots of help from Ginny, were seeing to that. They were sitting in a large group after dinner chatting as the two girls were describing their favorite classes. Remus, Henrika, and Sirius would be pleased to know they were such a hit with the younger students. Harry thought this would be a good time to break the plans for Hermione's birthday next week, and found less resistance than he anticipated. Morag summed up the feelings of the other Ravenclaws. "It's Sunday and we start the week off with double potions, and we only find out on the Friday what potion Master Pitsley is going to have us brew." He hadn't thought about that before, so Harry promised to ask if they could find out both future potions on a Monday. Luna and Parvati were also rather philosophical about it too. "We have the Merlin Ball the following Saturday, and you four are so busy an evening by yourselves will be good for you." Harry then had something to add that really pleased the two first-year girls. Once again, the Goblin Tailors would be arriving to provide clothing for their entire year group to wear at the Merlin Ball. New dresses and their first ball saw both girls excited. The promise of a dance with Harry had Natalie and Pauline counting the days. After counting the days, it was finally here. Hermione was 14. The birthday girl was greeted first by Padma and Luna, the latter presenting her with a gift that was a miniature moonlight formed out of black glass. Hermione loved it. Harry was waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs. supplying her birthday kiss before offering his arm as they headed off to meet the rest of their friends at breakfast. They had given their exercises a miss in honor of her birthday, and to give their bodies a rest from their new training regime. She received lots of gifts and cards. There was even a giant one signed by every member of Crow's Marauders that she found really touching. Hermione knew her main presence would come at dinner tonight, but she was still overwhelmed at the thoughtfulness of people. Draco actually gifted her a rare book from the Malfoy library. There was even a letter and small gift from Sapphire all the way from Cairo. It was the gift of another book, though, that really made Hermione's day. The cover was black dragon skin with the lettering done in gold. Such a simple title, but it had the birthday girl so excited. The Nation by Lady Henrika Black was worth its weight in gold to someone who would one day marry a goblin. Oh, thank you, Henrika. I love it already. It's not being released to the public until Halloween. I know you'll have it read by then and point out any mistakes I've made before it goes to print. There are only 4 copies of that edition, Sirius. My mum and the director have the other 3. Hermione was already working out where she could find an hour today to just curl up and begin reading a book she'd looked forward to getting her hands on for almost 2 years. With no training today, they held their potion study group in the Great Hall after lunch. The Weasley twins and Neville were now able to attend too. Old Sluggy was hovering around the edges of the group, desperate for any sort of invitation where he could show off his knowledge. No such invitation was forthcoming. He was even ready to butt in a few times, but the question asked would be quickly answered within the group. When it became embarrassingly clear his expertise was neither needed nor wanted, he slinked away back to the dungeons. The Goblin Tailors had been inside the castle yesterday to provide the new first years with clothes for the Merlin Ball. They also supplied Hermione and Padma with new dresses, one for tonight and another for the ball. The girls took Harry's breath away as they walked down the stairs to greet him. They had the same effect on all the Ravenclaw wizards currently in the common room too. That Hermione was in purple while Padma wore a dusky pink was as much as Harry could tell you about the dresses, apart from the fact that they emphasized both girls' beauty in a way that did something to his insides. That both girls also had their swords on their hips wasn't worth commenting on. They always had their swords there. The Lady Ravenclaw and Sir Nicholas were providing the chaperone service tonight. Augusta knew both girls would be perfectly safe, but this saved her from any charges of favoritism towards the couples. Hogwarts had provided an intimate setting of a table for 4 beside a small dance floor. There was a gramophone sitting at the side, and the entire scene was lit by candlelight. They all took their seats, and Harry offered his first gift before the meal was served. This is your real gift from Sirius and Henrika. The book was just an extra Father rushed through so it would be ready for your birthday. Hermione unwrapped the box, only to find it contained a rather plain hand mirror. She had no idea what to say when Harry asked her a question. Who would you most like to speak to right now? That was easy. My mum and dad. At that, the mirror appeared to tremble before an image of her mother appeared, with her father quickly looking over her shoulder. Oh, Hermione, happy birthday. She couldn't take her eyes off the images. Is this a recording? It was actually her father who answered. No, love. It's real and you look beautiful. She now had tears of joy in her eyes. Thanks, Dad. It's great to see you guys again. We miss you too. We don't have Sirius popping in and telling us all the latest news from Hogwarts anymore, so he arranged this. Isn't it wonderful? We can chat whenever we want. It's brilliant, Mum. And I'll thank him from all of us later. Dan was struggling to believe the beautiful young woman in the mirror was actually their little girl. She seemed all grown up already. So, what have you guys been doing today? Everyone knows what they're supposed to do, so let's go. The hired muscle Bloodfong had brought with him tonight knew how to do their job. More importantly, they knew how to keep their mouths shut. They also knew he would arrange to have them permanently shut if they didn't. He hadn't wanted to be anywhere near this house tonight, but Bloodfong couldn't really send a boy to do a goblin's work. Dragontooth was actually quivering with excitement beside him as the first pair of muscle went through the fancy glass doors as if they weren't there. When hit with a battle axe, they soon weren't. These muggles had such strange ideas. What was the point of having doors that could be so easily broken into? You might as well start making glass hammers. The other pair of muscle were also in the house before he and his son entered. The human bitch was screaming already, and they hadn't even started yet. Something his son couldn't help but point out. Save some of that screaming, bitch. You're going to need it when we make this the most memorable birthday your daughters ever had. All 6 of the goblins were soon flying across the room before hitting the walls as a weirdly dressed house elf stood there snapping its fingers. Where did these muggles get a house elf? You will not hurt Dobby's family. Being a house elf, Dobby's magic wouldn't let him attack these goblins outright. It didn't stop him assisting his mistress and master though. Dobby thought the best way to assist them was to hand Dan his shotgun, loaded of course. Dan was incensed that these goblins would not only break into his home but threaten his wife. When Dobby handed him his shotgun, there was no hesitation. The first goblin had bounced off the wall and was now charging with the massive axe that had just made short work of their French doors held ready to strike. A shot to the chest from a distance of less than 8 feet blew him back into the wall where he left a bloody smear. The shotgun traversed almost automatically to the goblin who was nearest Emma. That goblin too was blasted back, hitting his compatriot on the way. The noise of the shotgun being fired inside the house was deafening, but Dan clearly heard Emma's shouted order as he was in the process of handing his gun to Dobby for reloading. "Dobby, get us out of here." Given a direct order, Dobby had no choice but to obey. He grabbed his mistress and pulled her over to where the master was standing with a now empty gun. Dragontooth could see their entire plan disintegrating before his very eyes. There would be no recovering from the shame of being outwitted and defeated by a couple of muggles with a house elf. He had the family sacrificial dagger in his hand that Dragontooth was supposed to use for the first time tonight when killing these muggles. Seeing them escaping saw him lose all reason and throw the blade. He let out a victory yell when the 3 disappeared and his blade went with them. He must have hit someone. His victory yell was short-lived though, as he heard his hated nickname being shouted from somewhere. He walked over to the table where a mirror lay. Picking it up, he could clearly see an absolutely enraged crow screaming at him. "You fucking cowardly bastard. I warned you what would happen the next time you messed with my family. I will cut your ears off and wear them on my belt. You will live only long enough to see this happen, and your father will die shortly after he has witnessed his son's total disgrace and death. I'm coming for you, Dragon Breath, and this time there will be no one to save you." The mirror slid from the goblin's hand and smashed on the table, ending Crow's tirade but not the threat. His father was trying to pull him out this muggle house, but Dragontooth knew they were both already dead. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths. We thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.